Chapter 12. 1. Whilst the heavens of the earth were thus stirred up with war and with anticipated misfortunes and strange doctrines, there came to paradise, before the throne of God, a host of 7,000 angels who had been victims of the inquisitions under the inspiration of the false Christ, Luomong, praying in audience with God. 2. Accordingly, after the chief marshal had announced this before the throne and holy council, God commanded them to approach, and speak. 3. And those who were leaders then came, and spake. These were, Rachis, Estella, Cosicas, Martin, Egidio, Burton, Gardner, Ogier, Isagades, Thornton, Winslaws, Hepburn, Autenus, Hague, Bothna, Heges, Sedasius, Prague, Septimus, Thelini, Portia, Fuessa, Barn, Donia, Soreka, Solomon, Jolliffe, Galileo, Sega, Spinola, Sutton, Ginethes, Sirach, Obenes, Pelishon, Bertamo, Firdonas, Pubertas, Quidinatus, Paglia, Susarathka, Watchganheim, Givier, Dospistanatus, Librans, Jasmine, Oralf, Meyer, Litz, Hermann, Dolch, Mogan, Ruckdevolt, Joachimsteimer, Bolch, Kala, Radby, Yentios, Lulheim, Fetch, Bliney, Catherine, Queen, Lambert, Holt, Wren, Savict, John, Barnes, Sanwalt, Beers, Drumfold, Nicaro, Hempstead, White, Thus, Kirby, Askew, Wolfe, Bartholf, Brown, Wishart, Mill, Satirac, Gapon, Hutton, Somerset, Rayliffe, Bedford, Whalen, Gazone, Darcy, Wallace, Tudden, Taylor, Farrar, Jones, White, Myers, Henry, Attino, Percy, Allies, Flower, Joseph, Milne, Warren, Simpson, Latimer, Ridley, Cranmer, Lang, Pest, Bradbridge, Wallstein, Allen, Jesse, Orms, Staveson and Donald. And this is the substance of what they said. 4. Most holy God, Jehovah's Son, greeting in love, in pity and in anger. 5. We are not gods, nor pure, nor holy. Therefore pity us. 6. We are not happy, and feel that in our struggles to find the truth we have been unfairly used. Therefore, pity us. 7. We were born in mudholes, and have soiled garments. Therefore, have compassion upon us. 8. We are in search of clean water, that we may go wash ourselves. Therefore, guide us. 9. We have such strength as a mad wolf might be proud of. Therefore, use us. 10. We have not such mercy and forgiveness as becometh gods. Therefore, give us rough work to do. 11. Such work, in fact, as would require no one to split a hair to discern right or wrong. 12. Not that we desire to glut ourselves in vengeance against the false Christ. One step higher, O God. 13. As such a matter, if an innocent lamb were pursued by a wolf, give us to rush in, and save the lamb. 14. Now, behold, the rumor hath come to us, that thou wilt establish Guatemala free from the dominion of gods and saviors. 15. And it cometh to this, we are so far on the road to purification, that we can no longer catch the false Christ's angels, and hurl them into hell. 16. Nevertheless, we are not so fastidiously pure, but we would seize his evil-working angels, and hold them by the throats till thou hadst thy great country founded safely for Jehovah's kingdom. 17. If, therefore, thou canst appropriate 7,000 angels in some loose and unscrupulous corner, to do thee good service against the tyrant and remorseless Luomong, behold, we stand before Jehovah in thee, to do thy will as thou mayest command. 18. God said unto them, My brothers and sisters, in the name of Jehovah, I welcome you. 19. What ye can do, that shall ye do, nor shall any but yourselves judge yourselves. 20. As far as ye have the light of the Father, so shall ye serve him. 21. To him only are ye responsible, for his triumph shall be the redemption of heaven and earth. 22. Behold, Luomong will surely inspire a war, both in Guatemala, with mortals, and in the heavens thereof, with the angels. Page 741. 23. My angel hosts shall inspire the mortals of Guatemala to found a government free from the dominion of gods and saviors. 24. War will follow. Now, behold, I have appointed Yodahiza, as my lord for those regions. Repair ye thither with my messengers who know the way, and Yodahiza will receive you in my name, and give you work in justice, truth and wisdom. 25. The army of the Inquisition then saluted, and departed, and they came to Yodahiza's heavenly station with the colonists in Guatemala. Chapter 13. The Republic established. 1. Es said, since 300 years, the Luas of God's allotment to the earth, had been providing the generations of men unto the coming work of God. 2. And through these had God, Jehovah's Son, raised up 1,200 men, to be directly under the inspiration of the second resurrection, for establishing an emancipated government for mortals. 3. And these 1,200 men were raised to grades above 60, and some of them to 80. 4. Chief of these men raised up by God, to establish the foundation of Jehovah's kingdom with mortals, were the following, all of whom stood above grade 80, to wit. 5. Payne, Jefferson, Adams, Franklin, Carroll, Hancock and Washington. 6. Into the hands of these 7 men did Jehovah, through God, his Son, place the leadership of the mortal hosts, and they were under the guidance of Jehovah's Lord, Yodahiza. 7. And the Lord caused Payne, to proclaim the new doctrines, as against Luomong in the sacred books, on which the inquisitions had been carried out. 8. These, then, were the doctrines of Payne, inspired by the Lord, Jehovah's Son, to wit. 9. 1. The Creator, who is almighty, matchless in wisdom, truth, power and unity of purpose, the author of all things, on the earth and on all other worlds, seen and unseen. 10. That the soul of man is immortal and everlasting, and shall ultimately attain to peace and joy in the heavens of the Almighty. 11. That, according to man's good or evil deeds, words, thoughts and actions whilst on earth, even so shall he inherit in heaven, light or darkness, joy or unhappiness. 12. That all the world is my country, and the same right alike to all men. 13. To do good, with all of one's wisdom and strength, is the highest religion. 14. That man hath a natural right, above all kings, priests and sacred writings, to serve his Creator in his own way. 15. That this is an age of reason, in which all men should be inspired, to read and think, and judge with their own judgment and not through any priest or church or savior. 16. That the doctrine of a savior is unjust. That no honest man should accept another's dying for him. 17. That the so-called sacred books are not the writings of the Creator, that their multiplicity of defects prove them to have been manufactured by corruptible authors. 18. That, in practice, the said sacred books have been used by unprincipled priests to promote wars, inquisitions, tyranny and destruction. 19. That man should rise up in his might to embrace his Creator, by the practice of good works, and by promoting brotherly love toward all men, and by charity and independence elicit the protection, the pride and the glory of the Almighty. 20. The doctrines of God, Payne proclaimed publicly, and they were printed, and circulated amongst the inhabitants of Guatemala. 21. And it came to pass, that they fell into the hands of such men and women as had been previously prepared by God to receive them. And these people applauded the new doctrines to so great an extent that the colonies repudiated the divine right, divan laws, of kings to govern without the consent of the governed. 22. Luomong, the false Christ, perceived the design of God, Jehovah's Son, and immediately sent down to the earth, to Guatemala, 2,000 angel warriors, to overthrow Payne's doctrines. And to precipitate the colonies into war against the home government in Western Europa. 23. So, war in Guatemala, on earth, and in the heavens thereof, set in, mortals against mortals and angels against angels. 24. The Lord, Yodahiza, now assigned the army of the Inquisition, the 7,000 angels sent of God, to be the protecting hosts to the 7 leaders of the Guatemala revolt. 25. Besides these angels, who were generals and captains of the hosts, there were of non-commissioned angel officers, 2,700 p. 742 and 84, who had also been martyred as to earth life, by scourging, and by the rack, and by being pulled in quarters, and by being burnt, who were distributed amongst the mortal armies of soldiers. And these angel officers had angel armies and companies, disciplined and quartered in the camps of the mortals with the soldiers. 26. Such, then, were the inspiring hosts, varying in number from 6 millions to 12 millions, who remained with the soldiers of the Republic during the war, day and night, inspiring them to fortitude, and manipulating them to give them health and strength and endurance. 27. God spake to the angel commander of these hosts, saying, Though thy hosts inspire these mortals to liberty as to earthly things, yet thou shalt also take advantage of this opportunity to sow the seed of higher spiritual light amongst them. Remember, then, the sermon of the All-High, there is but one great Spirit, Jehovih. And this shall thy hosts forever inspire the mortals with. 28. For 7 years the war lasted, and during all the while, the earthly commander, Washington, was under the guardianship of the commander of the angel hosts. And there were detailed to guard Washington, day and night, 1,000 angels. And though he was shot at, and in many ways sought for to be destroyed, these angels saved him, even catching in their hands the bullets that were fired at him. 29. And in like manner were many other mortal leaders and privates in the war protected and saved from harm by the angels. 30. And yet all this while the angels of Luomong fought on the other side, endeavoring to pull away the guardian angels, and so make the mortal leaders vulnerable. 31. But these angels were lower in grade and less potent, and, withal, not so enthusiastic, for they had not suffered martyrdom. 32. Jehovih hath said, Rather let a man glory in martyrdom for righteousness' sake. For herein he taketh high resolves against evil, which resolves are a great power to the soul when it entereth heaven. 33. And it came to pass that the Republic was established. 34. And God caused the commander of the angels who had accomplished this work, to call his hosts together, that they might hear the voice of Jehovih. And there thus assembled 18,340,000 in number, in an extemporized heaven above the Hagwan mountains, where the chiefs of paradise had already prepared an altar to Jehovih for the occasion. 35. Of the higher grades from other plateaus, were here assembled in the sacred circle, 70 million angels, to promote the voice. Of which matters God had previously sent word to Arok, that a chain of light might be made to the upper heavens. 36. Now, when the angels of the Inquisition were thus assembled before God, and duly placed by the marshals, God caused the light to be lowered, so that they might rejoice rather than suffer because of its brilliancy. 37. And when God sat on the throne, and the Easinors had chanted unto Jehovih glory for having founded the Republic of mortals, a ray of light was seen descending from the upper realms, and it extended down to the throne of God, where now, on all sides, the illumination was in splendor. Presently, just above the throne, a single star of light was formed, and out of this came the voice of Jehovih, saying, 38. Peace, my beloved. The way is open, liberty to the conscience of mortals is founded on earth. Ye have lifted them above the bondage of gods. 39. Because ye were cut down before ye had finished your labor on earth, I suffered ye to come back to mortals to complete your own aspirations. 40. Because ye united with one another in companies and phalanxes for a good work, instead of working single-handed, ye are now admitted into the second resurrection of my kingdoms. 41. By the light of my throne are ye this day absolved from the bondage of earth and first resurrection. 42. The voice ceased. But God spake unto his marshals, saying, Provide ye an avalanza sufficient for the ascension of these my beloved angels, and take them to the fields and forests of Atusasabak, in the Orthian plateau, where I have already provided them ample residences. 43, and, after they are delivered, grade them, and give unto them suitable instructors and companions, that in due time they may become brides and bridegrooms to Jehovah, and ascend to the emancipated kingdoms in the Etherean worlds. 44. Suffer them now to pass before the throne, that they may receive badges from the Most High. For these will be to them a connection with the exalted kingdoms. 45. The marshals then filed them past the throne, and there fell, from the heavens above, upon them, badges of immortal light, unchangeable. 46. And the builders in Udis brought them an avalanza, and they went therein, to the sound of the singing of 3 millions of voices in Jehovah's praise. And when they were within, God again spake to them, saying, 47. Ye go now far off from the earth. But as ye freed this land unto itself, and now go away, behold, I will call ye back again before another 100 years, to free the people from the doctrines and creeds of the ancients. No God nor Lord nor Saviour shall be enforced in this land. Till then, Jehovah be with you all, and give you joy and happiness. 48. Thereupon, the officers of the avalanza set it in motion, rising upward. And the musicians, they that remained and they that ascended, sang and trumpeted until the fire ship ascended out of sight. Chapter 14. 1. For 300 years prior to the above transactions, the 4 false gods had been in war to a limited extent in their heavens, and for certain earth possessions also. 2. In China, the Kayuans, Confucians, had made great progress, to the injury of the false Brahma, and Achisa. But the latter had pushed his people into Vindhya and Parsi. 3. On the part of Kabalax, the false Buddha, he had pushed his people into China and Parsi also. And in many parts of Vindhya, these Buddhists had treated the Brahmins with great slaughter. 4. But neither of the above false gods was a match for Thoth, alias God Gabriel. Under the name and doctrines of Muhammad, he had made great inroads upon the possessions of the other 2 false gods, both as to the earth and the heavens thereof. 5. And yet, on the other hand, Luomong, the false Christ, had taken advantage of all the other 3 false gods. He had found mortal emissaries in Britain, Western Europa, whom he had inspired under the name, East India Company. To these he had said, Come, I will lead you where there is great wealth and most luxurious enjoyment. Behold, ye shall possess the place, and overcome the heathen of a rich country. 6. So, Luomong led them, and they took with them missionaries and Bibles and swords and cannons and warships. And when they arrived at Vindhya, Luomong, through his angel hosts, said unto them, Tell these heathen, ye are worshippers of the Lamb of Peace, that ye have come in love and for righteousness' sake. And, behold, they will receive you. And it shall come to pass, when ye are once within, ye shall fall upon them, and destroy them by the million, men, women and children. And ye shall fall upon their aqueducts, which irrigate the lands, and ye shall destroy them also. And, behold, millions of these heathen shall starve every year, because of the famines that shall surely come upon them. 7. Now, all these came to pass. The idolaters of Luomong did fall upon the Buddhists' earthly possessions, and did possess the land of Vindhya, and, in the name of Christ and the Holy Ghost, did kill 7 million men, women and children. 8. And they also destroyed the aqueducts, whereby famines came upon the Vindhyans, so that, in course of time, 30 millions more perished of starvation. 9. Now, although Kabalax thus lost, in a great measure, his earthly possessions, he still maintained the heavens of Vindhya, so that Luomong really gained but few souls, in heaven, after all his destructions. 10. Luomong had also led his mortal emissaries into China, in hope to possess that country also. He had said to them, Go thither, and enforce upon them the opium trade. And it shall come to pass, they will become a drunken and worthless people, and ye shall fall upon them, and overcome them, and possess all their country, wherein there are stored great riches. 11. And the idolaters of the false Christ did fall upon the Chinyans and enforce the opium trade, and did also make many of them a drunken and worthless people. And after they were thus drunk, the idolaters of the false Christ raised the cry, Behold, the drunken heathen! The indulgers in opium. 12. Nevertheless, the Kayuans of China were a mighty power, and they baffled Luomong's emissaries in all further encroachments. 13. Now, although Luomong had been beaten by the wisdom of God, in possessing the colonies of Guatemala, nevertheless, Luomong still hoped to regain the country to himself. And to carry out his designs, he sent 2,000 million angel warriors to accomplish page 740 for the destruction of the Algonquin tribes that inhabited the country. 14. And this also came to pass, the idolaters of Luomong did fall upon the Algonquins, and caused 3 millions of them to be put to death, men, women and children. Chapter 15. God, Jehovah's Son, casteth out the 4 false gods. 1. When the right time came, Jehovah spake to God, saying, My son, behold, the Cosmon era is near, and the light of the ark of Suez entereth the fields of paradise. Stretch forth thy hand over the nations of the earth and over the heavens thereof, and sweep clean thy kingdoms for my everlasting light. 2. The 4 false gods, the perpetuators of the beast, will call out in agony, but thou shalt heed them not in my judgments. 3. Then God sent forth his disciplined hosts, 12,000 millions, to cut off the supplies of the earth. Even as a mortal general cutteth off the supplies of a wicked city to subdue it, so was the accumulated power of the All-Light upon the 4 kingdoms of the 4 false gods, they that had proclaimed themselves the saviors of mortals and angels. 4. And the angels of God spread around about the whole earth. In armies of millions and tens of millions, well disciplined, they gathered together in the mortal cities, and in the country places, amongst all nations, tribes and peoples. 5. And these angel armies were officered and drilled to work in concert, with lines of light extending to the throne of God. 6. And God spake in paradise, by means of the lines of light, and his voice went into all the mighty armies of his hosts, the 12,000 million, saying. 7. Cut off the earth supplies of the 4 beasts of the earth. They and their countless legions of followers have become profitless in the resurrection of mortals and angels. 8. Their names have become a stench upon the earth. Their mortal followers are grovellers in all manner of uncleanness. Their spirits have become as vagabonds on the earth and in the heavens thereof. 9. My hosts have tried to persuade them, but they will not hear, the light of the upper kingdoms, they will not receive. 10. But I will make them look up. Like beasts that are untamed, they shall cry out for sustenance, but they shall not find it in the places of their old haunts. 11. Then, the hosts of God marched in betwixt the Druges, the worshippers of the 4 false gods, and their mortal harvests. 12. And the Druges turned to their respective gods, the false Brahma, the false Buddha, and Gabriel of Kala, and the false Christ, crying out, Behold, our supplies are cut off. Is not the earth thy kingdom, and the place of thy footstool? Saidst thou not that thou wert the Almighty? How, then, hath another God come between? If thou art, indeed, our Saviour, now save us. But if thou hast been all this while deceiving, then shall hell be thy portion. 13. The 4 false gods heard the cry of anger and suspicion in their mighty kingdoms, heard the wailings of the 60,000 millions. And they feared, and trembled. 14. Most of all in fear was the false Christ, for sake of aggrandizing his own kingdom, he had had it proclaimed on the earth that, Whosoever believeth in me, shall be saved, but whosoever believeth not in me, shall be in danger of hellfire. 15. And countless millions of mortals had taken no thought as to self-resurrection, but taken him at his word, and so had lived and died and become his slaves for hundreds of years. Millions of these angels had heavenly banners made, with the promises of this false Lord inscribed thereon, and with these went in processions in heaven, crying out, Bread or blood? Bread or blood? We come not to bring peace in heaven. We come to bring a sword. We come to set angel against angel. Give unto us, O thou, our God, or hell shall be thy portion. 16. Thus, it came to pass, as had been foretold by God, whereof he had said, Anarchy shall encompass your heavenly kingdoms, and ye shall yet own that ye are false before Jehovah. 17. And the 4 false gods, fearing the fires of hell, went about, crying out, I am not the true Brahma. I am not the true Buddha. I am not the true God. I am not the true Christ. 18. For they hoped thereby to save themselves. But, alas, for them! Their thousands of millions fell upon their heavenly cities, palaces and thrones, and robbed them. 19. And, when their fury was started, behold, the vast multitudes rushed for p. 745 the false gods, and fell upon them, beat them, suffocated them with foul smells, covered them up with suffocating gases, walled them in with sulphurous fires. 20. And they brought the officers and priests and monks and high officers, and cast them into hells also, millions and millions of high-ruling angels of the false gods. 21. Thus were these 4 false gods hemmed in, even within their own dissolute kingdoms, and every day and every hour grew more terrible. It was the infuriated madness of 60,000 millions of deceived angels, broken loose from slavery, turned upon them. 22. Then Jehovah's God, from paradise, went forth in a ship of fire, brilliant, past the endurance of drudges. Went forth with 10 millions high in the grades, 10 millions against 60,000 millions. God brought these from the realms of Arok and Harivia, well disciplined for the purpose. 23. And on the ship, and on the banners thereof, were inscribed these words, There is but one great Spirit, Jehovah. To assimilate with him, is the salvation of mortals and angels. 24. He crieth out, Come unto me. My kingdoms are ample unto all the living. Be ye strong in resurrection, for I am come to deliver. 25. And God gathered in from the highest grades of the disrupted heavenly kingdoms 13,000 million homeless angels, who had been worshippers of the 4 false gods. And God had them sent to Luana, on the plateau, Hephaestos, where he officered them in colonies, with places for education and labor. 26. God said unto them, Ye hope to ascend to Jehovah's highest kingdoms by prayers and confessions to false gods. Behold, I say unto you, there is no resurrection but by developing the talents Jehovah created unto all men. Go ye to work, therefore, and to places of education, that ye may become fit companions to Jehovah's exalted angels. Chapter 16. God delivereth the 4 false gods out of the 4 hells. 1. Es said, Now, was God, Jehovah's Son, master of the whole earth and her heavens. 2. And, behold, the era of Cosmogony was at hand. 3. The light of the ark had fallen on the throne of God. Jehovah's Orient chiefs from the emancipated heavens had come. 4. Paradise was like a new kingdom. 1,000 million Ethereans had arrived to labor with God, in clearing away the hells of the lower heavens, and in providing for opening the gates of the heavens for the angels to appear unto mortals. 5. Metahatsi, goddess of Aelfad, in the roads of Lu, in Etheria, had brought back the armies of the Inquisitions. Hadavai, goddess of the Lutean swamps, in Weseto plains, in Etheria, was there, with massacred of Baugongad. Menetzian, goddess of Tuissa, was there, with the persecutors of Zarathustra. Norwachissa, goddess of the forest of Nydia, in Etheria, was there with the persecutors of Brahma, the pure and true, and the persecutors of Moses and Capillia. 6. Besides these, there were 46 other goddesses, each with a host of angels who had in the ancient times striven against Jehovah, in favor of some false god. 7. But now, in the coming of Cosmogony, behold they returned as pure and exalted gods and goddesses. 8. And God, Jehovah's Son, called forth all these one-time persecutors, and he said unto them. 9. Behold, there are 4 great hells and 6 smaller hells and 14 still smaller hells, still existing in these lower heavens. 10. Since ye were once cast into hells, and afterward delivered by the angels of Jehovih, go ye now, and deliver the hells of these heavens. And bring ye the chief false gods before me. My marshal will allot you to the respective places, I have appointed unto you. 11. Then went forth the gods and goddesses as appointed by God to deliver the 24 hells of the heavens of the earth. And they took with them unto this labor 6,000 million angel laborers well skilled in such matters. 12. And, in 34 days, the hells were delivered, broken up and gone. And from these hells, there were thus delivered more than 70,000 million angels, who were carried to the plateaus, prepared for them by God, Jehovah's Son. 13. And God had also provided unto them, in their new heavenly places, divisions and subdivisions, with generals, captains, overseers and other such officers, necessary to prevent them running into knots and hells again. 14. Of the false gods and goddesses thus delivered and brought before God, p. 746 in paradise, for judgment, the chiefs of them were, Ashtaroth, Dagon, Ashdod, Jotimas, Sathias, Galath, Plutoia, Itis, Hamgad, Mok, Hor, Baal, Anachissa, Cabalax, Gabriel and Lomon. Besides these, there were 70 other false gods and goddesses delivered, but who were not brought before the throne of God, but were sent to hospitals, because they were in chaos. 15. God had previously provided paradise, through his holy counsel, for the time of the judgment of the false gods, that were brought before him. 16. So the holy councils were formed in crescent, so that the throne of God lay betwixt the horns thereof, in order to promote the voice. 17. The marshals, then, brought the false gods and goddesses into the arena of circle where the light should fall upon them. Chapter 17. Jehovah judgeth the false gods and goddesses. 1. Es said, the voice spake out of the light over the throne of God, saying. 2. Because, I admonished both, earth and heaven, saying, whoso setteth up more than the I am, shall be bound, and whoso hearkeneth unto them, and runneth after them, shall be bound unto them. And they heeded not my commandments, but made worshipful other gods than me, so shall they reap the harvest they have sown. 3. Because they drew the sword to establish themselves, they were bound by the sword. 4. Because they took upon themselves heavenly kingdoms, I bound them thereunto. 5. Because they professed salvation in the names of false gods, I let them run their course, and, lo and behold, they have shown no salvation in heaven or earth. 6. They have built up kingdom against kingdom, standing army against standing army. Verily, they have brought judgment upon themselves. 7. Hear the words of Jehovah, O ye false gods and goddesses, who set up heavenly kingdoms against me. 8. Who slew hundreds of millions of mortals, in order to make other names than mine worshipful on earth and in the heavens thereof. 9. Ye, who cried out falsely, behold me, I am the light and the life, through me is the way of salvation. 10. Ye, who have used your names to lead mortals and angels away from the Creator, saying of yourselves, behold me, I am the Lord, I am God, my heavenly place is the all-highest. 11. Behold, I had spoken in the olden times, I had said. 12. Whoso aspireth to be a king of the earth, or queen, or emperor, or ruler over a nation or people, and I give to him his desire, he shall be bound with the people of his administration. Neither shall he rise to my emancipated heavens, till he hath carried up with him every soul that he had dominion over. But he shall be bound unto that people in the first and second resurrection, until even the lowest of them are raised in wisdom and virtue and good works, sufficient for the grade of brides and bridegrooms to my Etherean realms. 13. And if a king stretch forth his arm to subdue and annex other countries unto his own, suffer thou him to do so, for he is magnifying his bondage for the resurrection of the low. 14. And thou shalt apply these rules unto all earthly rulers, be they kings, or queens, or emperors, or presidents, or governors, or legislators, or judges, or popes, or priests, or preachers, or whosoever presumeth to rule over, or to lead, or to exact servitude from others. And the term of the bondage unto them in the lower heavens shall be in proportion to the magnitude of their dominions. 15. But, to whomsoever attaineth dominion by the sword, or extendeth dominion by the sword, and by blood and death, his bondage shall be 100-fold. 16. And whosoever maintaineth his dominion by standing armies, thou shalt compute the number thereof, and to him and his high officers, the bondage in the lowest heaven shall be equal to 10 times the number of soldiers thereof, and 10 times the number of years of the servitude of the multitude of his armies. 17. For, whosoever taketh from my people for his own glory or dominion, shall render unto me the just value. 18. Whosoever engageth in war, or leadeth in war, or is a captain, or a general, and causeth the death of whom I created alive, he shall not rise to inherit my emancipated heavens as long as there remaineth war upon the earth. But he shall toil in the lowest heavens of the earth to educate and raise up the drudges thereof, which shall be his labor. Page 747. 19. And whoso hath great riches, and many servants, his resurrection shall be no faster than the resurrection of those that serve him. 20. And whoso hath great riches and yet no servants, but liveth for himself, thou shalt apportion his place in the first resurrection even according to the good he might have done, had he obeyed my commandments. And he shall do in heaven, what he neglected to do on earth. And he shall not rise to my emancipated heavens, until he hath appropriated according to that which I gave him into his keeping. 21. God said, the words that come out of man's mouth, even though they profess prayers and repentance, are of little avail before Jehovih. But the words that come out of good works done unto others to raise them up, are as the sound of a trumpet that reacheth beyond the stars. 22. For, in all ages of the world, there have been deceivers and hypocrites, with temples and churches to worship in, professing to serve the Creator, but, in fact, serving an idol. 23. And their priests and preachers speak good doctrines, but they practice them not, save a little, as a blind to lead the multitude astray. 24. And they live in fine houses, and fare sumptuously every day, and are skilled in oratory and in doctrinal precepts, but they will not go, and serve the poor, teaching them how to live. Again the voice spake, saying. 25. My judgments are upon those that profess me, dealing out their pittance to the poor, whilst they themselves live above want. When such men die, and enter the first resurrection, they shall be handed over to those that are in darkness, and their bondage shall be 100-fold. For they preached words of righteousness with the mouth, but, in their behavior, they laid their foundation for the kingdom of hypocrisy. Verily, I give unto them the harvest that cometh of their own sowing. 26. These, then, have been my doctrines since thousands of years, and known unto you before ye deserted my kingdoms. 27. If such, then, by my judgments unto mortals who serve false gods, how much greater, then, must be the penalty upon the false gods, who set themselves up to establish these iniquities. 28. Hear ye, then, the judgment of Jehovih, whosoever hath established the name of any god but the Creator, and made it worshipful on earth or in heaven, shall be bound on earth or in heaven. Shall be bound in the first resurrection till that name is no longer worshipful on earth or in heaven. 29. And whatever god or goddess hath said, Come unto me, ye that are heavily laden, and I will give you rest, for I am the way of salvation and of light and of everlasting life, then that god or goddess shall be bound in the first resurrection as long as mortals or angels go unto him or her. 30. Behold, as such a god called, and they answered unto him, So do I give unto both, the God that calleth, and the subject that runneth unto him. For I give liberty even unto mine enemies. 31. But, when a subject goeth to a god, and saith, Behold, thou hast said, Whither I go, I will call all men unto me, and I believed in thee, then that God shall not put him away. 32. Whilst Osiris was worshipped, I gave unto Osiris, the false. 33. Whilst Ashtaroth was worshipped, I gave unto her. 34. Whilst Baal was worshipped, I gave unto Baal. 35. But, when any of these gods were no longer worshipped, behold, I gave them no more subjects. 36. As long as Brahma is worshipped, I will give unto him, who is before me. 37. As long as Buddha is worshipped, I will give unto him, who is before me. 38. As long as Christ is worshipped, I will give unto him, who is before me. 39. As long as Mohammedans are upheld on the earth, I will give unto him, who built up Muhammad. 40. And, when all of you have purified, and raised up all those who idolize you, in that same time, will I raise you up to higher heavens also. 41. Es said, and now, when the voice ceased, and all was still, the false gods and goddesses raised up their heads, and they spake with one voice, saying, 42. Thou art just, O Jehovih. Unto thee do I now covenant that I will serve thee forever. Neither will I aspire to rise to higher heavens till I have raised up all whom I have led astray. 43. Make me strong, O Jehovih, in this my everlasting covenant. 44. Teach me, O Father, the labor I should do, that thou shalt be glorified forever. 45. Thus ended the judgment. God's marshals removed them to the places allotted for them, and they went to work. Chapter 18. 1. Es said, such, then, was the fate of the chief false gods in the lower heavens. 2. But, during the last 300 or 400 years, many of the officers of these false gods had seceded from them, and had set up small heavenly kingdoms of their own. And their mortal followers were called, sects. 3. These little heavens were, for the most part, situated on the earth, and usually these small gods inhabited the churches where mortals came to worship. 4. And the preachers within these churches fell under the inspiration of these itinerant gods and their gangs of wandering spirits. 5. In Guatemala, these inspirations were carried to such an extent, by these Drujan gods, that the mortals of one sect were made hostile, one sect against another. 6. An enmity, therefore, existed betwixt Protestants and Catholics, and betwixt Protestants themselves, and betwixt all of these and the Jews. And, not only on earth, betwixt mortals, did these things take place, but these petty gods had small kingdoms of their one, as a Presbyterian heaven, a Methodist heaven, a Baptist heaven, and so on. And, when a mortal member died, his spirit fell into his heaven, where he had lived, becoming a servant to these drujas. And, when he cried out, I want to go to Jesus, I want to go to Christ, he was shown the Drujan God, and told, that is he. The which he would believe to be true. For what is bound on earth, is bound in heaven. 7. A Drujan god, Piad, established a sect, and named it, Mormon, and he located his kingdom on earth with his mortal followers, and he became master over the spirits of his mortal followers in the same way, calling himself, the true Christ. 8. Piad taught, that all good Mormons would ultimately attain to rule over some planet and her heavens. But, he never permitted the angels of his kingdom to go out of his reach. He also taught mortals, that the more numerous progeny a man begot, the greater would be his heavenly kingdom, in time to come. For this was Piad's scheme, to make his own heavenly kingdom large and powerful. 9. Another Drujan god, Loganus, established a kingdom on earth, and named it, Shaker Heaven, pretending, he was the true Christ. And his place became a heavenly bondage unto himself. 10. Another Drujan god, Seawan, established a heavenly kingdom on earth, and called it, the all-highest heaven. 11. This Lord called himself, the Lord. He raised up a mortal, Swedenborg, whom he took in spirit, subjectively, into many of the lowest heavens and hells, saying to him. 12. Behold, they that serve not the Lord. How hard it is with them. And he further said, this place of darkness is the Brahmin heaven, that place of darkness is the Buddhist heaven. But this place of light is my heaven, I, the Lord. 13. Thus did this Drujan god establish a Swedenborg heaven, and mortals looked upon him as the true Christ, and, after death, their souls went thither. 14. So, it came to pass, as had been prophesied of old, lo, Christ, here. Lo, Christ, there. 15. And, as it was with Luomong's heavenly kingdoms, thus split into hundreds of remnants, even so was it with the heavenly kingdoms of the other false gods, Brahma, the false, and Buddha, the false. So that there were on the earth thousands of petty gods, heavenly kingdoms of darkness and misery. 16. Now, all of these Drujan gods, whether of China, or Vindhya, or Arabania, or Europa, or Gautama, rejected Jehovah, but took the name of some one of the four false gods, and protested that he himself was the real and true God and Savior. 17. And mortal sects, that followed them, did the same thing. The Presbyterian professed the true Christ, but denounced all others as false. The Methodist professed the true Christ, but denounced all others as false. The Mormon professed the true Christ, but denounced all others. The Roman Catholics also professed the true Christ, but denounced all others as false. Even so was it with all of them, and none of them practiced righteousness and good works, but were warriors and money-getters, for self's sake. 18. God had said, Behold, I give a new testimony unto the nations of the earth. In the time I overcame, and cast out the four heads of the beast, the acrimony existing between different sects began, suddenly, to die out. And they spake friendly to one another. 19. And it was so. Chapter 19. The dawn of Cosmogony. 1. Es said, Now, whilst the holy council were still sitting in paradise, a light, like a star, came, and stood above the throne of God. And the voice came out of the light, saying, 2. Behold, the false gods are cast out, and sent unto their places. 3. Never more shall there be any other false god, or Lord, or Saviour, to lead my people away. 4. I am sufficient unto mine own creations. 5. Let this, therefore, be the beginning of the Cosmogony era. 6. My people have settled the whole earth around, from east to west, the lands on the western borders of Gautama have become inhabited. 7. Go, then, my God, my Son, open the gates of heaven unto mortals. 8. Let my angels meet them, and talk with them, face to face. 9. Behold, my Etherean Embassadors, Chasivian Athiotes, cometh in a sea of fire. 10. The ships of the Etherean goddess were seen descending from the higher heavens, coming as an open ring, to embrace the whole earth. 11. Again, the voice spake out of the light, saying, 12. I know no distinctions of men, of races, or sects, or doctrines, or past revelations. All people are my people. 13. Open the gates of heaven, let my angels speak to mortals. 14. Swifter and swifter came the Etherean archangels, till all the heavens of paradise were encircled in the love of the Almighty. 15. Then, God called out the legions who had the matter in charge, where mortals had been born for the work of Jehovah's kingdom. And God said, 16. Open the gates of heaven, let the angels of heaven speak with mortals. The time of the Father's kingdom is at hand. 17. Open the gates of heaven. Let the angels come forth in power. 18. And in Hydesville, in Gautama, on the earth, the angels opened the door in Jehovah's name, to be not closed again forever, forever. Chapter 20. Jehovah overthroweth slavery in Gautama. 1. Es said, In the olden times, and in the eastern countries, Jehovah began his revelations. The western continent he left for the finishing thereof. 2. Now, when God looked abroad over Gautama, he saw 4 millions of people in bondage, as slaves, and he saw that they must be liberated. And so, God inquired of the chief mathematician in the Holy Council, one Iraq, saying, Who, of all the kings of earth, hath had the greatest number of slaves? 3. And Iraq said, Xerxes, who dwelleth in Yopga, in Atmospheria. 4. God said, send thou a heavenly ship for him, and for 1,000,000,000 of his angels. And send also for the Argos Yen, Leonidas, and for 1,000,000,000 of his angels. And, when they are brought here, they shall descend to the earth, to these barbarians, and liberate their slaves. 5. Arak saluted, and departed, giving his instructions to the heavenly marshals, who at once sent ships and messengers as directed. 6. God, then, said, I will now recall the Ashars, who hold guard over these mortals, and, for a season, they shall dwell in Drujan darkness. 7. And this was accomplished, and straightway a war ensued betwixt the owners of the slaves and the neighboring states. 8. Then, came the gods and angels, high in the grades, to witness the play of mortal death, and to determine how best to win to liberty and to Jehovih, the inhabitants of this great land. 9. God had said, it is an easy matter to win in war. But to make mortals see the triumph of righteousness, is not so easy. Therefore, be discreet in appropriating testimony unto Jehovih. 10. And, there rose up 2,000,000 men in arms, pushing on in war on every side, coursing the rich soil in mortal blood. And yet, neither side had defined its principles, or taken stand for righteousness' sake. But went on in fearful destruction, laying in death tens of thousands, and tens of thousands. 11. Jehovih said, Send thou, thy Parsian and Argosian angels, down to these mortals, and, by inspiration and by dreams and by visions, thy angels shall say to them, Whoso professeth the earth, shall battle in vain. But whoso professeth righteousness in my name, shall win. And millions of angels descended, and tried to persuade them. 12. But mortals would not hear. Even the chief general, on liberty's side, closed his soul against Jehovih. I, himself, enforced slavery with his mighty army. 13. And years went on, and all the people began to perceive that, without righteousness, there would be no end to the war. Page 750. 14. Jehovih had said, Only death can reach these people, or make them behold my hand. Yet, thou shalt send thy angel hosts over all the north regions and inspire them, to call out for liberty. 15. Then went forth Xerxes and Leonidas, with their 2,000,000,000 angels, to overspread the north, to inspire mortals to a more heavenly stand, to make them see justice and liberty. 16. And, for 100 days, these angels dwelt with mortals. But many mortals were too gross in the earth to comprehend. Then, Xerxes came to New York, and took hence the guardian angels, those of holiness, and he left the city in the hand of Drujas. And, at once, the city was plunged in hell, and the people were as a mad people, wild and fearful. 17. Again, Jehovih spake in the holy council in heaven, saying, Let my angels go once more, and inspire mortals to rise to the light of my will. 18. Again, the angels overrun the land, inspiring mortals day and night to demand freedom for the slaves. And the ambassadors of Jehovih said to her inspiring hosts of angels, Number ye the mortals, north and south, as to their majority voice for freedom. 19. Now, when the gods numbered the mortals and graded them, they discovered the majority had turned to freedom's side. 20. Jehovih said to his ambassadors, Take thine own inspiring host, and go down to the earth, to Washington, to Lincoln, the president, and hold this matter up to him, that he may understand me. For he is not bound in doctrines. For which reason my angels made him president, and for this purpose which I have in hand. 21. And it shall come to pass that Lincoln will hear thee, and he shall resolve in his own mind unto freedom for the slaves. But he will seek for some external sign, fearing he may have mistaken the angels that minister unto him. But I will provide a way for this end also. 22. And the angels of Jehovih went to Lincoln in a vision, like a dream, and they said unto him, Lincoln. Lincoln. And he answered and said, Who art thou? 23. And the angels said, Such as come in Jehovah's name for freedom's sake. Behold, millions of his angels look down from heaven, and would come to thy armies, if thou wouldst but proclaim freedom to the slaves. Jehovah's hand is in this matter. 24. Lincoln awoke, and was troubled with his dream. 25. The next night, the angels came again, and retold their words, and added thereunto, the great majority of the country is ripe for this matter. Thou fearest this is but a foolish dream. Behold, we will give thee proof tomorrow. 26. Lincoln awoke more troubled than before, but remembered, the angels said, we will give thee proof tomorrow. 27. Jehovah said, I will make this matter a testimony to this nation, so that no man may gainsay it. And I will show also how my angels work singly and in mighty legions. 28. Now, at that time, there was living in Washington, a seeress, Nettie Maynard, through whom spirits spake in her entrancement. And on the day mentioned, the angels spake through her, saying to one case, Go thou, and fetch the president into the presence of this woman. 29. And Case went to Lincoln, and told him what was said. And when Lincoln was before the seeress, the angel of Jehovah entranced her, and said unto him, We said, we would give thee proof tomorrow. Behold, we repeat unto thee, Jehovah is in this matter. Save, thou proclaimest the freedom of the slaves, thou shalt not succeed. Do thou this, and the enemy's armies shall melt away like snow in the sun. 30. Lincoln's eyes were opened, and he went straight away, and proclaimed freedom to the whole 4 million slaves. 31. Xerxes said to Leonidas, Thou, great conqueror, thou shalt conquer me again. Take thy 1,000,000,000 angels, and go with the armies of the north, and inspire them on to victory. Give them such strength and courage as they have not before manifested. And, as for myself and my hosts, we will go to the armies of the south, and we will inspire them to believe they are conquered, and so make them flee before thy soldiers. 32. Thus, these great angel warriors allotted themselves to the work. And, lo and behold, the northern armies ran forth over the enemy's country as if war were but play, and the southern armies vanished, disarming themselves, and returning to their homes. 33. The slaves were free. 34. Jehovah said, Let this be a testimony, that this land is the place of the beginning of the Cosmogony era. There shall be no caste amongst my people. 35. Behold, I went to the Israelites, p. 751, and in that day, I said, Keep yourselves as a separate people. For I had work for them, which was to travel westward, and establish me, the All-One. And they came westward, and fulfilled my commandments. Wherefore I have blessed them. 36. And I went to China, and I said, Let the followers of China keep themselves as an exclusive people, for I have a work for them. Which was to establish me, the All-One, and to demonstrate the most numerous people in all the world united as one people, peacefully. And they have accomplished their work. And I blessed them. And I went to Vindu also, and established a mighty people with a multiplicity of gods and languages. For I had a work for them to do, which was to preserve my revelations of some of the divisions in my heavens above. And to prove, in aftertime, things which I had revealed to the ancients. They have accomplished their work also, and I have blessed them. 37. But, in this era, I come not to an exclusive people, but to the combination of all peoples commingled together as one people. Hence, I have called this, the Cosmogony era. 38. Henceforth, my chosen shall be of the amalgamated races, who choose me. And these shall become the best, most perfect of all peoples on the earth. 39. And they shall not consider race or color, but health and nobleness as to the mortal part. And as to spirit, peace, love, wisdom and good works, and one great spirit only. 40. Leonidas said to Xerxes, It will be revealed ere long that we have been here with our angel hosts. As a testimony of this, let us allot a number of our angels to remain a season with mortals. And they shall inspire them to athletic sports peculiar to the Argosians and Parsians. 41. To this, Xerxes consented, and they asked for 600,000 angel volunteers. And they received them, and officered them, and distributed them in such way that their inspiration should develop mortals in health, strength and endurance, by means of athletic games. 42. And it came to pass that the angels of heaven established athletic games amongst this people, far and near. Jehovah said, Even in this shall man behold the cause of causes which lieth behind all things done on the earth. 43. And man searched as to the cause of these things, and tried to persuade himself of any cause but the true one. 44. Jehovah said, I will show these people, that the chief causes of great affairs amongst mortals come from the angels of my heavens. 45. I come in Cosmon not to free only the corporeal man, but the spiritual man. I raised my hand against a god being founded in their constitution, neither will I have them to fight battles for me. The past is past. Angels and mortals shall be free. Chapter 21. Ascent of the Etherean hosts. 1. Es said, God, Jehovah's Son, was relieved of his arduous toils over the earth and her heavens, and his successor, and the lords were duly crowned. 2. Then, the chieftainesses and high gods and goddesses, from the Etherean Heavens, prepared for the marriage of Jehovah's brides and bridegrooms. 3. And God and his lords and high officers called in all heavenly grades prepared for the third resurrection, and there were, in all, 27,000,000,000 brides and bridegrooms. 4. Beside these, there were in paradise, to witness the ceremonies, more than 30,000,000,000 angels of lower grades. 5. So, accordingly, the ceremonies were accomplished in the usual form. And the brides and bridegrooms were conducted into the avalanzas, of which there were 11 in number. Then went in the Etherean hosts, who had brought forth the birth of Cosmon. And, after them, God and his lords and high officers. 6. In the meantime, the esenors and trumpeters, 2,000 millions, chanted and played before the hosts in glory to Jehovah. 7. After that, the chieftainess gave the signal for the ascent, and, with one voice, the mighty host said, Arise. To thee, Jehovah. Nearer, nearer to thee, thou Almighty. 8. And the fire ship started upward, turning and rising. With more than 40,000,000,000 angels aboard, rose the avalanzas above the pillars of fire, above the throne of God, higher and higher, turned and rose the ships of the hosts of Jehovah. 9. And the angels arising, and the angels below, clapped their hands, and page 752 shouted in glee and exalted glory, because of the overwhelming scene. 10. Thus rose up, and departed to the higher heavens, those thousands of millions of worshippers of the Creator, who had witnessed the birth of the Cosmon era, for the angels and mortals of this world. End of Book of Es, Daughter of Jehovah. The Book of Judgment being the grades and rates of mortals and angels in the light of God, as the word came to Es, Daughter of Jehovah. Chapter 1. 1. These are the words of judgment by the will of God, Jehovah's Son, as rendered by Es, for the resurrection of man. 2. Hear the words of thy God, O man. I am thy elder brother of tens of thousands of years' experience. Profit thou in my wisdom, and learn the discourse of thy God. 3. Jehovah, Creator of all things, spake to me, thy God, saying, Give ear unto me, O God, my ambassador of the earth and her heavens for this thy season. Obey my mandates, and teach mortals and the angels of thy lower heavens to know me and to rejoice in my creations. The time is now come when the light of thy inspiration and thy angels shall extend around the whole earth and in her heavens also. 4. In all former cycles, my gods had to deal with separate divisions of the earth, my revelations were unto each, for a special time, which is now at hand. I have prepared this land untrammeled with gods and saviors and lords, enforced by the sword, so that my revelations of this day shall be published and not suppressed. And thou shalt reveal to mortals the plan of my worlds. And, as to who thou art, and the method of thy inspiration and dominion on the earth and her heavenly kingdoms. 5. Thou shalt keep open the gates of heaven for a season, and the spirits of the dead shall commune with mortals, good and evil, wise and foolish. And mortals shall see them, and talk with them, face to face. And they shall recognize their own kin, sons and daughters, fathers and mothers, brothers and sisters, the dead and the living. 6. And the angels shall demonstrate the subtlety of corporeal things, and the capacity of one solid to pass through another solid uninjured. 7. Yea, the angels shall bring forth from great distances heavy substances, and cast them down in the presence of mortals, who shall see these things done, and testify thereto. 8. And man shall understand, that, even as plants and trees and fish and serpents can be wielded by my angels, so also can virus and pestilence be carried by angels of darkness to cast mortals in death. 9. And thou shalt suffer evil spirits and all manner of drudges, and vampires and engrafters, to come, and manifest unto mortals, that they may know, whereof my revelations unfold the matters of earth and heaven. 10. For man shall understand what I mean by the words, as ye live on the earth, so shall ye reap in heaven. 11. And thou shalt suffer to fall in darkness such mortals as consult the angels in regard to riches, or to marriage, or to self, or for curiosity, or frivolity, or for anything of an earthly nature for profit's sake. They shall prosper for a season, but end in being confronted with folly and falsehood. 12. And whoso asketh for the spirits of great men, suffer ye him, to be deceived by drudges and all manner of lying spirits. 13. And whoso asketh of the Sarges for great men, or for Moses, or Jesus, or Christ, or for any well-known name, as applied to ancient times, suffer him to be answered by evil spirits and deceivers. 14. Whoso desireth the angels for profit's sake, and he have power in Sarges, give unto him a band of drudges and vampires, and give them great power in signs and miracles. 15. And whoso consulteth the angels, without regard to becoming a better man himself, suffer him also, to become captive to lying spirits. 16. And to all men that feed on fish or flesh, suffer thou vampires to inhabit them. Page 754. 17. And to such as drink to drunkenness, and smoke or take narcotics, suffer thou Faithists and engrafters, to come upon them. 18. And in families, whose heirs are born from parents, wed for earthly considerations, suffer thou spirits of obsession, to enter and drive them mad. 19. For they shall be made to know the meaning of the word, hell, as applied to the lower heavens. 20. And to whomsoever worshippeth gods or saviors because of miracles, give thou them plentifully of miracles and signs through unclean spirits, and through mortal Sarges, mediums, of low grade. Yea, thou shalt let spirits of darkness assume to be these very gods, that mortals may be made to know what manner of evil spirits dwell in their churches and temples. 21. And to the rich man, who mocketh pretence to righteousness, but who doeth not toward the poor as to himself, give thou him a host of spirits of hypocrisy and lying, that he may realize the company he is preparing his own spirit for in heaven. 22. Give thou signs and miracles to the unclean seer as well as to the clean, to the liar and deceiver, as well as to the truthful man. 23. For I will destroy the worship of all gods and lords and saviors on the ground of miracles. 24. And thou shalt take great liars, and give them lying spirits to speak through them by inspiration and entrancement. And these spirits shall profess the names of great persons long since dead. And they shall manifest great oratory in wisdom and truth, but, nevertheless, their preaching shall be of little avail for righteousness' sake, or for good works. 25. And their applauding audiences will not contribute to the poor, nor found any improvement on the doctrines of the ancients. 26. For the spirits, who speak through them, shall be the first resurrection, and know not me nor the higher kingdoms. Verily shall they be of the same order as the spirits who minister in the churches and temples, being such spirits as have not yet been delivered up from the earth. 27. And some shall say, Hear thou me, for I am God. Some shall say, Hear thou me, for I am the Lord. Some shall say, Hear thou me, for I am Jehovih. And others shall profess the names of mortals who had great power on the earth. Suffer thou them to do these things. 28. For I will make man understand that he shall accept nothing from angels or men because of the name professed. On the merit only of wisdom and truth, and such good doctrines as raise men up out of darkness and poverty and crime, shall they accept either spoken or written words. 29. And they shall try to organize to carry out good works, but they shall fail. For many will desire to be leaders, being under the influence of selfish considerations, desiring the applause of men. 30. And they will profess freedom, but they will not pledge themselves to any sacrifice either of money or opinion for sake of the public good. 31. And little good shall come out of their works, and even less peace of soul shall come unto them. For they shall dispute and quarrel, being divided in all their ideas and philosophies and sentiments and in their understanding of my kingdoms. 32. For, by this means, shalt thou show them they are under the inspiration of the unorganized world. And of spirits who have not yet entered into my resurrections, which I created for them. But in the time of the light of my revelations, thou shalt raise up a few, here and there, capable of the all-light. And these, thou shalt cause to form a basis for my kingdom on earth. 33. And they shall forswear all gods and lords and saviors, but profess me, the great Spirit, Jehovih. 34. And they shall pledge themselves unto one another in fullness, as brothers and sisters, holding their possessions in common. 35. To live for sake of perfecting themselves and others in spirit, and for good works. 36. They shall not eat fish nor flesh of any creature that breathed the breath of life. 37. And keep the seventh day as a day of communion with me and my angel hosts. 38. With rites and ceremonies explanatory of all the doctrines in the world. 39. Practicing good for evil, non-resistance to persecution and abuse. 40. And abjure war, even, if necessary, by submitting to death rather than take part therein. 41. And they shall become an organic body in communities of tens and twenties and hundreds and thousands. 42. But they shall have no leaders, only their Creator, but be organic, for sake of good works. Page 755. 43. But they shall not go about preaching for sinners to go to repentance. 44. Nor preaching for charity to the poor. 45. But they shall go themselves about gathering up sinners, and the poor and helpless and orphans. And bring them into comfortable homes, teaching them how to live, to be a glory unto me and my kingdoms. 46. To such persons shall my angels from the second resurrection come, and minister in my name for the joy of the earth. 47. And when such people die, they shall be received into the second resurrection, escaping the first. 48. Neither shall any other people in all the world escape the place of the first resurrection. 49. Be they kings, or queens, or beggars, or Brahmins, or Buddhists, or Christians, or Mohammedans, or any other pretenders in heaven or earth. 50. Behold, the day of preaching and professions is at an end. I will have practice only. 51. Whoso is not in my organic kingdoms on earth, shall go into my inorganic kingdoms in heaven. 52. Like unto like, created I the heavens and the earth, and all things therein. Chapter 2. 1. God, Ambassador of Jehovih, saith, Ye shall assemble for the communion of angels, regularly, and maintain intercourse with them. For in no other way can ye demonstrate the immortality of the soul. 2. Doing this in the name of Jehovih, and for spiritual light in regard to spiritual things. 3. Whoso consulteth the spirits for earthly things, shall fall in darkness. 4. But when ye assemble, let no man nor spirit be as a spectacle to others. But as all men labor in the field to gather the harvest, so shall all members in the assembly, by prayer or by music, contribute a glory unto the Father. 5. Remembering that the humblest prayer, even with weak words, if given with a full heart, is as strong unto Jehovih as the best oratory. 6. From all men the Spirit shall pour forth unto the Father in praise, according to what hath been created unto it. Neither is more required of any man. 7. But this shall happen unto many, learning to speak by entrancement or by inspiration, they shall imagine themselves controlled by certain angels, when, in fact, it is only their own spirit, eliminated from the corporeal senses. 8. Others, being influenced, shall imagine it is themselves and not an angel, whereas it is an angel speaking through them. This was the case of Caillou. Both are good, and shall be practiced. 9. Let no man concern himself as to whether it be the spirit of himself or an angel, for it is only the subject uttered which is of value. In this day, all things shall stand on their own merit, and not on a supposed authority. 10. And let not him, who speaketh with his own spirit, judge others to be the same, nor yet the reverse of this, for no two in all the world are alike. 11. To them, that have not experienced elimination of the spirit self from the corporeal self, trance, all speech is believed to be of the corporeal senses only, or of a diseased condition. Such men are not to be blamed for their interpretation. Rather shall ye pity them, and not answer them. 12. For many such, even after death, will not admit they are dead, because of the darkness upon them. 13. It is wiser for the spiritual-minded to keep to themselves, especially when communing with Jehovah and his angels. For a greater wonder than these will follow, some will enter the trance of the first resurrection, and go in spirit out of the body, but only subjectively. Others will enter the trance of the second resurrection, and go in spirit out of the body subjectively. And the first shall not believe but the second was like himself, going only subjectively. No two men in all the world have I created alike, saith Jehovah. Even many, after death, are not capable of entering the second resurrection objectively. He, that is in subjective state, speaketh and writeth from the earth, looking upward. He, that cometh of the objective heavens, speaketh and writeth as one come down from my kingdoms to the earth. 14. Two conditions will manifest. Subjective spiritualists will affiliate with the world's people, being deniers of the ever-present person, and they will pursue earthly avocations for self's sake. But objective spiritualists, being such as live for the Spirit's sake, will be Faithists, believers in the ever-present person, Jehovah, whom they will worship not only in words, but by abjuring self and uniting themselves in brotherhoods. For sake of doing good p. 756 unto others. These latter are the chosen people of the Father of the Cosmon era, and they will become supreme in all the world. 15. These three peoples, the world's people, the believers, and the Faithists, have been in all ages of the world. The latter only of them all practiseth harmony and good works. Both of the others are resistants, quarrellers and warriors and disintegrators and breakers down of all things. 16. Yet, the Faithists, having faith in the all-person, shall ultimately possess the whole earth, and make it a paradise of peace and love. 17. As the first is bound in the flesh, and as the second is bound by the Hayden spirits, so is the Faithist bound unto Jehovah, which is emancipation. As the second can commune with the spirits of the first resurrection, so can the Faithist commune with the Father through the second resurrection. 18. Nevertheless, this shall happen, the second shall say, My angels are high, thine are low. Or they shall ask, How know ye your light is higher than ours? 19. And the Faithists shall answer them, saying, We know no high, no low. We give up all things, in order to serve Jehovah by doing good works unto our fellows. 20. And Jehovah shall judge betwixt them, as to which is high or low, not by their words, but by their works. 21. And the signs of good works and self-abnegation shall be as a witness before the world, whence cometh the inspiration of each. 22. Let no man say, that only seers and prophets and such persons as work signs and miracles are under the influence of spirits, for even as much as these, so are other mortals under the dominion of spirits. Yea, the infidel, the disbeliever, the philosopher, the lawyer, the judge, the preacher, the fanatic, and all others, are more controlled by the spirits of the dead than by their own personal spirit. And the more a man's spirit is wrapped up in his own corporeality, the more is he subject to vampires and spirits of darkness. 23. Neither knoweth the philosopher whether his ideas come from Jehovih or from the spirits of the dead. 24. Whosoever hath witnessed and knoweth of a truth, that he hath seen the spirits of the dead, that knowledge is impregnable. And whoso hath entered the second resurrection, even though in mortality, that knowledge is impregnable. 25. But, whoso hath found the all-person, his knowledge is greater than all. And none below him can judge him. Neither can any man attain to this knowledge, till he hath passed through the other two conditions. 26. No man knoweth the Creator, unless he hath proven the communion of spirits. Neither can any man rise to the second resurrection, till he hath arisen to faith in the All-One, Jehovih. 27. Neither shall the Brahmin, nor Mohammedan, nor Buddhist, nor Christian join in the second resurrection on earth or in heaven. 28. For they have not the doctrine of unit, they are as a house divided against itself. Their colonies and communities shall fail in all cases. 29. There shall be but one doctrine, which is Jehovih, the all-person, who is ever present, with good works done unto others, with all of one's wisdom and strength. 30. And this shall prevail with the young, whom, as orphans and castaways, ye shall gather up in infancy, founding them in the light of Jehovih, teaching them from the start to sing and pray unto him, in reverence and fear and joy, that he may be glorified in their purity and good works. 31. And they shall grow up of all nationalities, and races, knowing not, this is mine, or that is mine, or that is thine, but understanding, that they own nothing, and that all things are Jehovah's. Chapter 3. The judgment upon the Brahmins, the Buddhists, the Christians, the Mohammedans, the Confucians, the Jews and all other peoples on the earth, in the words of God. 1. Think not, O man, that I am insufficient to the times and seasons. Or say thou that God spake in the dark days of the earth, but latterly holdeth his tongue. 2. Behold, I am thy elder brother, even as a captain of the earth and her heavens for a season. As I am, even so were my predecessors in the time of the ancients. 3. Ambassadors of the Most High, Jehovih. 4. Whose power and wisdom are given unto me, even after the same manner as are thy earthly kingdoms governed and disciplined. 5. Whereby order may contribute to the resurrection of all of his created beings. Page 757. 6. First, I charge thee that whoso saith, God, God, calleth in vain. 7. I am not come to establish, but to abolish all gods and lords and saviors amongst mortals. 8. For what is past, is past. 9. But whosoever, henceforth, heareth my word and the decree of my commandment, and continueth to make an idol of any name, save the Great Spirit, blasphemeth against his Creator. 10. But whoso crieth out in fullness of heart, saying, God, God, meaning thereby the ever-present, the Creator, is not a blasphemer before me. 11. And whoso saith, Ormazd, Ormazd, meaning thereby the ever-present, the Creator, is not a blasphemer before me. 12. And whoso calleth any name in any language that signifieth the ever-present, the Creator, is not a blasphemer before me. 13. And whoso saith, Brahma, Brahma, signifying a god in figure and shape of a man, sitting on a throne in heaven, is a blasphemer against Jehovih, the ever-present, the Creator. 14. And whoso saith, Buddha, Buddha, signifying a god in figure and shape of a man, sitting on a throne in heaven, is a blasphemer against Jehovih, the ever-present, the Creator. 15. And whoso saith, Christ, Christ, signifying a god in the figure and shape of a man, sitting on a throne in heaven, is a blasphemer against Jehovih, the Creator, the all-person. 16. And whoso calleth on the name of any other man or angel, worshipping such as a god, is an idolater in my sight. 17. nor do I judge them less idolatrous than though they worshipped stone idols or graven images. 18. And whosoever saith, Deity, Deity, and Divinity, Divinity, and divine law and natural law, are adjudged in darkness. 19. For I proclaim my heavens open, and the way of understanding clear. 20. Jehovah is ever present, and doeth by virtue of his presence, and not by any law. 21. And whoso saith that which will lead men to believe he is not present, or that he hath gone away, leaving certain laws after him in his stead, the same is adjudged a blasphemer against Jehovah. 22. And whoso saith, Call thou on this Saviour, or call thou on that Saviour, and thy sins shall be forgiven thee. And, in the hour of thy death, because thou hast so called on him, thou shalt ascend into a heavenly paradise, the same is a falsifier of my kingdoms and a blasphemer against Jehovah. 23. And whoso saith, Come thou before the church, and before the priest, and make prayers and confessions, and thou shalt be absolved and forgiven thy sins, the same are falsifiers of my kingdoms and blasphemers against Jehovah, the Creator. 24. Nor have I provided resurrection in this world, nor in my heavens above, save by good works done unto others, and this is serving Jehovah, the All-Person. And not because of any worship or confessions done before any of the idols on earth or in heaven. 25. Nor is there any redemptions in heaven to the Brahmins, nor to the Buddhists, nor to the Christians, because of their prayers and confessions. 26. But wherein good works have resulted in affiliation, and in lifting the people up out of misery and crime, the same is adjudged as worship of the Great Spirit, Jehovah. 27. Wherein the Brahmins have suffered a people to fall from knowledge into ignorance, or from virtue into vice, my judgment is against them. 28. Wherein the Buddhists have suffered a people to fall from knowledge into ignorance, or from virtue into vice, my judgment is against them. 29. Wherein the Kayuans have suffered a people to fall from knowledge into ignorance, or from virtue into vice, my judgment is against them. 30. Wherein the Christians have suffered a people to fall from knowledge into ignorance, or from virtue into vice, my judgment is against them. 31. Wherein the Mohammedans have suffered a people to fall from knowledge into ignorance, or from virtue into vice, my judgment is against them. 32. Where beggary and vagrancy and all manner of darkness have increased in any of the cities or countries of any of these idolaters, my judgment is against them. 33. They shall not excuse themselves, nor escape my judgment, by saying, O the true Brahmin, or the true Buddhist, or the true Mohammedan hath not fallen. These, that fell, were such as embraced not our doctrine in fullness of heart. 34. Because my judgment is also against impotency. They have tried their respective religions hundreds of years. And they have not raised up one city of righteous people. Page 758. 35. Wherefore, I have come to put these doctrines away, and give them that which shall prove itself potent in all the world. 36. That, which I proclaim, shall be proclaimed by the angels of the second resurrection, unto all nations and peoples. 37. My light is not to one people only, save to the righteous, who serve the Creator by doing good unto all men. In my sight, the nations of the divisions of the earth are as one people only, brothers and sisters. 38. I take from all of them their idols, their gods, but I give them a greater, even the Creator. 39. I say to them, I suffered my children to have idols, but now, that ye are men, put away your idols, and accept Jehovah, who is the Creator of all. 40. Nor shall any man more say, I worship the Brahmin principle, or the Buddhist principle, or the Kayuan principle, or the Christian principle, or the Mohammedan principle. For all of these have proved themselves to result in war and destruction. 41. None of them have faith in Jehovah, but faith in their armies of soldiers, and in their weapons of death. 42. But I give unto all people one principle only, which is to serve Jehovah. This is broad enough for the redemption and resurrection of all men. And I will have none other. 43. Seek, thou, O man, to believe in the All-Person, who is ever present, whose eye is upon thee, whose ear heareth thee. For he is the All-One, who is the password to the highest of heavens. 44. And thou mayest call on thy idol at the gates of my heavens, but the gates shall not be opened unto thee. For I will have no quarrel in my exalted kingdoms in heaven as to gods and lords and saviors. 45. Till thou art washed clean of them, coming in spotless white, a servant of the Most High, thou canst not withstand the light of my kingdoms in heaven. 46. But thou shalt return in spirit to the earth, and abide in the church and temple of thy chosen God, wandering about, in stubbornness of heart, a prey to drudges and vampires and other angels of darkness. 47. Have faith, O man, in him, who created thee alive, about him there can be no mistake. Glorify him by righteous works, having faith, that even as he brought thee into life, so will he provide unto thee, according to thy just deserts. Chapter 4. The numbers of the judgment, in the words of God. 1. Hear the words of thy God, O man, I am thy elder brother, the captain of heaven and earth. 2. Wherefore, declare I unto thee in this day, the same shall be testified to by millions of angels unto mortals ere one generation pass away. 3. Of Brahman angels in the lowest of heavens, as wanderers on the earth, there are this day more than 4,000 millions. 4. Of Buddhist angels in the lowest of heavens, as wanderers on the earth, there are this day more than 7,000 millions. 5. Of Kayuan angels in the lowest heavens, as wanderers on the earth, there are this day more than 1,000 millions. 6. Of Christian angels in the lowest heavens, as wanderers on the earth, there are this day more than 3,000 millions. 7. Of Mohammedan angels in the lowest heavens, as wanderers on the earth, there are this day more than 2,000 millions. 8. Of Jewish angels in the lowest heavens, as wanderers on the earth, there are this day more than 30 millions. 9. And of other angels, idolatrous and otherwise, even on the earth, more than 12,000 millions. 10. And of all these angels not one is above grade 5, in the first resurrection. 11. But of such as are below grade 1, there are more than 6,000 millions, which compreheth such angels as know nothing more than babes, though, for the most part, they were full-grown adults as to earth life. Some are fetals, some engrafters, professional reincarnators, who dwell with one mortal during his lifetime, and then engraft themselves on another mortal during his lifetime, and so on, calling themselves reincarnated, and, in fact, knowing no other heavens, being disbelievers in the All-Person and in my exalted kingdoms. 12. Such as are below grade 1, I have classed this day as drudges, because they have not left the earth and entered the first resurrection. 13. They inhabit mostly the oldest cities, and places of filth and indecency. Nevertheless, they also inhabit the palaces of kings and queens and emperors and popes and priests and rich men. 14. Of grade 1, there are hundreds of millions of angels strolling about p. 759 on the earth, crying out, I want to go to Brahma, I want to go to Buddha, I want to go to Jesus, I want to go to Christ. 15. And I send my hosts of high-raised angels to them, saying, Come ye to the kingdoms of Jehovih, and be clothed and fed, and learn to clothe and feed others, for this is the way of resurrection. 16. But they will not believe, but turn away in stubbornness of heart, even as ye of the earth, saying, Nay, I will rise only by prayers and confessions. I want to be changed in a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, and rise and sit on the right hand of God. 17. And there are hundreds of millions who, being dead, know not anything. But, through belief in a judgment day, went to sleep, and are waiting for the trumpet of Gabriel to call them forth. 18. And I send my exalted ones to them to awake them up, and call them up. But they are drunk with their faith, and they relapse again and again, for years and years, for hundreds of years. 19. Fulfilling Jehovah's mandate, that whatsoever is bound on earth shall be bound in heaven. 20. And, even as one drunken man on earth enticeth another to drunkenness, so are there hundreds of millions of idolatrous angels, who return to mortals and persuade them to their same doctrines and to their same debaucheries. 21. Hear the words of thy God, O man, and be wise in thy judgment. He who created thee alive, gave to thee of his own being. Be thou steadfast unto him, and thou shalt not err, but eliminate thyself from the chance of error. 22. He alone is unmistakably thy sure foundation, in whom thou shalt not be tripped up. 23. Sufficient unto thee and thy resurrection is thy Creator. Wherefore, in thy soul thou shalt abjure all gods and lords and saviors. 24. Neither shalt thou try to exalt his name by adding thereunto any name in the shape and figure of man, nor by any one of woman born. 25. Seek thou to attain to his voice in all things, and to obey him for righteousness' sake. Be not stubborn in thy conceit. 26. In thy singleness of purpose thou shalt be ministered unto by the spirits of the first resurrection. But, as thou unitest thyself in a brotherhood on earth, in the name of Jehovih, so shalt thou be ministered unto by the light of my second resurrection. 27. But it hath been proved, and it shall be proved again, that all brotherhoods on earth founded on any of the idols in heaven, shall not stand. 28. Because, there is no second resurrection to minister unto them. 29. And all societies and constitutions and bylaws founded by men, not capable of the second resurrection, shall fail. 30. But whosoever establisheth, in the second resurrection, which is the abnegation of self to serve Jehovih, shall not fail. Chapter 5. Of the Jews. 1. Hear the words of thy God, O Israel. Shut not thyself up against the wisdom of thy elder brother, God of heaven and earth. 2. Nor magnify thou the ancient days above the present. Nor feign and say, thy God is gone away to come no more forever. 3. Behold, thou hast gone forth as a little man to battle against a giant. With thy sling thou hast smitten him with thy one stone, Jehovih. 4. Thou was encompassed on all sides by a multiplicity of gods, one by one, thou hast overcome them, and cast them out. 5. The giant of the great beast, the false gods, lieth dead and cold at thy feet. 6. The nations of the earth cry out, there is but one great Spirit, Jehovih. 7. And I declare unto thee, O Israel, the voice of the I Am is not gone from the earth. 8. Through the seed of the Faithists have I held up the Father's kingdom. By the voice of my beloved founded him in all the nations of the earth. 9. Thy enemy exulted, saying, Behold, they are a scattered people. 10. But thy God profited in thy footsteps, and in the words of thy mouth, there is but one great Spirit, Jehovih. 11. And I have provided unto thee, after the manner of thy forefathers, a place to inhabit, where thou shalt not longer pay tribute to the gods of the idolaters. 12. Come thou out of the darkness of despotism, and inherit the wilderness of this land. And they shall bloom as a new paradise before thy hand. 13. But, because thou hast accomplished the one ever-present, behold, thou shalt no longer be an exclusive people, but shalt suffer thy sons and 760 daughters to commingle with the Faithists of all the races and tribes of men. 14. And thou shalt forsake the ways of the world, and go, and live after the manner of thy forefathers, in colonies, without kings or rulers. Serving none, but Jehovih. 15. And thy people shall hold all things in common, being neither rich nor poor, master nor servant. And thou shalt call out to the idolater, saying, Come into my house, and be one with me. Behold, there is but one Creator, thou art my brother. 16. And it shall come to pass unto thee, O Israel, the way of thy people shall be open, and they shall be delivered out of the bound kingdoms of the east. 17. Because, for 2,000 years, thou hast not gone forth with the sword to possess any new country, and establish thyself, thou art glorified before thy God. 18. Because of thy long suffering, thou shalt find peace through the light of my kingdoms. Behold, a new cycle is upon the earth, thy people shall find proof of these my words. 19. My angels will come into the houses of my people, and they shall talk with them, face to face. 20. Think not that this book is mine only revelation in this day, within thine house, O Israel, thou shalt prepare unto the voice of thy God. 21. For I will raise up many seers and prophets amongst thy people. And they shall testify as to my words, on all sides. 22. Judge thou not, O Israel, who are apostates before thy God. I say unto thee, he that forsaketh Jehovah and worshippeth mammon in the ways of the world, is an apostate in my sight. For, even though they maintain the rites and ceremonies, they have forsaken the spirit and truth of my commandments. 23. Whereas, many who have forsaken the rites and ceremonies in search of higher light, are more to the way of Jehovah. 24. Do they not, indeed, keep the rites and ceremonies, but drink to drunkenness, and eat to gluttony, feasting on flesh, wherefrom they have taken life? 25. And they engage in selling wine, and in dealing in stocks, after the manner of the idolater. Whilst thy forefathers were scrupulous to labor, and bring forth out of the earth, wherewith to feed and clothe man. 26. And they say, God prospered me. 27. Wherein they falsify me, and blaspheme Jehovah and his kingdoms. I say unto thee, they are prospered by Satan, and their prosperity is the wages of bondage in heaven. 28. And because of their wickedness, they have led my people to disbelieve in my justice and the plans of my kingdoms. 29. For which reason, more are they apostatized in my sight, than such as are good, who say, there is no God. 30. Throw open thy doors, O Israel, my angels stand at the threshold. These, my words, which I have told to thee beforehand, shall be corroborated by hundreds of thousands of witnesses from my heavens. 31. Seek for the resurrection of thy soul, O Israel, that Jehovah may be glorified in thee, forever and ever. Chapter 6. Of Resurrection. In the words of God. 1. Whether on earth or in heaven, the same rules apply unto both. 2. He that serveth himself one half, and serveth others one half, shall stand grade 50. 3. He that serveth himself 3/4, and others 1/4, shall stand grade 25. 4. He that serveth himself 1/4, and others 3/4, shall stand grade 75. 5. He that serveth himself only, shall stand grade 1. 6. He that serveth others wholly, shall stand grade 99. 7. And whoso serveth accordingly, himself or others, shall stand in grade even as his works manifest. 8. To serve oneself is to work for oneself, to strive for oneself, to think of one's own self, as to what will profit one's own self only. 9. To serve others, is to do good unto others, to help them, to teach them, to give them joy and comfort. This is the service of Jehovah. 10. But there are some who are below the grades, who seek to do evil, who seek to make others unhappy, who delight in crime and pollution. These, if mortal, shall be called druks, and if spirits, shall be called drudges. 11. After such manner, in general, are the grades of my heavens of the earth, atmospheria. 12. Grade 1 is on the earth. Grade 50, midway betwixt the earth and the emancipated heavens, etheria. 13. Grade 25 is 1/4 way up from the earth, toward page 761 etheria, but grade 75 is 3/4 way upward, toward etheria. And so on, relatively, grade and place of ascent intermediately. 14. But grade 99 is the highest atmospherian grade, preparatory to entrance into the company of the all-pure in spirit. 15. But good works alone are not sufficient to attain the highest grades, for they require knowledge and capacity to unfold others. 16. To accomplish which, those of the higher grades shall oft return to the lower, and learn to lift them up. For this is that which calleth the Ethereans in the times of resurrections. 17. Wherein the righteous, who are yet mortal, begin at once lifting up their fellows. 18. Which labor is to the spirit as exercise is to the mortal body, that which giveth strength. 19. Judge, then, thyself, O man of the earth, as to the place thy spirit will rise in the time of thy death. Chapter 7. 1. A man may be wise as to books and philosophy and mathematics and poetry and great learning, and yet be low in grade as to spirit. 2. A man may know little of all such knowledge, and may be poor withal, but by hardship and experience, developed in sympathy and good works done unto others, and be high in grade as to spirit. 3. So also may it be with spirits that manifest through you as great orators, who stand even in the lowest grade in heaven. 4. Let not thyself deceive thyself, O man, as to thy knowledge, or thy speech or professions. 5. Thou hast the scales in thine own hands, and shall, soon or late, weigh thyself justly, and take thy place, even as thou hast prepared thyself. 6. Nor flatter thyself that thou canst cheat heaven, or change the ways thereof. 7. Nor hide thyself behind doctrines, or behind the promises of gods or saviors. 8. Old things are done away, and none of these things shall avail thee on earth or in heaven. 9. Be thou king or queen or judge or servant, the same judgment shall stand upon all. 10. When the garment is gone, and the diadem and riches and the flesh withal, consider thou the grade of thy spirit and the bondage upon thee. 11. Thou shalt take that for which thou hast fitted thyself, according to what thou hast done. Chapter 8. 1. Hear my words, O man, and be considerate of the justice of thy Creator. 2. These are my exhibits which I place before thee, that thou shalt not err. 3. And thou be a rich man, and adorn a city by donating unto it a park, with statuary and pleasure walks, hoping to glorify thyself thereby, and be praised by men, therein thyself burieth thyself in the first resurrection. And the act lowereth thy grade instead of raising it. 4. For in whatsoever thou givest, thou shalt consider, first, the lowest of the low, whether they have bread to eat, and a place to sleep, and the sick, whether they have attendance and good provision. 5. And thou be a rich man and contribute a house for the orphans or for the helpless and aged who cannot help themselves, it riseth thee in grade. 6. But so far as thou doest this for the applause of men, thou detracteth from the rate of thy beneficence. 7. Neither doth such a good work help thee more than the poor man helpeth his own grade by assisting one poor orphan. 8. For thy resurrection dependeth not on the quantity thou givest, but as to whether thou givest according to what thou hast. Of which matter thou shalt judge thyself. 9. For he who giveth a penny may be raised up more by so doing, than he that giveth 10 times 10,000. 10. A certain rich man, being converted from the desires of earth, went about casting his money freely in the streets, and in giving to whosoever asked him therefor. 11. And some gathered it up, and fed and clothed themselves. Others took of it, and went and got drunk, and became worse than before. 12. The measure of righteousness of that man's behavior was not in giving what he had to the poor, but in the good and evil that came of it, being weighed, as to which outbalanced the other. 13. And where he lowered the grade of them that received this money, or where he lowered a greater number page 762 than he raised, there his act of casting the money away was a judgment against him. 14. He who giveth, saying, Here, thou beggar, doeth a good corporeal act, but an evil spiritual act. He lifteth up with one hand, but knocketh down wide the other. Such an act detracteth from the grade of that man. 15. A certain rich man, being converted to do good works, went and built a score of soup houses to feed the poor gratuitously. 16. And all the poor people of that town went therein and were fed. But the next year, behold, there were twice as many poor. And the rich man built another score of soup houses, and they were all fed. 17. But the next year, there were still twice as many poor people to feed, but the rich man had exhausted his means, and could feed none at all. 18. Judgment is therefore rendered against that man for his supposed beneficence. 19. For, whilst he did a little corporeal good, he did a great spiritual wrong, because he lowered the grade of manhood and womanhood in those that he fed. His benevolence promoted dependence. 20. A rich man founded a place of labor for the poor, who had nothing to eat and nowhere to sleep. And he said unto them. 21. The Creator hath given you hands to work with, come ye, be men and women. 22. And they went and worked and earned their living. 23. Judgment is rendered in favor of that man, for he raised the spiritual grade of the poor. This is a beneficence that extendeth into heaven. 24. Let thy charity be to the sick and helpless, but be thou wise in directing the able-bodied to help themselves. 25. For all charity tendeth to lower the self-respect of the receiver, and casteth him lower in the grades in heaven. 26. Certain ones depend on alms, not having either sickness nor yet strong bodies. Nevertheless, were they aroused, they could support themselves. 27. When thou givest them regularly, they depend on thee. These become beggars in the lowest grades in heaven. 28. That which thou givest them accounteth against thine own grade. Better is it for thee and for them, that thou arouse them from their degradation. 29. To do this tenderly and mercifully, is a great virtue, to do it cruelly, is a great crime. 30. Consider not so much what thou shalt do to raise thine own grade, but what thou canst do to raise the grade of those within thy reach. 31. Remember, all men and women are thy brothers and sisters, and thou shalt labor to make them make themselves a glory unto the Creator. Chapter 9. 1. Remember thy Creator and the magnitude of his creations. Before him thou art but an atom, and is only one small creature. 2. Nevertheless, a multitude of people make a nation, with cities and hamlets. 3. These are also graded by thy God, according to the ascendancy or the declension of the whole. 4. If a city, then the grades of all the people shall be summed together in a scale of 100. 5. And if a nation, then the grades of the cities and hamlets and of people of isolation, shall be summed together in a scale of 100. 6. And if half the people are above grade 50, and half below 50, the grade of that people shall be 50. 7. If 1/4 only, then the grade of that people shall be 25. 8. On the basis of individual grades shall be the grades of a city and of a nation. 9. And the behavior of a city or a nation shall be graded in the same way, after the manner of an individual. 10. A certain nation built almshouses and asylums sufficient for the needy, and, by its tyranny, made an equal number of needy ones. That nation raised not its grade for the good it had done. 11. Another nation built no almshouses, but, by its wholesome laws, there were none needed. That nation raised its grade manyfold. 12. And yet another nation maintained a standing army, in order to maintain itself. That nation stood in grade 1 only. 13. The place of this last nation, in entrance into the ES world, shall be grade 1, which is the animal region, which is on the earth. 14. Whoso dwelleth in such a land, though he have a good individual grade, shall suffer deduction in the ratio of the grades of different nations of the earth. 15. But whoso dwelleth in a nation, high in grade, shall be ascended in his own individual grade. Page 763. 16. As these grades are on earth, so have I made them in the heavens thereof. In all cases depending on what one doeth for the resurrection of others. 17. If a city, or nation, or a kingdom in heaven do unto others in resurrection, then shall that nation be graded accordingly. 18. But, if there be no gain in the good than any of these do, they shall receive no grade. 19. But, if they increase in raising individual grade, then are such cities and nations rising in grade. 20. Consider thy nation, O man, one generation with another, and as the relative proportion of individual grades rise or fall, so shalt thou determine whether thy nation is ascending or falling in grade. Number its paupers and criminals as to increase or decrease. 21. Consider not its wealth, nor its ships, nor its armies, nor its great buildings. These altogether are only one grade, and are of no value as to the spiritual grade of its people. 22. For the strength and life of thy nation depend on its spiritual grade. Pursue this, and thou shalt prophesy truly as to the growth or the downfall of a nation. 23. Pursue this also with regard to the nations of the earth, and thou shalt determine the relative place of thine own nation in the world. Chapter 10. 1. Teach you art remembered, O man, by thy God, and admonished and instructed for thy soul's sake that thou mayest become a glory to thy Creator and to thyself. 2. Hear then, thy responsibility and the extent thereof, and consider the magnitude of thine own grade on earth and in heaven. 3. Which is in proportion to the power and the distance of thy reach. Which I have also graded unto all men on earth and in heaven. 4. If thy Creator give thee strength to carry 4 men on thy back, and thou wilt carry but 1, thou shalt be 1/4 grade. But, if thou carriest the whole 4, thou shalt be full grade. 5. One man hath wherewithal to feed 1 man, another hath sufficient for 1,000, and another for 100,000. These are the distances of the reach and power of these men, which is the extent beyond which nothing more can be exacted of them, on earth or in heaven. 6. Yet, when they have all fulfilled these to the utmost, they shall be therein only equal in grade. 7. But, if they fail in their parts, the responsibility of one shall be 100,000. And another shall be 10,000, and the least shall be only 1. These are the debts men owe the people of the nation, the city and the hamlet. 8. Consider, therefore, the darkness of the people of thy nation, the poverty and the crime. And judge thyself as to thine own responsibility. 9. And this rule shall apply both, on earth and in heaven. And thy grade of responsibility in heaven shall begin even in the same place thou established it on the earth. Wherein thou wert short, thou shalt labor, wherein thou didst fulfill, thou shalt rejoice, and be without compunctions. 10. Also shall this rule be with the king and queen and emperor, and all rulers who have means and power. And the responsibility shall extend to all the people of the kingdom or empire. 11. Nor shall this responsibility be escaped by death, but the bondage in heaven shall be according to the avoidance of the trust imposed. 12. Consider, then, what thou shalt be encumbered with in the world. 13. Pursue this philosophy, and thou shalt determine what shall be the labor of the king and the queen and the great ruler, after they have died, and entered the world. 14. Find the grade of their respective dominions, and thou shalt determine, by the ascension thereof, the duration of their bondage in the first resurrection, whether it be 50 years or 500 years. 15. But if such emperor's dominions be in declension instead of resurrection, then, on his entrance into heaven, he shall be at the mercy of the spirits of his kingdom, who shall be in wait for him, and he shall not escape them. 16. Some other heavenly kingdom shall deliver them, otherwise, they fall into anarchy and madness, hell. Chapter 11. 1. Remember thy Creator and the comprehension of his kingdoms, and be considerate of the words of thy God. Page 764. 2. All men profess to desire resurrection, they hope to ascend to exalted heavenly spheres. 3. Yet, many will not even try to exalt themselves. 4. He saith in one breath, to not eat the flesh of anything created alive, is the highest. 5. But, straightway, he filleth his belly with flesh. 6. He saith, to return good for evil is the highest. 7. But he doeth evil even before the sound of his voice is hushed. 8. And yet, he will find fault with his Creator, if holy angels promise him not a high seat in heaven. 9. And there are others who constantly profess to have the higher light. But they go about tattling, and making evil remarks of their neighbors. 10. Yet, many of these do good unto others, giving to the helpless, verily are they both rising and falling, in regard to the resurrection. 11. The measure of the grade of such shall be by weighing the whole behavior as to its result in the community where he abideth. And this rule shall apply, both on earth and in heaven, to all such people. 12. There are men who do great good unto others, and are talented withal, but who are great liars, and much prone to exaggeration. So, that their good works are outbalanced by the shame of their tongues. 13. The grade of resurrection of such shall not be modified or benefited but little by their good works. But they shall be weighed as to such evil habit, whether it be increasing or decreasing. And the grade of such man shall be accordingly, and shall come under the rank of spiritual disease. Because it will be entailed upon them into the world, and shut them out from the grade which they manifested. 14. When thou searchest for the grade of a city, therefore, all such persons shall stand as grade 1. 15. There be some who say, I care not for the spiritual man nor the worlds. One world at a time is sufficient for me. 16. And they may be good as to the way of the city, contributing alms to the helpless, and visiting the sick. Nevertheless, they utter truthfully their own resurrection, which shall stand grade 1. 17. There is no crime in them, but a misfortunate imbecility of spirit. When such persons die, their knowledge, for the most part, dieth with them. And they enter the world even as if they had died in infancy. 18. They shall stand grade 1, because owing to their weakness of spirit, they must need be inhabited on the earth for many years. 19. There be others, who are forever talking of heaven, and consulting the spirits of the dead, who are, nevertheless, low as to good works, and low in holiness of heart. These shall be graded the same as liars and hypocrites. 20. For in prophecy, thou shalt estimate the sum of all the virtues and vices of thyself, and of thy neighbor, and of the whole city, or state, or even the world. And accredit the grade in ascension or declension, and thou shalt compare one generation with another, as to the increase or decrease of its spirituality. 21. And thou shalt know of a truth the standing of the whole world. 22. And from this, thou shalt also determine the time, when man came on the earth, how long the race will survive and bring forth, and the time he shall become extinct as to the earth. Chapter 12. 1. O man, remember thy Creator and praise him. In this, thou art graded by thy God. 2. Who see not him, are weak in spirit, who see him in all things, and hear his voice in the leaves, and in every herb, are strong in spirit. 3. These are the grades of the resurrection of the souls of men. 4. For what is the earth but a foaling nest, and the possessions of the earth but chains of bondage? 5. My heavens rest upon the earth, the place of the Esyen is in my keeping. And the places of the grades of my heavens have I adjusted, according to the inhabitants thereof. 6. I people the heavens of the earth with the spirits of the dead, according to their grade in their corporeal lives, so do I arrange them. 7. To provide them unto everlasting resurrection, and make them to rejoice in their being. These are the labors of thy God. 8. For the beasts of the field and the birds and fowls of the air, and for many animals that are companions to man, made I a place in heaven, where their spirits should survive for a season. 9. And this animal heaven I graded, 1, in the order of my heavens. Page 765. 10. For I saw that man on the earth had delight in them, and I provided unto him for his Esyen period, that he might rejoice in remembrance of finding his loves. 11. And I made the animal heaven to rest on the face of the lands of the earth even the same as the place of the Esyen in grade 1. 12. Remember, O man, thy Creator gave to every animal a season on the earth. But he limited them to a time to become extinct. Even so, and of like duration made I a heavenly period for the spirits of animals companionable to man. 13. But for man I provided heavens above, where he should rise as to place, even as he riseth, as to goodness and knowledge. 14. Magnify thy perception, O man, that thou mayst comprehend the kingdoms of thy God. Behold the example thy Creator sat before thee in the fashion of the earth. 15. In large bodies, he placed the lands, in large bodies, he placed the oceans. Not in little hillocks of land and little puddles of water. 16. Even larger than these are the divisions, plateaus, of the heavens of thy God, the heavens of the earth are separated by atmospherian oceans. 17. I fill not the air of the firmament with angels scattered about. But I give unto them regions habitable and homelike. And I grade them suitable to the resurrection of the spirits of the dead. 18. Consider the work of thy Creator, and the knowledge and symbols he placeth before thee. Thou holdest up a lump of salt, and it is solid and of dimensions, but cast it into water, and it is seen not, but dissolved and lost as to thy perception. 19. And thou beholdest the earth, which hath dimensions also, but the ethe, thou sayest not. As water is to salt the solvent, so is ethe to corporeal things the solvent. By slow velocity holdeth the solid earth its form, yet, in ethe, external to the body of the earth, the swift velocity of corpor is magnified into dissolution. By vortices in ethe are these things accomplished. 20. In the atmosphere of the earth, there is sufficient corpor to make many worlds like this habitable earth. And this corpor, which is in solution, as to a mortal's eyes, floateth in the firmament of the earth, in continents wide as the earth, and deep as the earth, and there are thousands of them. 21. And yet, O man, these are but the atmospherian heavens. These are the dominions given into the keeping of thy God. These are my kingdoms and my heavens for a season. 22. As thou, O man of the earth, sailiest thy ships abroad over the ocean, and coming to a new land, going ashore, dost settle thy people thereon, and it becometh a new kingdom, even so doth thy God in the heavens of the earth. In the plateaus of this vortex. 23. Remember the magnitude of thy Creator's works and the symbols he sat before thee, where the clouds float high, it raineth not, where they drag on the face of the earth, it raineth daily. 24. Consider the habitations of the resurrections of the dead which are in the keeping of thy God. 25. Even as to the square of the distance away from the earth, so are the grades of my resurrections. 26. According to the exaltation of man's soul, so shall he inhabit the places I have made. 27. According to his own soul's growth and development, so shall he ascend in my kingdoms, outward away from the earth, grade unto grade adapted I them. Chapter 13. 1. O man, to know the creations of thy Creator, and the things he hath placed in thy reach. 2. To apply thy knowledge and understand with reverence the work of his hand. 3. How considerate of thy little wisdom, and thy love of liberty, which he gave unto thee. For, even before he had perfected thee, he called out unto thee to behold his creations. And thou tarriedst not to learn, but ran away, half completed, to vent the exuberance of thy soul, which he gave unto thee. 5. Behold me, thy God, I am thy elder brother which he sent after thee. Come thou, and learn wisdom of thy God. 6. Thou tarriest in the grade, thou art not aroused to know thy Creator. Thou turnest thy back to me, and sayest, Behold, there is no God. 7. I beseech thee, turn about, and hear the wisdom of my words, I will teach thee to know thy Creator. To hear his voice, and to see his hand. 8. And thou shalt rejoice in thy life, and teach thy brethren to rejoice also. Page 766. 9. Thou hast a corporeal body and a spiritual body, hear me, and I will open thy understanding. 10. Thy spirit hath eyes and ears and judgment. Nevertheless, the beginning of thy two parts was, at the same time, quickened into a one person, because of the presence of thy Creator. 11. O man of the earth, would that thy spirit and thy corpor stood even in wisdom and power all the days of thy life. 12. But thou art so delighted in the earth, thou hast left thy spirit unfed. And it standeth within thee, as a spear of grass covered with a stone. 13. And thou sayest not spiritual things, nor hearest the unseen. For a stone leath upon thy soul. 14. Yet, thou hast great learning as to corporeal knowledge. And great vigor as to corporeal judgment. 15. And thou ratest thy neighbor a fool, because, forsooth, in contradistinction to thee, he heareth and seeth spiritually. 16. And thy God weepeth for thee. Because, in the time of thy death, thou shalt stand in heaven in grade 1, even as the spirits of the beasts of the field. 17. Thy present knowledge shall be void, and thy vigor, only as a newborn child. And my angels who are wise and strong shall take thee about, in Hada, the heavenly plateaus that rest on the earth, and divert thee with things proximating betwixt the two worlds. That thou mayest be made to comprehend thyself and thy Creator's work. 18. As thy corpor was fed on corporeal substances, so, then, shall thy young spirit be fed on atmospherian substances, which thy guardians shall provide unto thee. 19. Consider the wisdom of thy Creator, who sent me to fetch thee into places of delight. 20. Oh, that I could take thee to the highest heavenly places! That thou couldst stand before me, and talk face to face. 21. But even as a newborn child is unsuited to feed on corn and nuts, thy spirit is as a starveling in high heaven. And I take thee to the nurseries where I have provided for thee according to thy weakness. 22. Thy mother was provided unto thee before thou wert born, and my heavens arranged before thy spirit entered therein. Thou shapedst not thyself in thy mother's womb, and, behold the perfection of thine every part. 23. Trust thou in thy Creator, but seek thou also to go with him, and thou shalt attain easily to the highest mountains he created for thy glory. 24. Oh, that thou hadst not contaminated thy corporeal part by the flesh of the beast and the meat of his living creatures. This is as one of the stones that covereth up thy soul, and blockadeth thy way to the upper grades. 25. Thy young spirit must remain within the atmosphere of the animal creation for a long season, like unto like, hast thou fashioned thy spirit to the flesh of thy body. 26. According to the atmosphere of things, as to the purity and sweetness, behold, thy Creator hath fashioned them in relative ascent above the earth. That which stinketh, resteth on the earth, that which is pure, is upward and high. 27. Consider the place of the hells of the spirits of the dead, and the weapons of warfare in their hands. As the corporean is to corpor, so is the spirit as to the atmosphere of the earth. 28. O man of the earth, consider what thou puttiest into thy mouth, for the atmosphere thereof is the food of thy spirit. And the habit thereof will be entailed on thy spirit for a long season after thy mortal death. 29. If thou hast been a gross feeder on flesh, thy spirit will seek to linger in the atmosphere of gross feeders still dwelling on the earth. The slaughterhouse and the cookhouse and the eating-house shall be the places of thy spirit's resort. 30. And thy spirit shall feed therein and thereon, and thy companions shall be millions and millions of drudges, like vultures that flock to a dead carcass, and thou cannot away, like a lodestone, are these haunts to the spirits of darkness. 31. O man, I have heard thee, in thy fullness, say, I must have my flesh food, I must have my wine and beer and tobacco and opium. 32. I say unto thee, if thou hast not strength in this day, neither shalt thou have strength tomorrow. What strength shalt thou gain by the loss of thy corporeal body? 33. Consider thy corporeal body as a ship, in which thy spirit is sailing across a wide sea of water. Better that thy spirit learn to acquire strength whilst it hath a corporeal body to ride in. After death, it floateth in the direction thou hast shaped it. Neither hast thou power to go against the current. 34. Remember, O man, these are the 767 lessons of thy Creator, which he gave unto thee, to learn to master the elements of thy surrounding. 35. Stretch forth thy hand unto thy Creator, and swear thou unto him, thou wilt conquer every passion that is unclean, and every habit not conducive to the purity of the growth of thy spirit. 36. This is the beginning of thy resurrection. And thou shalt be thine own judge and master. 37. Neither shalt thou call out, God, God, exalt my soul. Or, O Lord, save me and raise me up, until thou hast first begun to do something for thyself. 38. Oh, that thou knew where the virtue of prayer beginneth. And that he that practiseth the all-highest he knoweth, hath the ear and the hand of his God. Wherein the prayers of the righteous accomplish, whilst the prayer of the ungodlike is void as the wind. 39. Certain men were down in a deep well, and they laid flat down on their bellies, and prayed to be taken up, yet, they would not even raise their eyes to look upward. And others, at the top of the well, let down ropes, and they called down to them beneath to look up, and catch the ropes, but they would not. And, in course of time, they at the bottom said, Alas! Our prayers are not answered. 40. O man, that thou wouldst put thyself in the way of thy God. To put away the uncleanness of the body first, and the uncleanness of thy spirit afterward. 41. To seek for things that are pure and good, instead of criticisms and philosophies, that rise up out of thy contaminated flesh house. 42. Whoso desireth resurrection, let him begin to resurrect himself. 43. Make not thy confessions, which are betwixt thee and thy Creator, before men, but covenant thou with him, within thine own soul, saying nothing of this for the laudation of men. 44. Thy spirit is as a seed of a beautiful tree, which thy Creator planted, give thou it good light and a clean soil, that the blossoms and the fruit thereon may glorify thy Creator and thee. 45. Such is the resurrection of the spirit of men. Wait not for a Saviour to save thee, nor depend thou on words or prayers, nor on hearkening to good sermons, flattering thyself, thou hast done well, but begin to save thyself. 46. By purifying thy flesh, by purifying thy thoughts, and by the practice of good works done unto others, with all thy wisdom, love and strength. 47. For through these only is there any resurrection for thee, either in this world or the next. Chapter 14. 1. Of the foundations of the resurrections of thy God, there are two kinds, one, which dealeth with those already born, and the other, with such as are not yet born. 2. For, after thou hast purified thyself as to flesh and spirit, two conditions are open to thee, celibacy and marriage. 3. To such as are by nature inclined to celibacy, let them rejoice. For, in not having offspring, they shall have less bondage after death to remain in the lower heavens, and to return to the earth, to their kindred. 4. It is a great glory for them to make themselves brides and bridegrooms to the Great Spirit, to be his for righteousness' sake. 5. But, as to thee, who desireth marriage, pursue thou the same course as to purity and holiness of person, as to thine own resurrection. 6. For, in this, thou shalt be graded also, according to what thou dost. 7. The delight of thy God, who hath dominion over both, the earth and her heavens, is to witness the birth as such as come from the pure in flesh and pure in spirit. 8. In likeness of the father and mother are all children born into the world. And every child is a new creation, quickened into life by the presence of the Creator, who is the all-life. 9. If thou art pure in flesh, thy child shall be pure, and, if thou art pure in spirit, thy child shall be pure in spirit. 10. If thou art a flesh-eater, a drinker of strong drink, and a user of narcotics, thy child shall come forth with thy contaminations upon it. 11. Consider, then, what thy grade shall be, which shall be according to thy heirs, as to their grade in the place where they are born. As to whether thou encumberest the world with progeny lower in grade, or liftest up the world by progeny of an exalted grade. 12. Be wise as to the selection of thy partner, as to purity and righteousness. But be not deceived by such as eat not flesh merely, for the purification of the corporeal body is but page 768 half the matter. Look for one who is pure in spirit. 13. Whoso is pure in flesh and in spirit shall bring forth heirs unto resurrection, which shall be little or no bondage to the spirit, after death. 14. But, whoso marrieth for the earth only, shall bring forth heirs of bondage. And profligacy and debauchery and sin shall come upon the heirs of that marriage. 15. The spirits of such fathers and mothers shall fall in the grades in heaven, and long will be their bondage in Hada. 16. Flesh-eaters seek their partners according to the impulse of the flesh, as to the temptation thereof, or according to riches, or caste, all of which are earthly considerations and for themselves only, and in no regard as to what their heirs will be. 17. And their offspring come forth in darkness, they are void of suis, void of heavenly aspiration, and dumb as to the voice of the Creator. 18. They go about, saying, I see no all person. I hear not the unseen. Nay, I believe not that any man hath seen or heard him. 19. Herein was it revealed to thee of old, some are born of the beast, and some are born of the Spirit. Which I declare unto thee, O man, is the interpretation of all the poverty and crime and war and licentiousness there is in the world. 20. This is the fountainhead, which thy God would bring to the understanding of all people. But there are many, even hundreds of millions, that cannot be made to appreciate this. 21. Nevertheless, the kingdom of peace and righteousness shall not cover the earth over until this is understood by all men and women. 22. Whoso understandeth this, let him wed accordingly, and let such people be as societies to themselves. In this day, no mark of circumcision is required, but men and women shall converse on the ways of the Creator understandingly. 23. And, when thou hast children born unto thee, thou shalt more consider the place of thy habitation, as to temptation, than thy dominion over them. 24. To dwell in a city, which is full of iniquity, thou shalt be a tyrant over thy heirs, restraining them from liberty, in order to keep them from vice. 25. And in this, thou wilt be a sinner also. 26. But dwell thou in a place of purity, and give unto them liberty and nobleness. They shall not be thy slaves. 27. In this matter, thou takest upon thyself a new grade, according to thy heirs and thy godship over them. 28. Be cautious in thy proceedings. He, who created thee alive, gave thee no sinful desires. 29. Because thou art not yet a completed man, these things are. 30. Thou shalt find joy in thy talents, and profit in the wisdom of thy God. 31. To perfect thyself is a great glory, to raise up sons and daughters who are also perfect, is a tenfold greater glory. 32. For, it is the fullness of the life thy Creator gave into thy keeping, which is the glory of heaven and earth. Chapter 15. 1. Of the abundance of thy Creator's creations be thou appalled, O man. 2. Consider the inhabitants of the whole earth, and the number of 1,000 millions brought into life every 33 years. 3. Compute thou the number for 1,000 years, and for 10,000 years. 4. And, yet, the earth is not full. 5. And the heavens of the earth are yet even as if scarcely habited. Thousands of plateaus there are, with no angels to dwell thereon. 6. But to induce the spirits of the dead to rise up from the earth, this is the work and the glory of thy God. 7. To make them put away earthly desires, to become pure and wise and strong and adapted to the sublimated spheres, what an endless labor for thy God and his exalted angels. 8. As thou, O man of the earth, holdest to the desire for earthly things, thou entailest thyself in heaven, and canst not rise upward. Even so is it with the great harvest, the thousands of millions of angels born of the earth. 9. If thou stand a pyramid before thee, wide at the base, equal to the height, such is the manner of the proportions of the spirits of the dead on their entrance into the world. 10. Consider, then, O man, how sparse are the settlements in the upper kingdoms of the earth's heavens, compared to the numbers in the lowest grade. And remember thou, the percentage of inspiration that cometh to thee, from this grade, which is doubly degraded in the cities and great capitals. 11. Know thou, O man, that all cities built by men, soon or late, fall page 769 into destruction. Search into the generations, as to the grade of mortals, and thou hast a type of the spirits of that city, chiefly as to the lowest grades. But, remember, the highest grades of angels go away, whilst the lowest remain. As the spirits of one generation are to the form of a pyramid, so, not so will be the spirits of that city in the next generation. 12. But, in proportion to the increase of the mortal city, and in proportion to the raising up of the second, third, fourth and fifth grades, so will be the relative increase in the proportion of drudges that dwell in that city. 13. And, in time, all holiness passeth away therefrom, and, when thy God abandoneth that city for a day, taking hence his holy angels, the people fall into anarchy, or run with brands of fire, and burn down the city. 14. And the hundreds of millions of drudges lose their anchorage on the earth, and thy God and his exalted ones march them away. 15. Find thou the grade and the rate of declension of the mortals of a city, and, when the whole number, with the spirits therein, hath fallen to 1%, thou shalt prophesy the time of the fall of that city. 16. Be thou fearful of the abundance of drudges about thee, and search out thine own imperfections and uncleanness and thy passions, lest drudges fasten upon thee in a way thou knowest not of. 17. Call not upon the spirits of the dead to come to thee. But call thou on thy Creator for wisdom and light and truth and purity, and, if it will be well for thee, he will send unto thee such spirits as are best adapted to thee for thy resurrection. 18. Whoso consulteth the spirits as to earthly things, or profit, or great undertakings, or marriage, or war, or riches, is already in the hands of drudges. Woe be unto him in the hour of death. 19. When thou sittest in communion with angels, do so reverently to thy Creator, and the members of thy circle shall pray unto him, or sing songs of praise and glory unto him and his works. Nor shalt thou habit thyself to sit with such as do not this reverence to Jehovih. And, when the angels appear in converse with thee, remember thou that even the least of them hath passed the bars of death. 20. Be not long-faced or melancholy with doleful songs, but rather cheerful, like the birds that sing unto the Creator. And let thy speech be respectful, and relating to spiritual things. Learn thou from them of the places they inhabit in heaven, and the manner of their occupations. 21. And if thou inquire of them as to earthly things, let it be as to how thou mayst help the poor and distressed. 22. For, if the angel that talketh with thee be a druj only, thy discourse shall, in this way, awake him to see his own shortness. 23. And if they be high-raised angels, they shall understand the working of thy soul, and they will provide unto thee for thy everlasting exaltation. 24. Be upright before thy Creator and thy God, who know thy weakness. Emulate them in all thy doings, for this is the way of resurrection, worlds without end. Chapter 16. 1. O man, weigh the words of thy God, thy elder brother, of tens of thousands of years' experience. 2. Wherein thy soul perceiveth a ray of light, follow it in truth, and not in words merely. 3. It hath been said of old, thou canst not serve both, God and self. And many go about preaching this, but they themselves labor for self every day. 4. To serve thy God, is to work for others, especially the sick and helpless, and not for thyself. Thy prayers and confessions to me are but the waste of thy breath. 5. There be such as preach for money, and withal are graduated from the colleges and called, learned priests, but they have not yet learned not to serve mammon, save in words. 6. I say unto thee, that a poor man, who cannot read a line, that goeth into the house of the afflicted, giving what little he hath, and, with a willing heart, cleaneth the floor and garments of the bedridden, is more learned in my kingdoms than are these graduated preachers. 7. The word, labor, or work, is easily understood. 8. Suffer not thyself to be deceived by them whose trade is preaching and praying. They profess to be laboring for the spiritual man. And, according to the number of their converts, who are also taught words and prayers and confessions, instead of works, so are they called, great workers unto the Lord. Page 770. 9. But I say unto thee, all these are but the subterfuges of Satan, self, to palm off words for works. 10. All such preachers and priests and converts are still tarrying in the mire of grade 1. 11. Hear thou thy God, and weigh his words in the balance, and be not blinded by the tricks of Satan. 12. A preacher, receiving a good salary, giveth half his money to the poor, and the other half to the church, and his people say, Oh, what a good man. 13. And straightway they raise his salary, and they present him a good house, where he feasteth sumptuously every day, laughing in his sleeve. 14. Now, I say unto thee, that preacher contributed nothing to the poor. The money, he gave away, was not his, but the fruit of hypocrisy. 15. Because he practiced not labor, but as a beggar and a vampire obtained his money, not for work, but for words, he was false before Jehovih. 16. To serve thy God, or to preach and practice the words of thy God, require not great oratory or education. I require not colleges to brace me up, nor preachers, that serve not the Creator. 17. One crieth out, Come to God. Or, Make thy peace with the Lord. But he himself would not give up his bed to a poor sick woman. 18. I say unto thee, all such are either hypocrites, or deceivers of their own souls. 19. Except thou usest thy hands, and bendest thy back in practice, and in producing something in the world, and contributing it unto others, thou art none of mine, nor knowest the way to come to me, nor to make peace with me. 20. It hath been said of old, Do unto others, as thou desirest should be done unto thee, also, to return good for evil, and to sell all thou hast, and give to the poor, and love thy neighbor as thyself. 21. And these words are well known. But who is there, that practiseth them? 22. Wherein the words are impotent and of non-effect. 23. To remedy which, many practice serving themselves by their labor. But in Jehovah's service, their practice is by prayers and confessions, words, words, words. 24. Saying, It is not possible, in the present condition of society, to do these things. 25. Did thy God limit thee, saying, Do thou this, in the present condition of society? The way was open for another condition, but thou soughtst not to find it. Thou wouldst not give up thyself, and live in a brotherhood. Under the name of liberty, thou held fast to Satan and his haunts, saying, I am willing to serve the Creator, but I will not sacrifice my liberty. 26. And thou sellest thyself to self, which shall follow thee into Hada. 27. Know then, O man, that whoso would rise into my organic kingdoms in heaven, shall teach himself the first lesson of liberty, which is to free himself from self. 28. He shall not say, I want this, or I must have that. Or, I cannot have self-abridged, or, I will suffer no dictation. 29. I say unto thee, all such men are already in the bonds of drudges and the throes of hell. 30. But thou shalt say, Here I am, O Jehovah, thy servant. Appropriate thou me whichever way I can do the most good unto others. Myself is no longer any consideration. 31. This it is, to be a Faithist in the Father. 32. If an exalted man marry a woman beneath him, he can lift her up. 33. But if an exalted woman marry a man beneath her, he will pull her down. 34. Even so is it with the righteous man, that weddeth to the world and liveth therein, soon or late, it will pull him down. 35. But, if the righteous man go with his fellows into a separate place, and wed himself to Jehovah and his ways, then shall that righteous man be lifted up. And, moreover, he shall be a power to lift up the world. 36. Shall a bride not live with her husband? And they that chose the Creator, live with him? 37, I say unto thee. If thou do not live in a brotherhood on earth, thou shalt not soon find one in heaven. 38. But thou shalt unite thyself with such as are compatible with thee, with whom thou shalt live equal in all things, wherein thou canst do unto them as thou wouldst be done by, loving them as thyself, returning them good constantly. 39. Being willing to make any sacrifice of thine own self's desires for sake of founding the Father's kingdom on earth. 40. Remembering, thou wert born in darkness, and art not the same as will be the generations who come after thee, who shall be born in these communities, his kingdoms. Page 771. 41. Even for them that are yet unborn shalt thy sacrifice be. 42. In which shalt thou consider that it is for the resurrection of others, and not for thyself, that thou art chosen of Jehovih. 43. For herein lieth the key of all resurrections, which is to labor for others. To induce them to assimilate unto Jehovih, and with one another. 44. The words of thy God are not for the glory of any man under the sun, or for any angel in heaven, but for Jehovih. 45. Thou hast had revelation sufficient since thousands of years, and sacred books with most holy doctrines. And, yet, many that know these well, come into the world as low as drudges, and as wandering spirits. 46. Thou shalt judge thyself. Thy spirit is as a manuscript in thine own handwriting, thou art daily writing thy grade and the place of thy abode in heaven. Chapter 17. 1. Remember the words of thy God, O man, and be reasonable in thy understanding. 2. Whithersoever thou buildest a city, and it increase in inhabitants, it equally increaseth in pauperism and crime. Neither hast thou any doctrine under the sun to provide against this. 3. But I have now opened the book of knowledge before thee. The place of my habitation and of the line of my light and of my holy angels I have made plain. 4. Thou mayest travel 1,000 other roads, but none other shall be blessed with the light of my countenance. 5. As thou sayest at the door of the college, young man, neither prayers nor confessions shall graduate thee in my house, to be companion to such as have passed on before thee. 6. So I say at the gates of my exalted heavens, unto the inhabitants of the earth, only by knowledge and righteous works, done unto one another, shall ye be able to endure the light of my kingdoms. 7. Now, it shall come to pass, early in the Cosmon era, that many shall be gifted to heal by laying on of hands. And they shall say, Behold, the lost gift is returned. Have I not done a good thing in the world? 8. But I say unto thee, O man, that these also mistake the coming of Jehovah's kingdom. 9. The healing of the sick may be compared unto giving alms to the poor, and saying, Have I not done a good work? 10. I say unto thee, these things were of the past cycles. They shall now consider what shall be done to prevent sickness. This is better than to heal. They shall now consider what shall be done to prevent poverty. This is better than giving to the poor. 11. I have not come to heal and treat the diseased in flesh or spirit, nor to re-establish any of the ancient doctrine or revelations. 12. I am not a patcher-up of old garments. 13. I am not an apologizer for ancient revelations, nor have I anything in common with what is past. 14. Neither their doctrines, nor sacred books, nor their gods, nor lords, nor saviors are anything before me. 15. I am not come to captivate the ignorant and unlearned. Nor am I come to call sinners to repentance. Nor to convert the debauchee, nor to convert the profane man, nor to convert the harlot. 16. Sufficient have been other revelations unto all these. 17. Nor have I come to say, Behold, this is my book. And there shall be none other. 18. But, behold, I come to found Jehovah's kingdom on earth. I come to the wise and learned. And not to one man only, but to thousands. 19. That which I am uttering in these words, in this place, I am also uttering in the souls of thousands, and I will bring them together. 20. I do not command, saying, Thou shalt believe, because I, thy God, hath said it, or revealed it in this book. 21. I come as thy elder brother, in the name of Jehovih. I show thee how thou canst live without the governments of man. And how thou shalt live, in order to join in my resurrections. 22. Let not the Faithist of this day say, I will purity the government. I will leaven the whole mass. 23. But I say unto thee, thy God laboureth not in such method. The cure is, come thou out of Uz, and be thou clean. 24. Whoso hath more faith in Uz, let him remain in Uz, whoso hath faith in Jehovih, let him come into his kingdoms. 25. To know thy Father in heaven, O man, who hath learned this. They profess him in words, but they belie him in their behavior. 26. Renounce them, O my beloved, page 772. Gather up thy household, and follow my voice, which I speak into thy soul from the Almighty. Follow thou thy highest knowledge, and make thyself a glory in Jehovah's kingdoms, forever and ever. Chapter 18. 1. Hear the words of your God, O ye priests and preachers and rabbis, and all ye that set yourselves up before men, professing to hold the key to salvation in the places of my resurrections in heaven. 2. Hearken to the words of your elder brother, God of these heavens and the earth. Behold, I will set you in judgment over yourselves, and the powers of Jehovah within you shall cry out for truth and justice. 3. Take your chosen of the congregation of your church, and make manifest whereof ye preach. 4. And prove that you have a good and sufficient doctrine for the salvation of your souls. 5. Choose ye the best of your flock, and show before your God an example of all such as serve not mammon, but Jehovah. Seal up their mouths, for ye shall judge them, not by words, but by what cometh of the soul. 6. And ye shall divide with one another your earthly possessions, being as brethren. And ye shall cast it upon the altar of your church, saying, We give it to the poor. 7. Or, if ye have houses, ye shall say to the poor, Come and dwell herein. 8. Persuade not yourselves, O men of darkness, that ye are not graded by the angels above, or, say to yourselves, Jehovah seeth not, nor heareth. 9. Nor say, When we are dead, our souls shall turn suddenly good, and ascend to the right hand of God. 10. Nor flatter yourselves, saying, We did the best we could under the circumstances. 11. Verily, I say unto you, ye have not fulfilled the first law, which is to make clean your own corporeal bodies. Because ye have stuffed yourselves with carnal food, my holy angels cannot approach you, neither can your understanding approach the place of my kingdoms. 12. How much less, then, have ye purified your souls? Wherein ye will not put away flesh, because ye love flesh, even so will ye not put away self-righteousness. Because ye shun the practice of labor, showing to the world, ye love words, and the renown of men and caste, making preferences in your churches, having rich and poor therein, which is itself your condemnation. For ye should divide with one another, putting in practice your doctrines. 13. What one of you hath a congregation who have given up all, and who make themselves alike and like, rich and poor? 14. Say ye, My kingdoms in heaven are after such manner. 15. I say unto you, ye shall be bound in the first resurrection, in Haddah, to all these whom ye have professed to lead, neither shall ye ascend until the lowest of your congregations of spirits have put away uncleanness and selfishness. Which is the first labor. And, after this, they shall learn to practice fellowship in union, for the resurrection of others. 16. Flatter not yourselves, that, because ye wear fine cloth, and ye preach, that ye are not responsible also. Nor hope, that when ye become spirits, ye shall ascend suddenly into places of delight. Ye are marked by your God. 17. Your souls are written all over with your deeds and works and words. And ye shall see yourselves as in a mirror, and of your own accord shun my kingdoms of light. 18. Because ye have learned words, and practiced only in words, behold, I come in this day to command practice in works. Not for a pittance, but for all ye have. 19. I am not come to destroy your religions, ye have done that already. 20. I come to give ye a religion wherein all men can be as brethren. 21. Even the infidel shall accept the Creator and good works. For he, being the fruit of your behavior, is even in the foreground in the march of my armies. Chapter 19. God giveth a new religion. 1. God said, Hear the words of your God, O ye preachers, priests and rabbis, seek not to gainsay my words. 2. In times past, I had such representatives, and I said unto them, Go ye, preach my doctrines unto the inhabitants of the earth, make them understand the way of the Almighty. 3. And ye shall take neither money, nor scrip for your labor, but be an example of faith in the promises of God. 4. So, your predecessors went forth fulfilling my commandments. Page 773. 5. But, behold what ye are doing in this day. Ye patronize the man of wealth, ye boast of the riches of your congregations. 6. Ye receive salaries, and ye dwell in fine houses, my doctrines ye sell as merchandise. Ye have fine temples and fashionable audiences, and ye curry favor with those who are in affluence. 7. Ye go not to the drunkard's den, nor to the unfortunate woman. These ye take not in your arms, saying, My brother, my sister, come with me, I will show you the kingdom of God. 8. Behold, I have come to you in spirit and in truth, but ye put me off, saying, Is not the first duty to one's own household? Is not self-preservation the first law? 9. Now, I answer you, these questions spring from the beast, and not from the spirit. 10. Neither availeth it you one jot or tittle, to rise at break of day and recite prayers all day, nor to say, God help the poor. Or, Blessed art thou, my God. 11. When ye cannot purchase one another by flattery, how hope ye for the favor of the Almighty, by praise and prayers and flattery? 12. Behold, the selfishness of man hath made the world like a house on fire. My little ones are in pain and suffocation. 13. Go, then, quickly, to them, and provide a remedy. This is the new religion I give unto you, demanding sacrifice of you, and your congregations, of all ye have, that is not in use and actual need. 14. And ye shall judge the limit thereof, remembering that whosoever is bound on earth, is bound in heaven. 15. I have drawn aside the veil of death, your sons and daughters, your fathers and mothers, the dead and the living, stand face to face. 16. And the angels are testimony unto you, that your doctrines, as ye practice them, are a blasphemy against the Almighty. 17. Ye persuade yourselves and your congregations, that, after death, the soul shall go far away, and to an exalted heaven. But, behold, they that are dead are with you. They testify unto you by the thousands, and by tens of thousands, that ye led them astray. 18. The evidence of the work of heaven is at your door. Ye stand accused before Jehovih, that ye practice not what ye preach, that ye fare sumptuously, and connive at sin, that ye preach what ye cannot prove, by the angels of your own blood and kin, are ye accused. 19. Ye have no personal knowledge of heaven, and, in stubbornness of heart, ye dispute with my seers and prophets, who can prove before you, they have power to see unseen things, and to hear that which ye cannot hear. 20. Ye study spiritual things with your corporeal senses, neither have ye capacity to see and hear the spirits of the dead. How much less, then, shall ye presume to interpret Jehovih in his kingdoms? 21. Now, behold, I come in this era, not only to declare to you, that the time of preaching is at an end, save wherein it is practiced in deed as it is spoken in word, but also to prophesy to you, that many of you will give up your calling, and preach no more. 22. And your temples and churches and meeting houses shall be turned into consultation chambers, to find remedies against poverty, crime and debauchery. 23. And the congregations shall be enrolled, and, at the meetings, they shall be inquired after, to see if they are in need. And they shall have volunteers, who shall go about seeking out the helpless and distressed. 24. So, that, instead of the congregation sitting to hear your sermons, they shall come as co-workers for Jehovah's children. 25. This is the new religion, which I give unto you, and, moreover, let it be a prophecy to you of the words of your God. For there is no such congregation this day in all the world, and yet, ere this generation pass away, this shall be proven before you. Chapter 20. God declareth a day of judgment, and also he bequeatheth liberty unto all men. 1. God said, There shall be a day of judgment unto thee, O man. Soon or late, thou shalt take the matter into thine own hand. And thou shalt look into thine own soul to judge thyself. This is unto all men, none can escape it. 2. Such, then, is the judgment day. Let no man complain against the judge, thou shalt be thine own judge. 3. And every one judgeth against himself, and, soon or late, crieth out, O Jehovah, I have sinned against thee. Page 774. In my youth I tried to find excuses for my behavior, but now I am broken down utterly. 4. After judgment, reformation and resurrection within man begin as a new tree of life. 5. But, whether thou shalt judge thyself in this life, or wait till thou art dead and risen in spirit, the matter is in thine own hands. 6. Yet, better would it be for thee, if thou wouldst sit in judgment on thyself every day of thy life. 7. But touching the matter, as to how thou shalt judge thyself, hear thou the wisdom of thy God, thy elder brother, and profit thou accordingly. 8. Because of the ever-presence of Jehovah, thou wert quickened into a conscious being. As thy earth body is of the earth, so is thy spirit of Jehovah. Nevertheless, spirit is the opposite of corporeal life, for the latter cometh to an end. But the spirit of man is a tree of everlasting life. 9. Thy spirit groweth by cultivation, which is by the practice of wisdom, truth, virtue, benevolence and affiliation unto others. 10. Think not, that the soul groweth by prayers or confessions unto this God, or that God, for, in whatsoever God thou firmly believest, him shalt thou worship, for he is thy choice. Nor shall any man prevent thee in this thy liberty. But, remember, the same rule holdeth unto all in this day, thou shalt never see the God thou worshippest, save, indeed, it be an idol, or an image of wood or stone or some corporeal substance. 11. For, behold, I have cast out all gods, lords and saviors on the earth and in the heavens of the earth. 12. And, when the spirits of the dead come to thee in Sarges, saying, Behold me. I am thy Savior. I am thy Lord. I say unto thee, all such spirits are drudges. 13. Nevertheless, if thou worship a God, or Lord, let it be as a figure unto thee to cast thine eyes into thine own soul, to purify thyself in the sight of thy Creator, whom thou canst not doubt. 14. In such respect, it is no sin for thee to worship any good ideal, whom thou shalt emulate in thy behavior. 15. Yet this also shalt thou prove, that, whosoever of the ancients was great, or whatever gods was well known, that thou settest thy soul on to love, behold, familiar spirits will come to thee to deceive thee, professing to be that ancient or that god. 16. And, when thou art dead, and thy soul risen from the dead, behold, some deceiving spirit will come to thee to use thee, neither shalt thou discover for a long season that thou hast been the dupe and slave of an unscrupulous master. 17. This day in the lower heavens there are millions of false Brahmas, millions of false Buddhas, millions of false Christs and millions of false Gabriel gods. 18. Whosoever bindeth himself to these names whilst on earth, becometh a fit subject for drudges to fall upon when he entereth heaven. 19. Think not that great wisdom cometh suddenly by dying. In thy early entrance into the world, thou shalt be easily deceived. 20. For which reason thou shalt school thyself every day of thy life, that thy Creator only is thy God, and that him thou shalt never see as thou sayest a man or an angel. But that him also thou canst see every day in the glory of his works. 21. With this faith in thy soul, thou shalt die and enter heaven fearlessly. And, when a pretended God or Saviour cometh to thee asking tribute, thou shalt know of a truth he is false. 22. Now, therefore, when thou judgest thyself, to determine the balance of thy good and evil deeds, and thy good and evil thoughts, let thy Creator stand as the light of thy soul, and, through him, judge thou thyself, but not as to thy worship, but as to thy works. 23. Neither shalt thou judge thyself by any God, or Lord, or Saviour, or by any idol, or by any man or woman, for thou standest thyself second to Jehovih in thy attributes. It behoveth thee to make a God of thyself, in thy behavior and in thy words and deeds. 24. Neither shalt thou judge thyself by any sacred book, or any Bible, in all the world. Nor by the words within them purporting to be my words, or the words of any God, Lord or Saviour. 25. For I have abolished all such sacred books and Bibles and words and sayings contained in them, purporting to be my words and the words of any God, Lord or Saviour. 26. Neither shalt thou bind thyself by them, nor judge thyself by anything that is written or printed in them. 27. But, behold, I declare a greater glory and judge unto thee in place thereof, which is Jehovih, thy Creator. 28. By him and through him shalt thou judge, and be judged. 29. Books are maculate, but Jehovih, never. Page 775. 30. Neither shalt thou, henceforth, swear by any book under the sun, nor by any God, nor Lord, nor Saviour, nor Spirit, nor idol, nor image. But thou shalt swear by Jehovih, thy Creator. 31. To Jehovih only shalt thou covenant thyself, and this shalt thou do in thine own way only, and not according to any book, or Bible, or priest, or church, or spirit. 32. Behold, the olden times are passed away, and thy God setteth aside the bondages of the olden times also. 33. Sufficient were they for the times they were created. A man shall not be bound as a child. Neither shall the judgment of man be bound by the things that were intended for man before he attained judgment. 34. Hast thou not beholden the signs of the times? What I here give in words, Jehovih manifesteth over all the length and breadth of the world. 35. None can stay the hand of the Almighty. Chapter 21. God decreeth against infidelity. 1. God said, Hear the words of thy God, O man. In the ancient times, I came as a father to a child, dictating unto man. 2. Now, that thou hast attained to comprehensive judgment, Jehovih hath inspired thee to liberty, and to think for thyself, and to consider what is best for thee. 3. And thy God cometh not now as a dictator, but as thy elder brother, with ample experience. 4. And I say unto thee, after the manner of thy professors in the college to their graduated classes, Behold, thou art free. Go thy way, and no longer hope to hold thy God accountable for thy behavior. 5. For, with thy freedom, thou also attainest to responsibility. 6. Think not, because I emancipate thee from the God and Lords and Saviours of the ancients. 7. And from the Bibles and sacred books of the ancients, and from the ancient commandments and injunctions, that, as a consequence, thou art not bound in fidelity to thy Creator. 8. More art thou bound now than before. For thou shalt not, henceforth, throw the responsibility of thy conduct on to this man, nor that man, nor this God, nor Lord, nor Saviour, nor Holy Book, nor Bible, nor priest, nor church decree. 9. So, that thy fidelity to thy Creator and to thy fellowman, in righteousness, love and good works, shall be the most sacred study of thy life. 10. And thy example from day to day shall be a perpetual register of thy accountability. Verily shalt thou be a living sermon before men and before Jehovih. 11. And, wherein thy behavior detracteth from the grades of thy fellow men, thou shalt be bound in the behavior of those that copy after thee, and, for the shortness thou bringest them into, thou shalt suffer for them in time to come. 12. Beware, O man, for this rule applieth unto all the generations of men, that, by sudden emancipation from an old condition, man runneth into another extreme, from which spring libertinism and licentiousness. 13. For which reason, rather shall thou proclaim before the multitude the responsibilities of the new condition, than try to win their applause by proclaiming their emancipation from the old. 14. Because I have opened the heavens, the spirits of the dead return to thee, and commune in thy household. Flatter not thyself that the whole of the Father's kingdoms are revealed to thee, and that the angels who converse with thee, can make plain the dominions of the higher heavens. 15. Many of these shall return to thee, saying, There is no hell, no Satan, no God, or Lord, nor anything in this world to make thee afraid. For, of a truth, the hell they looked for, they found not. Nor found they a God, nor Lord, nor Saviour, such as they had hoped to find. And, for this reason, such angels are jubilant for the time being. 16. Nevertheless, a time shall come to them also, when they shall tire of dwelling on the earth, in the places of their mortal kin, and they shall seek resurrection into more exalted places, where wisdom and purity dwell. Then, indeed, shall they begin to comprehend the ways of the kingdoms of the Almighty. 17. And they will cry out in pain, pleading for pity, compassion and help. And after that, when they come to thee, they will also proclaim, even as thy God now doth, that the commandments must be fulfilled. 18. To love the Creator above all else. 19. And thy neighbor as thyself. 20. Sell all thou hast, and give to the poor. Page 776. 21. Return good for evil. 22. Do good unto others, with all thy wisdom and strength. 23. Abnegate self in all respects. 24. Making thyself a servant to thy Creator. 25. Owning or possessing nothing under the sun. 26. And look into thy soul, to judge thyself constantly, to discover where and how thou shalt do the most good. 27. Complaining not against Jehovih for anything that happeneth. 28. Making thy neighbor rejoice in thee. 29. Making thyself affiliative. 30. Without self-righteousness above any one. 31. Being a producer of something good. 32. And learn to rejoice in thine own life, with singing and dancing and with a jovial heart, paying due respect to rites and ceremonies, that all things may be orderly before Jehovih. 33. Remember the words of thy God, O man, when angels or men advise thee against these commandments, they have little to offer thee that will promote the harmony of the state. 34. Consider, therefore, that whatsoever promoteth the greatest harmony and wisdom within the state, hath also been discovered and is in practice in the higher heavens. 35. And, wherein it hath been proven to thee, that a state divided against itself cannot stand, even so are the heavens above not divided, but as a unit. 36. Judge, then, O man, when one spirit cometh to thee preaching one thing, and another spirit cometh to thee preaching another thing, their words are proof that they have not yet entered the harmonious heavens of thy God. 37. And it is because of the inharmony of thine own soul, that thou art open to these conflicting messengers. This is infidelity against the all-person, Jehovih. And such conflicting spirits deny the person and the unity of the Almighty. 38. Let not thy emancipation from the bondage of the doctrines of the ancients lead thee into infidelity against Jehovih. Chapter 22. The Father's Kingdom on Earth. 1. God said, I have heard thy prayer, O man, thy kingdom come on earth, as it is in heaven. 2. Hast thou considered thy words? And art thou prepared for it? Hast thou fulfilled the commandments? And lovest thou thy neighbor as thyself? And hast thou done unto the least, as thou desirest thy Creator to do unto thee? 3. Now, behold, Jehovih hath sent me, thy God, to answer thy prayer. 4. I demand of thee, that thou hast no favorite doctrine above thy neighbor. 5. And that thou art servant to no God, nor Lord, nor Saviour, nor Church, unacceptable to any man in all the world. 6. But, that thou servest Jehovah with all thy wisdom and strength, by doing good unto thy fellow men with all thy might. 7. That, because thou art strong, or wise, or rich, thou understandest, that thou shalt use these excellencies for raising up such as have them not, believing, that Jehovah so provided thee to that end. 8. Consider, O man. Thou hast a kingdom already. Wouldst thou have 2 kingdoms? 9. Behold, the kingdom of man hath its power in armies and ships of war. 10. The kingdoms of thy Father have not these, but love, wisdom, righteousness and peace. 11. I demand of thee, that thou shalt give up thy army and navy. Art thou prepared to say, to whom smitteth me on one cheek, I turn the other to be smitten also? 12. Is thy faith still more in weapons of death, than in the voice of everlasting life? Esteemest thou thy army and navy more to be depended on, than Jehovah? 13. Art thou willing to sacrifice thy time and money and self-interest for sake of Jehovah's kingdom? 14. Use thy judgment, O man. Since the time of the ancients till now, the only progress towards the Father's kingdom hath been through sacrifice. 15. What less canst thou expect? 16. If thou sellest what thou hast, and givest to the poor, behold thy neighbors will imprison thee for a madman. 17. If thou abnegate thyself and labor for others, they will persecute thee, and revile thee. 18. If thou shouldst profess to love thy neighbor as thyself, they would mock at thee. 19. Therefore, I declare unto thee, O man, in the land of Uz the Father's kingdom cannot be. 20. But thou shalt go hence. And, behold, I will go with thee, and with thy neighbor, and show thee how to build, even as a kingdom in heaven. Chapter 23. God judgeth Uz, commonly called the world's people. 1. God said, I am not come in this era to judge the drunkard, the harlot and thieves and murderers, these are known unto thee, O man. 2. I am not come to repeat former judgments against whom all men understand to be sinful, for, behold, I gave governments into the hands of men, to deal unto such themselves. 3. But I am come to the leaders of men. To kings, queens, emperors and presidents, and to philosophers and men of learning, priests, rabbis, cardinals and popes, and to merchants, bankers, manufacturers, farmers, shippers, and hucksters. 4. Such as pass unscathed before the laws and government of man, and are reckoned passably wise and good before the world. 5. And not even to such of these as are bad men in disguise, who escape condemnation before the courts, by cunning and stratagem. 6. But I am come to the best of all of them, be they true Brahmins, true Kayuans, true Buddhists, true Christians, or true Mohammedans. 7. Therefore, O man, hear the judgment of thy God against them, they are not united and affiliated as brothers. 8. But the best of all of them are as so many individual entities pulling in different ways, every one for himself. 9. The Brahmins are not communal, the Kayuans are not communal. Neither are the Buddhists, nor the Christians, nor the Mohammedans, neither the philosophers, priests, merchants, nor any one people in all the world. 10. There is no fullness of heaven amongst any of them. They are divided into thousands of ideas and projects. 11. Now, hear me, O man, and consider the wisdom of thy God, Satan is wiser than any of these I have named. 12. For Satan hath made armies of soldiers communal. He hath discovered the power of affiliation and discipline. 13. Behold, 1,000 soldiers are more efficient than 10,000 men, unorganized. 14. Judgment is rendered against the best of men in all the world, because they are inorganic for righteousness, and for establishing the Father's kingdom. 15. This, then, is what befalleth the nations and peoples of the earth, alike and like the angels of heaven minister unto mortals, save wherein thy God and his lords provide especially otherwise. The inorganic heavenly regions to the inorganic inhabitants of the earth. 16. Now, behold, I said unto thee, in the olden times, try the spirits, and see, if they be of God. 17. For the angels who wander about on the earth know not my kingdoms, and they deny me, and deny all order and system and discipline in heaven and earth. 18. And each and all such angels, coming to mortals, do so on their own account, assuming any form and name they may find acceptable unto men. 19. Such angels have not yet entered the first resurrection. Nor belong they to any disciplined kingdom in heaven. 20. And all mortals, such as I have named to thee as the best and highest of mortals, enter the world, after death, only into the inorganic regions of heaven. 21. Neither can they enter into the lowest of my kingdoms until they abnegate self and learn affiliation. 22. Therefore, after death, they remain, for the most part, in their former places, the merchant in his counting house, the banker in his bank, the shipper in his place, the philosopher in his place, the pope in his place, the king in his, the farmer in his. 23. Neither have they power or wisdom to go to any other place, and they stroll about, like one that hath lost his master. Neither will they affiliate with other angels. But, in stubbornness and moroseness, persist in working out an individual identity, until they are broken down in sorrow and darkness, which may be in a few years, or it may be hundreds of years. 24. And, then, my holy ones come to them, and carry them away to my Etherean schools. Chapter 24. God showeth how to know the kind of angels that minister unto mortals. 1. God said, One rule have I given unto all men, whereby it may be known what kind of angels minister unto them. That rule is a mortal's own manifestations and behavior. 2. Whoso manifesteth serving himself chiefly, hath little light from my organic kingdoms. But whoso serveth Jehovih by laboring for others, with all his wisdom and strength, is attended by the light of my organic kingdoms. Page 778. 3. Judge thyself, O man, as to thyself, who and what angels attend thee. 4. Behold, one man will say to thee, I have a band of wise and most ancient angels who attend me. Another will say, I have very gods who attend me. 5. Judge them not by their words, nor by the names professed. But judge them by the work they accomplish. Nevertheless, hold thy peace in regard to them. 6. This rule do I also give unto thee, in regard to the angels who attend mortals. 7. As, for example, thou knowest that a soldier is not permitted to go away from his regiment, and pursue other employment. 8. The soldier belongeth to his regiment, he is one with the regiment, he moveth therewith. The affairs and business of the regiment are his affairs and business also. 9. Even so is it with my organic heavens, wherein Ethereans become volunteers to accomplish resurrection. 10. And, thereafter, they apply themselves not to isolated development, but to affiliation, for attaining to the higher kingdoms. 11. The least of my organic kingdoms containeth 500,000,000,000 angels. And many of them contain 5,000 millions. 12. These are composed of thousands of branches, suited to the various talents created withal, so, that all who enter find a delightful adaptation. 13. When thou wert taught of old, to say, May thy kingdom come on earth as it is in heaven, it was instruction given thee to lead thee in the method of my dominions. 14. As to wandering spirits, they have not yet entered the first resurrection. But, such as have enlisted in my organic kingdoms, are called Ethereans, whilst learning the rites and discipline, and are said to be in the first resurrection. And such as have become organic workers are in the second resurrection, and this is a kingdom of heavens. 15. This rule is also uniform in all my heavenly kingdoms, that, after the entrance to the first resurrection, none of the angels return as individuals, to commune with mortals, save as hereinafter mentioned. Or save when especially commissioned by me or my lords. 16. Think not, that my discipline is less systematic than that of a mortal general's army, or that the heavens of thy God are permitted to run at loose ends, and without order or concert of action. 17. Be reasonable, O man, weigh these things according to thine own observation and judgment, for there is not, in all the heavens, any wide departure from what thou hast in some form a counterpart resemblance on earth. Chapter 25. God showeth how and when the second resurrection manifesteth unto mortals. 1. God said, In the cities and country places, I have innumerable lords, apportioned to districts and to the mortals and angels thereof. 2. And my lords know the rates and grades of their people, their occupations, their aspirations, their labor, their behavior, private and public. 3. Now, behold, I have said unto my lords, the era of dictation is past, man hath arrived at Cosmogony. Declare ye the light of my heavens unto man, but let man judge himself, and labor to save himself, that he may have honor and glory thereby. 4. And I further said unto my lords, man hath prayed, saying, Thy kingdom come on earth as it is in heaven. Now, this I give unto you, that, where men abnegate self, and affiliate into a communal brotherhood, after the manner of my heavenly kingdoms, then shall ye affiliate my organic angels with such mortals. And make them one with my second resurrections. 5. And ye shall surround such communal brotherhoods with the light of my kingdoms, thereby controlling the angelic intercourse with mortals, so that druges and vampire spirits cannot molest them. 6. And these brotherhoods shall be taught to question not the spirits and oracles on personal matters, but for light and truth as to what will contribute to ameliorating the condition of man, and as to light and truth regarding the higher and lower heavens, and as to attaining spiritual gifts and great wisdom. 7. And such mortals shall have times and places for worshipful matters, and these times shall be in concert with my lord of that district. And the light of his throne shall be given unto such a brotherhood. 8. The members of such a brotherhood shall not desire a leader, neither will any one of them desire to be a leader. For, if one should so desire, he would not be of the Godhead, but of himself. Page 779. 9. Moreover, none of the members of such a brotherhood shall go off, of his own accord, to minister as an individual to the inhabitants of Uz. But each and all in the brotherhood shall concentrate their profits and force unto one end and object. 10. Even so, O man, are my organic heavens. All the members of each heaven being as a unit with the whole, they waste not their strength and time in isolated endeavors. 11. Whereby, when a prophet foolishly boasteth to thee, as to having some high-raised angel, with a loud-sounding name, as his special guardian and guide, know thou such prophet is in the hands of druges, who have not entered my heavenly kingdoms. 12. Neither hath it ever happened on the earth with any individual man, raised up by me or my lords for a specific work, like Moses, or Caillou, or Sakiah, or any other, that they knew of or boasted of any especial angel over them. But all of them experienced the light, which was as a pillar of fire. 13. Even such is the manifestation of the second resurrection through my Lord and his holy counsel. 14. And the manifestations are not like those of a mere magician, but the accomplishment of something that embraceth nations, empires and mighty peoples. 15. For this reason, O man, I declare unto thee that the Father's kingdom is now being founded on earth, and the mortal manifestation thereof is near at hand. 16. But it shall not come in this era, as in the past, through any one great leader forth, but it shall appear as a spontaneous light, permeating the soul of thousands, and they shall come forth, establishing Jehovih in truth and fullness. 17. Now, therefore, O man, consider the judgment of God against all such as are called the best of men, the wisest of men, the greatest of kings or queens or popes, for none of these have even entered the first resurrection in their own practice. Chapter 26. God judgeth the ascetic. 1. God said, there are such as shut themselves up in colleges, convents and nunneries, and such as retire to the forests, devoting their lives to prayers, confessions and rites and ceremonies, being most systematic in routine. And in being shut away from the Usians. 2. And they allot certain ones as leaders and overseers, making themselves inquisitors over one another, in hope of purifying their thoughts and aspirations, constantly trapping one another for shortness, and, then, submitting to petty punishment and inflictions, hoping thereby to check evil thoughts, words and actions. 3. Judgment is rendered against all such people, be they mortals or angels. 4. For these are the methods of the imprisonment of mind. All such mortals are preparing themselves for the bondage of drudges on their entrance into the es world. 5. Yea, even in that same college, convent and nunnery, shall they be immured after death, by thousands of drudges who inhabit the place, who profess to have some scheme of projected salvation. 6. All such people are the manifestation of darkness instead of light. Jehovih created man with capacity for developing talent to do good unto others. 7. Now, behold, these ascetics labor for themselves in these foolish proceedings. They do not these things in order to ameliorate the condition of their neighbors. Neither have they shown, in a single instance, where a benefit resulted to the state in consequence of their practices. 8. They call their initiations sacred, but I declare unto thee, they are a blasphemy against Jehovih. They are as a snare for the imprisonment of the mind and the soul. 9. And, after death, these people are prevented by their Drujan masters from entering heavenly places of resurrection, becoming, instead, slaves in the es world, to pursue such calling and practice as may be put upon them. 10. For the same rule holdeth on earth and in heaven, as regardeth the bondage of the mind. If, by imposing rites and ceremonies, and by the stratagems and cunning of mortal priests, they can be captured on earth, even so can they be retained in bondage in heaven. 11. And it happeneth with them, that even as they honestly believe they are right on earth, so will they persist they are right in heaven, even willingly submitting to cruelty and to torture, in order to prove their fidelity. 12. Be considerate, O man, of the words of thy God. He, who created page 780 thee, gave to thee one star of light whereby thou mayst determine truth and wisdom. 13. Whatever doctrine showeth self as the chief consideration, even if it be for obtaining wisdom or supposed purity for self's sake, is not of Jehovih. 14. The aborigine, that robbeth foolishly in the forest, standeth higher, therefore, before thy God, than doth the nun or the ascetic. For though the former liveth for self only, yet he is not bound in spirit. 15. In all things, thou shalt weigh the object and end aimed at, and the final result, and, wherein self standeth as a part, or whole consideration, know thou such matter is not of Jehovih, but of Satan. 16. It is not sufficient for the apologist of Satan to say, "Oh, we dwell in the colleges, nunneries and convents, in order to pray for Usians." 17. But thou shalt weigh their prayers also, and thou shalt estimate the value thereof by what is accomplished. And thou shalt prove whether their prayers provided harvests of wheat and corn, and food and clothing for the poor, and education for the unlearned, or any other thing that was good. 18. Be thou not put off by the cunning of Satan's words in the mouths of priests or popes, but look matters in the face, and be thou a god thyself in discerning things that meliorate the condition of man. Chapter 27. God judgeth charities. 1. God said, a certain man built a dam across a river, using only stones, but no cement. And the water ran through the crevices, rendering the dam worthless. 2. Then came certain neighbors to him, saying, Thou shalt apply cement to the crevices. 3. So, the man went to the lower side, and applied cement, but, lo and behold, the result was only temporary, for the water washed the cement away. 4. Again his neighbors said unto him, Apply thou the cement at the upper side, and the water will carry it into the crevices, where it will remain with good effect. 5. And the man did so, and, behold, the dam was a complete structure. 6. After such manner, O man, consider all charities. Thou mayst apply thy riches, and thy estates for charity's sake, but of no profit under the sun. 7. When the man applied the cement, where it was not self-sustaining, the waters washed it away. 8. Wherein thou appliest charity, and it be not self-sustaining, judgment is rendered against thee. 9. When the man applied the cement toward the fountain, it became self-sustaining. 10. Wherein thou appliest charity, and it be self-sustaining, judgment is rendered in thy favor. 11. When thou meetest thy neighbor on the road, and he hath fallen down, and broken his legs, and cannot stand, consider how foolish it would be, to lift him up, and, then, let him fall again. Flatter not thyself, that such would be charity. 12. And yet, how much of the so-called charity of the world is of that kind? 13. Thou mayst feed 3 drunkards' families, and flatter thyself thou hast done charity worthily. But, if thou hast not done that which will make them no longer in need of charity, thou hast done little. 14. Another man may not feed them, but he may reform them, and put them in the way to be self-sustaining. Such a man will have done 100-fold greater charity. 15. To open the way for employment and industry, this is the greatest of all charity. For, by these avenues, charity will not be needed, even for the aged, nor for orphans. 16. Consider, then, how little any people have to boast of for charity's sake. Even their asylums and poor houses and homes for the aged and helpless are so many witnesses of condemnation against the people who built them. Because some great wrongs and evils existing within the state were also built by the people in the first place. 17. They are as paint and plaster, hiding and redeeming them, in some measure, for the sins of a wicked people. 18. And, when such a city saith, Behold us! What a charitable people we are! I say unto thee, that city understandeth not the kingdom of thy God. 19. Yet, thou shalt avoid going to the other extreme, doing nothing, which is worst of all. But thou shalt go to the root of the matter, thy charity shall be directed to prevent the causes of such ill fortunes. Chapter 28. God showeth how to do charity. 1. God said, O man, consider the folly of individual effort. One will say, I help my family and my neighbors, let others do so, and all will be well. 2. This is his philosophy and doctrine. Now, I say unto thee, this is just what hath been tried for thousands of years, and it hath resulted in impotency all the while. 3. It hath been said, Sell all thou hast and give it to the poor, but I say unto thee, thou shalt not do this. 4. Though that opened the way to salvation in the ancient days, it is not sufficient in this day. Neither shalt thou hope, that, by giving to the poor, thou shalt escape condemnation. 5. But thou shalt go to the foundation of things, and go systematically. 6. Thy efforts shall not be single-handed, but thou shalt unite with others, and, together, ye shall provide a remedy against poverty. 7. Remembering, it is wiser to accomplish with the young than with the aged. For the mature will be dead in a few years, and, in that day, those that are children will be mature. 8. Better is it, that ye provide a way unto 10 fatherless children, than for 40 people that are grown. 9. But, even in this, ye may err toward the children. For, to provide them an asylum in infancy, saying, Behold, what a good work we have done, showeth that ye measure not as your God measureth. 10. For it is not sufficient that ye feed and clothe little ones. But ye shall teach them a trade, and occupations, and give them learning, so that, when they are grown, they can sustain themselves. 11. But, even yet, your work is not the highest. But ye shall so provide them, they will not only be self-supporting, but that they shall be willing and capable of rescuing others, as they were rescued. 12. After this, ye shall see to it, that all things are so provided, that, after your death, your institution be not liable to fall into disuse or perversion. 13. This is founding the Father's kingdom on earth. And whoso laboureth thus, shall be ministered unto by my heavenly kingdoms for the glory of Jehovih. 14. Therefore, let your charity be not for a year, nor for 100 years. But, be ye the cornerstones, founding places on earth where shall rest perpetually a system that will provide a new race, where poverty and crime and helplessness cannot enter. 15. Ye thus become, even in mortality, members of my second resurrection in heaven. Chapter 29. God judgeth the missionaries. 1. God said, In the olden time, I commanded thee, saying, Go forth into all the world, preaching my doctrines, chief of which was, There is but one, even the I Am. Him shalt thou love with all thy heart and thy mind and thy soul, and love thy neighbor as thyself, having faith in Jehovih through righteousness and good works. 2. Moreover, I declared unto thee, that whosoever fulfilled my commandments, believing in Jehovih, certain signs should be given unto them, whereby they might be known unto men. 3. And thou wentst forth, and, behold, my signs went with thee, and thou didst accomplish service unto Jehovih. 4. But it came to pass, in course of time, thou didst forsake thy Creator, setting up lords and saviours of thine own, worshipping them instead of Jehovih. 5. And I looked down upon thee from my holy place in heaven, and I saw that thou hadst become obsessed with evil spirits, thousands and millions of them, who professed to be the lords and saviours whom thou worshippedst. 6. And I said unto my lords, Behold, man hath erected an idol in heaven, go ye to them that preach in my name, and take from them the signs and miracles which I gave. 7. And my lords came unto thee, finding thou wert gone abroad over all the world. And my lords cut thee short of signs and miracles. 8. For this was the judgment of thy God against thee, because thou hadst turned against the I Am, teaching another God than Jehovih. 9. And I made this, my edict, manifest on the earth. For I withdrew my holy angels from thee, and, from that time forth, whithersoever thou hast gone, behold, I have given thee none of the signs whereof I had been liberal before. 10. And I measured the work of thy hand in the places of thy mission, and I found that thou wert impotent to establish good works. 11. And, following in thy path, whithersoever thou hadst gone, thousands and millions of drudges followed thee. And thy people went with page 782 weapons of destruction, slaughtering those Jehovih had created alive, in order to establish thy idol God. 12. And my lords numbered all the places of thy missionaries in all the earth, and behold, there was not one place, which thou hadst established, which was not given up to sin and blasphemy against Jehovih. 13. Neither hadst thou raised up any member, or members in all of them, that practiced even the first commandments. 14. And I said unto thee, Behold, thou hast not the signs and miracles. Give up thy preaching, and go thou amongst the barbarians teaching them how to plant, to sow and reap and clothe themselves, and to live in houses. 15. But this was untasteful to thee in thy hypocrisy. And thou madest of thy occupation a scheme to live in worthlessness on the contributions of thy neighbors. 16. And, behold, thy doctrines have not prospered in any place in all the world to work righteousness for the glory of the Almighty. 17. Flatter not thyself that thou hast done a good work, because thou hast taught the ignorant to say, Brahma, Brahma. Or Buddha, Buddha. Or Lord, Lord. Or to sing anthems in praise of thy idol God. 18. Thy God measureth thee and thy converts according to such purification as addeth to the glory of everlasting life, as well in heaven as on earth. And such purification manifesteth not only in words, but in good works for the glory of the Father. 19. And when it hath come to pass that thy mission brought about a war afterward, behold, that war is also upon thy head. 20. I measure not a little good that happeneth for a moment, and there an end. I comprehend the lapse of scores of years and hundreds of years, and I weigh the whole matter, and render judgment in the aggregate. 21. Neither judge I by man's inventions or mechanical contrivances. My judgments are in reference to man's comfort and joy in life, and to his resurrection in my heavens. 22. According to a man's, or a people's, ascending grade in approximating Jehovih, so shall a man and a people be judged. Chapter 30. God judgeth dominions. 1. God said, Now, behold, a certain rich man coveted his neighbor's children, and he went about and captured many of them. And withal he was mighty above his neighbors, and none of them could regain their offspring. 2. And a certain Rabbah inquired of Jehovih concerning the matter. And Jehovih answered him, saying, Whatsoever he coveted and hath taken, suffer him to keep. What he hath taken exultingly shall be a bondage unto him in sorrow, in time to come, for he shall provide according to law. 3. And it so happened that a famine came upon that land, and, according to the laws, the rich had to provide unto the kin of their own households. 4. And, behold, the rich man's possessions were consumed by the neighbors whom he had robbed, and great sorrow came upon him. 5. Such, O man, is the way of the dominions of men. A mighty king stretcheth forth his hand to possess his neighbor's kingdom, and Jehovih giveth it unto him. 6. And that king exulteth, saying, Behold my possessions and my power. 7. Hear, now, the judgment of thy God, O man, soon or late, all things answer unto Jehovih in a way man imagineth not. Whoso coveteth and receiveth, is bound unto Jehovih. 8. And, when a king possesseth himself of a new country, he not only receiveth its riches but its misfortunes also. The profits and losses are all his. 9. And the sins of the people are his, and are henceforth upon his head. 10. And, when a famine cometh upon that country, the king shall be responsible therefor. 11. And he shall supply every want of the people, or judgment shall be upon his head. 12. And for all of the newly acquired subjects, who may be in sickness or distress, the king shall be judged. 13. Moreover, judgment shall pursue that king into the world. And the subjects he took unto himself on earth shall be his in heaven to redeem, and provide for, and educate. 14. Neither shall he have exaltation in my heavens faster than the lowest of his subjects. 15. Behold, I not only bequeath the glory and joy of the Father's kingdom on earth, but I reveal also the responsibilities which shall be hereafter known to mortals. 16. Man shall not only perceive the justice of my judgments, but he shall realize the power of my hand upon kingdoms and empires. 17. I show man not only the way of liberty, but the way of bondage. He shall know understandingly the ways p. 783 of my dominions, and the judgment that is upon him. 18. For every one whom the king causeth to be slain, in order to possess a new country, the king shall mete out retribution until all his enemies do pardon and forgive him. 19. Behold, I have revealed the grades and rates, and such king shall perceive, that his bondage cannot be less than 6 generations, but may be 20 or 40 generations, ere he reacheth beyond the second resurrection. 20. And the same rules shall apply to every king and queen and emperor, and every other ruler in all the world. 21. The resurrection in heaven of each and every one of them shall be with, and no faster than those they ruled over on earth. 22. And they shall be responsible to all their subjects for deaths resulting from wars, wherein the subjects were used for the glory and power of the king. And for all famines, pestilences, and all other injuries that come upon the multitude through any shortness in the king's government. 23. And for the poverty of the people, and for their ignorance and crime. Nor shall the king escape retribution for any good thing he might have done, but did not accomplish. 24. And for all the profit and service the king receiveth on earth from his subjects, he shall render back to them an equivalent profit and service, either on earth, or in heaven. 25. Let not the king or other ruler, any longer flatter himself that death effaceth the bondage of man unto his subject and neighbor. 26. Behold, by opening the gates of heaven, I have also given you the glory thereof. And, with it, I also give you the responsibilities. 27. I have brought the angels to your door, they bring you news of great joy, and bring you also the afflictions ye cast upon them. 28. I told those of the olden time, that sword should answer sword, war should answer war, and peace receive in peace. 29. Such, then, is the judgment of thy God upon dominion. And this shall be ratified in time to come by every ruler on the face of the earth. Chapter 31. God judgeth the man of promise. 1. God said, Consider the judgments of God, O thou man of many promises. 2. Behold, I have heard thee say, O God, if I were rich, or, if this undertaking hold good. Or, if I am spared, then will I do something handsome for the Father's kingdom. 3. And thy vows have been registered in heaven, over and over again. 4. And my angels have labored with thee to fulfill thy promise. And yet thou dost not regard thy word. But thou holdest to thy earthly possessions, saying, Wait yet a little while. 5. Hear thou, then, the judgment of thy God, for it is that which thou shalt put upon thyself after thine entrance into the world. 6. Which is, that thou shalt be bound in heaven till thou shalt accomplish what thou mightst have done, but failed to do. 7. And this is the penalty for neglecting, on earth, to fulfill the light that was given unto thee, thou shalt, in heaven, accomplish without money, what thou couldst have done with money. And the difference it requireth to do a thing without means, as compared to what might be done by one with means, is the extra bondage and duration that shall be upon thy head and soul. 8. To all men, who set out with a promise to accomplish charity, or any good for the resurrection or melioration of man, and fail to do it, the same judgment shall be upon them in heaven. Nor shall they rise above the first resurrection until they have fulfilled the same in all particulars. Thus shall they judge themselves in heaven. 9. It is not sufficient for thee, O man, to say, I saw not my way clear as to the best method of doing a thing, and so I waited. 10. The commandment of Jehovih is upon thee, to do what thou canst, according to thy highest light and ability to accomplish. In this respect, then, thou shalt find no excuse, because thou knew not the best way. 11. Neither mattereth it, the amount of thy riches being less than another man's riches. 12. Nor shalt thou find an excuse, in saying, I did more according to my means than did my neighbor. 13. One man shall not be judged by another. But all shall be judged according to the light of Jehovih in them, and according to what he hath given unto them. Chapter 32. God judgeth against war. 1. God said, Now, behold, O man, I have declared my first and second resurrections unto thee. And in like page 784 manner is the third resurrection, but still higher. And so on are all the heavens of Jehovih, higher and higher, until the inhabitants thereof and therein become very lords and gods. 2. Nevertheless, hear thou, O man, the wisdom of thy God, and be appreciative of the way of resurrection being opened up unto thee. 3. Now, I declare unto thee, there are angels lower than the first resurrection. Being incapacitated, from various causes, from knowing who they are, whence they came, or whither they are going. Yea, many of them know not words of speech, nor signs, nor tokens, but are as destitute of knowledge as young babes. 4. Many of them died in infancy, some of them were killed by abortion, some of them were idiots, and some of them deranged. 5. Many of these live by fetal. And that thou mayst know, what fetal is, behold. Jehovih hath given thee testimony in mortality, whereby, when a young child sleepeth with a very old person, that child is devoured of its substance. In such case, the old person is fetaled on the young child. The old person is said to live by fetal. 6. Now, hear thou, O man, the judgment of thy God. Half the people, born into the world, including stillbirths and abortions, die in infancy. Therefore, There are 1,000,000,000 angel infants fettled on the earth every 30 years. 7. These angels never obtain objective knowledge of the corporeal earth, but are compelled to learn subjectively earthly things through mortals upon whom they are fettled. 8. Judgment is rendered against all nations and peoples on the earth for this great darkness, these early deaths. And, because these angels are thus bound to mortals, and cannot go away from them until such time as mortals die, mortals are responsible, and bound to train them up by examples of righteousness and good works. 9. Now, aside from such angels, there are such as are slain in war, whose minds are in chaos, who, dying in the heat of passion and fear and anger, become wild and bound on battlefields, or, mayhap, stroll away into deserted houses and castles. And are lost, bewildered and unapproachable. 10. Of these, there are hundreds of millions, and they are in all countries and amongst all peoples in the world. 11. They are distracted and tormented with their own fears and bewilderment. 12. Judgment is rendered against all nations and peoples in the world who engage in war, thus bringing these afflictions upon the angels of heaven. 13. Judgment is rendered against every nation and all people in the world who carry on war, or who are accessory to war, whereby any man, created alive by Jehovih, is slain, in defense of any king or other ruler, or in defense of any country or government in all the world. 14. And, whether war be offensive or defensive, my judgment is against its aiders and abettors, and against the kings and queens, or other rulers who are parties to war, willingly, knowingly, or otherwise. 15. And I judge him guilty also who is general, commodore, captain, sergeant or private that engageth in war or taketh part therein, aiding, abetting, or otherwise, whereby any man, page 785 created alive by Jehovih, is slain or caused to suffer death. 16. And yet, aside from angels who are in chaos, there are hundreds of millions who are in declension, instead of resurrection. Such angels are those who in mortal life were whipped and tortured in prisons, or, mayhap, were hanged, or otherwise put to death. 17. These angels take delight in evil instead of good. Sometimes they go about singly, and sometimes in gangs of hundreds and even thousands. 18. In olden times, the false gods used such angels to fulfill curses on mortals, and to carry poison in the air, and inoculate mortals with foul diseases. 19. Behold, in this day, my angels have shown thee that they can bring flowers and ponderous bodies, even so could the false gods with their trained warrior angels, who delighted in evil, cast mortals in death by poisons and suffocation. 20. Judgment is rendered against all nations and peoples who use prisons as places for whipping and torturing prisoners. And against all nations and peoples who put to death, by hanging, shooting, or in any way whatsoever, any prisoner, or any person whom Jehovih created alive. 21. Judgment is rendered against the judge and the jury who condemn to death any man. And against the lawmakers who make, or have left in force, a law authorizing death as a penalty against any person whom Jehovih created alive. 22. And this is the bondage I put upon all such as obey not my judgments, and conform thereto, they shall not rise above the first resurrection in heaven, whilst war remaineth upon the earth. Even though their bondage be 100 years, or 1,000 years, yet this, my judgment against them, shall not be put aside. 23. Neither shall any king, nor queen, nor any other ruler in all the world, impress as a soldier, any man who is unwilling to engage in war. And whosoever obeyeth not this my judgment shall not rise above the first resurrection in heaven whilst war remaineth on the earth. 24. Neither will I more consider the prayers of any king, or queen, or any other ruler, or any nation or people in all the world who engage in war, offensive or defensive, or who aid or abet war in any way whatsoever. 25. But I will abandon all such people, and my lords shall abandon them, and my holy angels shall abandon them. 26. And they shall be left as a prey to their own harvest of evil spirits, and to all manner of drudges. 27. And they shall be afflicted with assassinations, and intriguers and despoilers, and with anarchy and riots and destruction. 28. For they shall be made to understand that whosoever Jehovah created alive is sacred upon the earth. And that whosoever heedeth not these, my judgments, sinneth against the Almighty. 29. Behold, it is not sufficient apology for them to say, Oh, an evil king will come upon my country and possess it. 30. I say unto thee, O man, all countries are Jehovah's. Be thou his servant unto peace and righteousness, having faith in him. 31. Behold, thy God hath come to put away old things, and to give unto you the kingdoms of Jehovah, as they are in his exalted heavens. 32. Heed thou the judgments of thy God, thou canst not stay the hand of the Almighty. Chapter 33. God judgeth against exclusiveness. 1. God said, Hear the judgments of thy God, O man, look thou upon all the world with the eye of a God. 2. Be thou comprehensive in judgment over all nations and peoples upon the earth. 3. Jehovah hath said, Out of my very self created I all the living, brothers and sisters made I them, from the members of my body. 4. Jehovah hath said, In the early days of a world, behold, I provided unto man different continents and islands, separated by mighty waters, that man, in one division of the earth, might not interfere with man in another division of the earth. 5. Jehovah hath said, Behold, one nation and people I allot to one civilization, and another nation and people I allot to another civilization. Separately, on the different divisions of the earth and on the islands and the seas, situated I the different peoples I created. 6. Jehovah hath said, But, when the world groweth older, and man attaineth to wisdom, I say unto him, Build thou ships, and sail across the waters I created, go visit thy brothers and sisters in the different divisions of the earth. 7. Jehovah hath said, As man mastereth the ocean, and cometh to his brothers and sisters, afar off, and I say unto man, Because thou hast mastered the ocean, let this be a testimony unto thee, that there shall be no barrier, henceforth, between all the nations and peoples I created. 8. Jehovah hath said, In Cosmogony I come, saying, Be ye brethren upon the face of the earth and upon the waters of the earth, these are the legacies I bequeath unto my children. 9. Jehovah hath said, Be ye a help and a prophet unto one another, judging wisely of the differences which circumstances and places of habitation have developed in the races of man. 10. Now, I, thy God, O man, declare this judgment unto thee, inasmuch as thy wisdom hath surmounted the corporeal barrier, the ocean, betwixt thee and thy brother, it is meet and proper that thy soul surmount the barrier of prejudice against thy brother. 11. And that, instead of making laws against him, thou shalt do the opposite of this, and throw open the place of thy habitation, and thy soul, and thy love, to receive thy brother, godlike, and with open arms. 12. Flatter not thyself, that thou canst turn aside, or set backward, the seasons of the Almighty. 13. Wherein thou dost this, affliction shall surely come upon thee. 14. Behold, I have made the heavens of the earth universal, and established heavenly roadways around about the earth, that the angels of the different nations and peoples may be as angels of universal heavens, to help one another. 15. Wilt thou make a law to incite the enmity of the spirits of the dead against thee, and open the door for still more aggressive wars? 16. Shall the laws of man interdict the march of Jehovah? 17. Now, behold, when Cosmogony came, I said unto thee, Come with thy God, peacefully shalt thou knock at the doors of China and Japan, and they shall open unto thee. 18. This, thou accomplished. And those who had been exclusive hundreds of years, turned from the olden ways to welcome Jehovah's hand in thy promises. 19. Now, I declare unto thee, I will not more have exclusiveness in any of the nations and peoples in all the world. 20. Neither shall there be taxes and duties of one nation or people against another. 21. behold, thou hast asked for the Father's kingdom to come on earth as it is in heaven, and I will give unto thee. As thou hast prayed, so will I answer thee, in the name of Jehovih. 22. Thou shalt not serve both, Jehovih and Mammon. Neither shall the light of my heavens be with thee, save thou heedest my judgments. 23. I will have all the ports open and free, nor shall there be partisan taxation, in favor of one nation against another, nor of one people against another people. 24. It is not excusable for thee to say, Lo, the poor foreigner will come and consume my riches. 25. Thou shalt say the opposite, Welcome, my poor brothers and sisters. Whatsoever is mine, is yours also. Come ye, and dwell within my country. It is ample, and Jehovah will provide unto us. Chapter 34. God judgeth the governments of man. 1. God said, When a man hath young children, he mocketh just laws, in order to teach them discretion, justice, harmony and consideration, in regard to one another. 2. But, when his children attain to be men and women, man no longer holdeth a law over them, for they become his equals, as brothers and sisters. 3. Even so, in the ancient times, provided I thee, O man, with governments and laws for different nations and peoples. 4. Nevertheless, I said unto thee, Let thy government be as a father over the people, and not as a separate matter against them. 5. But thou hast disobeyed my commandments, thy government is as one thing, and thy people as another thing. That which should be one entity, thou hast made into two. 6. Thy government hath become a separate self from the people. And the people are as servants, supporting the lawmakers, who trade in projects and schemes for their own profit and glory. 7. Since the earliest days, all the governments of man have drifted into this. 8. When a government no longer filleth the grade, according to the advancement of the people, behold, thy God withdraweth his heavenly protection from that government. And, straightway, the people run into anarchy. 9. Lay not the blame of anarchy and revolution and assassinations on the people, my judgment is against the government in all cases. These conditions of vengeance are but the fruit resulting from the government's divergence from the will of Jehovah, and the march of his light. 10. As, for example, the offspring of inharmonious parents, or of parents wrapped up in selfishness, are lower in grade than their predecessors. Even so do the subjects of a king decline in grade in proportion to the prevention of liberty and the neglect of general instruction. 11. Judgment is rendered against government wherein it provideth not liberty to the people, and neglecteth providing means for the development of the talents created withal. 12. In these respects, O man, governments are measured and graded by thy God. And, whenever a government setteth up itself to enforce and strengthen itself by violence against justice unto the multitude, behold, I turn away from that government. And I call away my lords and holy angels. 13. And, thereupon, drudges come upon that people, and the people fall upon their government, and destroy it. 14. If a government be a king only, and he have no holy counsel, then the responsibility of the shortness is wholly his. 15. But, if the king have a holy counsel, then the responsibility for shortness lieth partly with the king and partly with the council. 16. Judgment is rendered against them, not only in this world, but in the world. And each and every member of such council shall be bound in the first resurrection until he hath made amends unto all his people for the shortness he manifested on the earth. 17. Hear the wisdom of thy God, O man, and consider the way of righteousness in the governments of mortals. 18. The nearer the twain are to being one, that is, the government and the people, the nearer they are like unto my heavenly kingdoms. 19. The more diverse the government is from the people, the farther it is from the kingdom of thy God. 20. Let this be a guide unto thee, O man, in prophesying the change and the overthrow of governments, according to the square of the distance a government is from Jehovah, so is the quickness of its coming change or destruction. 21. Think not these matters are governed by chance or accident. Jehovih page 788 is perfect righteousness, the all-everlasting. 22. He is all one. For a people and their government to attain to be all one with each other, this is great strength, with a long existence and internal peace. 23. This, also, shalt thou consider, O man, all governments are tending toward oneness with one another. This is the march of Jehovih. None can stay him. 24. Consider, then, what is wisdom between governments, to make themselves reciprocal toward one another. 25. A government that setteth up itself for itself, and against other governments, is a selfish government. And thy God rateth it the same as a selfish man, being diverse from Jehovih in his kingdoms. 26. Judgment is rendered against such a government. Neither my lords nor my holy angels shall bless that government. 27. Governments that practice affiliation, to bring about reciprocal brotherhoods between governments, are on the right road toward the Father's everlasting kingdoms. 28. Flatter not thyself, O man, that these matters can escape the observation of thy God. The affairs, legislations, laws, treaties, and all things whatsoever that governments accomplish, are known and recorded in the heavens of the earth. And the leaders, kings and councils, shall, soon or late, face them, and they shall judge of their own fullness or shortness in serving Jehovih in righteousness and wisdom. Chapter 35. God declareth against the governments of man. 1. God said, Whoso liveth with Jehovih is free from Jehovih. These need no man's government. For they practice righteousness, peace, love, industry and wisdom, with due regard to one another. 2. Such is the Father's kingdom on earth. In which there shall be no laws made by man, neither shall there be leaders or rulers. 3. The progress of man is toward this, the progress of the governments of man should shape toward such a consummation. 4. The time was, when laws were requisite unto all things, even to the manner of a man coming in and going out of a house. And to every occupation that man followed, with licenses and taxes regulating them. The time of apprenticeship to a barber, to a weaver, to a lawyer, to a preacher, to a physician, to a smith, and to all other trades and occupations, with examinations and passports to practice within the king's dominions. With rates for fees and rights and privileges. 5. But these laws and governments were for the past eras, they were righteous in the first place, for they shaped man's judgment, toward perfecting himself. 6. But, behold, a new time is in the world. From the acquisition of knowledge a new liberty hath been born into the world. And it crieth out on every side, throw open the doors unto all trades and occupations. Behold, the multitude are sufficiently wise to judge themselves as to who they shall patronize. 7. Judgment is rendered against the laws and governments of man in all cases where they prevent the liberty and choice of man to his avocation and knowledge. 8. It is not sufficient for thee to say, Behold, the public will be taken advantage of by ignorant pretenders. Thou hast no right to say what the public will suffer, and thus base a law on prospective damage. 9. When the public have suffered, and when they, themselves, demand protection by such laws, then shall such laws be made. To make such laws beforehand, is to sin against Jehovih. 10. It was said of old, Thou shalt keep holy the Sabbath day. And it was defined what a man should not do on that day. 11. Judgment is rendered against that law, nevertheless, I put not aside the practice. 12. But the time hath now come when man shall judge himself as to whether he will or will not keep any day sacred. 13. Moreover, man shall not, henceforth, be accountable as to whether he keep or not keep any day as a sacred day. Yet, this accountability shall be unto all men, whether they fulfill in wisdom and righteousness their utmost capacities. 14. There was a law of circumcision, but I rendered judgment against that law also, for it hath fulfilled its time. This law, I put aside in practice. But I give it as a permission to the adult, that he may or may not fulfill the circumcision according to his own judgment. 15. Judgment is also rendered against infant baptism. And I put aside this law also, and I make it an abomination before Jehovih. Page 780. 16. Nevertheless, when a child hath attained to 14 years of age, and it choose of its own accord to be sprinkled with water, to conform to the rites and ceremonies, then that child shall be thus baptized in the name of Jehovih. But not in the name of God, nor any Lord, nor a Saviour, nor an angel. 17. This is wisdom, O man, to have no law or government between man and wife. 18. This is ignorance, to have a law between man and wife. 19. Yet, because there are bad men and bad women who do marry, it hath been found necessary to have a law between man and wife, as regardeth their duties. 20. But consider how wrong it is to have a law between a good man and a good wife, as regardeth her duties. Better is it for them to be thrown upon their own love and judgment. 21. After such manner gave I governments and laws unto all peoples. To the bad and evil-minded, rigid laws, with many details. But to the wise and good, I come now as an emancipator, saying, Go ye, without laws and government, fulfill your destinies according to your own judgment, that ye may be an honor and glory to Jehovih. 22. In Cosmogony, man shall not be longer driven in yoke and harness, but shall stand upright before Jehovih, practicing his highest light with rejoicing, being a free man, and a brother to his God. 23. Behold, the Uzians have a custom of eating bread, and drinking wine, saying, after the manner of the worshippers of old, Eat of this, for it is my flesh. And, drink of this, for it is my blood, signifying, that they do, was commanded by me, God of heaven and earth. 24. Judgment is rendered against this custom, with abhorrence. Moreover, it shall be, henceforth, known as blasphemy against Jehovih. 25. Thy God never commanded man to eat flesh and blood, nor pretended that bread and wine were flesh and blood, nor commanded them to be eaten in remembrance of the flesh and blood of any man born of woman. 26. Also have they a custom of decorating and draping themselves in crape, and characterizing the same as a sign of mourning for the dead. 27. Judgment is rendered against such custom, but without prohibition. 28. Jehovih created alive, and Jehovih taketh life away, for all things are his. 29. Remember thy Creator with wisdom, and neither in thy dress nor habit shalt thou censure him for what hath been. 30. Neither curb thou the full sorrow of thy heart and thy soul, because thy brother or sister, son or daughter, or father, or mother hath passed away. 31. But remember, Jehovih is over all his works, and provideth wisely unto the living and the dead. 32. Jehovih hath said, To man I gave an earthly body that he might learn earthly things, but death I gave to man that he might rise to the inheritance of my heavenly kingdoms. 33. He appointeth a time unto all. To some an hour, to some a year, and to some 100 years, every one fulfilleth to result in wisdom and happiness, and for the glory of the Almighty. Chapter 36. God showeth how he hath wrought. 1. God saith, Behold, the work of my hand, O man, as thou findest an old house, no longer habitable, thou sendest workmen to pull it down, and then, thou sendest laborers to clear away the rubbish. 2. And, afterward, thou bringest builders, and they lay a new foundation, larger and broader than the old one, and, thereon, they build thee a new edifice, adapted with new improvements unto the increase and requirements of thy family. 3. Even so, hath thy God labored, 400 of years, to prepare unto the generations of this day. 4. For I saw, beforehand, that man would circumscribe the earth, and that all the nations and peoples thereof would become known to one another. 5. And I beheld also, that, in the coming time, which is now at hand, the old edifices of doctrines and creeds and religions, as of the Brahmins, Buddhists, Jews, Kayuans, Christians and Mohammedans would not fulfill the requirements of man. 6. And now, behold, O man, the wisdom of Jehovih previously, he had permitted corruptions and contradictions to creep into the sacred books of all of the said great religions, purposely and with design, so as to make easy the work of thy God. 7. And when I saw that the coming together of nations and peoples would require a new religious edifice, I perceived, also, that the old ones must be cleared away. 8. And, behold, I, thy God, went to p. 790 work systematically, inspiring man to accomplish even what man hath accomplished. 9. I raised up scholars and infidels against these religions, inspiring them to attack the corruptions and contradictions in the sacred books of all these peoples. 10. And, in the same time, that I sent infidels against the Jewish Bible, I sent infidels against the Hindu Bibles, and against the doctrines of Brahma and Buddha and Kayu, and against the Christians and Mohammedans. 11. And I made the beginning of the work of these infidels and scholars to correspond with the discovery of Guatemala by Colombo, and I kept them at their work for 300 years. Which was up to the time of the establishment of the Republic of Guatemala, which I, thy God, provided to be untrammeled by an established religion. 12. After my workmen, the scholars and infidels, had thus undermined the old edifice, behold, I sent laborers, under the name of merchants and traders, to commence clearing away the rubbish. 13. And, because of their desires in money-getting, they considered not the religious edifice of any people, and they provided comedy relations whithersoever they went. 14. For 100 years, these, my laborers, have been at their work, stripping off and clearing away the prejudice of nations and peoples against one another. 15. And then, behold, I came with my builders, and I prepared a new foundation, broader and wider and firmer, for an edifice adapted to all the nations and peoples in the world. 16. First, I sent my miracle workers forth into every quarter, saying unto them, whatsoever was done by the ancient gods and saviors, do even so, and greater. For I will show, unto all the world, that no man nor God is worthy to be worshipped because of miracles. 17. And they went forth at my command, and my angels went with them, doing wonders. 18. They healed the sick, by the laying on of hands. They restored the blind to sight, and made the deaf to hear, and have brought the supposed dead to life. 19. They have caused writing to come on stone tablets, and on paper, in the light of day, by unseen hands. 20. They have caused ponderous bodies, without mortal contact to move, and to beat time to music. 21. A child hath lifted 8 full-grown men with her little finger. 22. They have passed full-blown flowers and plants through boards and tables, unbruised and uninjured, and, yet, there was neither hole, nor opening in the boards and tables. 23. They have made stars of light that spake with audible voices. They have made pillars of fire by night, and pillars of cloud by day. 24. They have caused the spirits of the dead to appear as if in flesh and blood. And whilst thus appearing, talking face to face with their mortal kin, who saw them, heard them, and, by the subject of the discourse, proved them to be the very angels of heaven returned to their earth kin and friends. 25. For the time of one generation thy God hath thus kept open the gates of heaven, working through mortals, by the angels of heaven. 26. My testimony and my witnesses are hundreds of thousands. I hide not the work of my hand and of my angels in a corner, I extend them abroad over the earth, I manifest in the cities and country places. I prove unto all peoples, that common men and women can do the miracles for which gods and saviors have been worshipped. 27. Yea, I give these powers unto good and bad men, and unto good and bad women. 28. For I show miracles in order to break down the worship of miracle workers. 29. For I will have none worshipped but Jehovih. And I have inspired angels to this end, and to the end that good works and wisdom shall be, henceforth, the means of resurrection in heaven. 30. And I have shown also, that only by harmony in the union of many, can any great good come unto the generations of men. Chapter 37. God revealeth his method of work. 1. God said, Think not, O man, that thy God goeth about a work without a system and order. 2. Verily these are the first of my considerations. 3. First, I send my Luis, my masters of generations, down to the earth, to the nations and peoples where I design to build my edifice. 4. And my Luis, by inspiration, control the marriages of certain mortals, that heirs may be born into the world suited to the work I have on hand. 5. For many generations, my Luis p. 791 labor to this end, raising up thousands and tens of thousands of mortal heirs according to my commandments. 6. So, O man, since 400 years my Luis shaped mortal births to bring about the armies of thy God. 7. And now, when the time of Cosmon had come, behold, I sent my lords and my numerators, to receive the harvest and the records of my Luis. 8. Thus, O man, thy God knew beforehand what part and what place each and every one of his mortal laborers was adapted to. 9. And through my lords and generals and captains of my angel hosts, I commanded man to fall to work on my building. 10. Some to heal the sick, some to work signs and miracles, some to lecture, some to write, and so on, every one according to the work of his adaptation. 11. And all of this is to one purpose. Not to build up or exalt any man, nor God, nor religion, but to found Jehovah's kingdom on earth. 12. To give man the system of universal peace, love, harmony and Cosmon, adapted to all nations and peoples in all the world. 13. And I commanded my lords and angels, generals and captains to this end, and I, furthermore, commanded certain angel registers to accompany and be with mortals in this, the Cosmon era, to observe them at the work I provided them. 14. And to whoso doeth a good work in truth, righteousness, wisdom and love, my holy angels are commanded to extend their sphere of usefulness and light. 15. I said unto my angels, Go ye with these proofs, before mortals, with signs and miracles. Go to the rich and the poor, to the learned and to the unlearned. And ye shall observe them, as to what use they make of the new revelations. 16. For some shall appropriate these things to money-making, some, to personal fame. Some, to evil purposes, but a few, to the glory of the Almighty, and the exaltation of mankind. 17. Try ye all mortals, and make a register of them and their behavior, and preserve the same in my heavens. 18. And it shall come to pass that many of my seers shall have great poverty and great hardships, for they will be unsuited to serve mammon. Nevertheless, they shall convert the rich, proving my truths unto them. And my seers shall go to them in distress, and the rich shall deny them, and refuse them. 19. Make a record of these also. For, in course of time, and, because of the hardness of their hearts, I shall withdraw my holy angels away from such rich people, and they shall be left to fall into the obsession of drudges. 20. And their families shall be obsessed, their wives, or husbands, or sons, or daughters. 21. And the drudges shall divide the families, turning a man against his father, and a daughter against a mother, and a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. 22. For, whoever goeth away from me, paying tribute to Satan, self, I will not follow after. 23. And the drudges shall say, Think not we are come to send peace on earth, we come not to bring peace, but to bring a sword. 24. And families of the unrighteous, being obsessed with drudges, shall keep secret their convictions, and they shall say, This is lunacy, meaning derangement. 25. Others, being asked if they belong to the new dispensation, shall say, Nay, we know nothing of it, behold, we are good members of the church. 26. And now, accordingly, all such matters were recorded in my heavens, and such mortals became known to me. 27. And such as consulteth the spirits in regard to money-making, or to earthly matters for self sake, also became known to me. 28. And I commanded my holy angels to withdraw from all mortals who were not working for Jehovah's new kingdom, who were of no profit in the resurrection of man, and, behold, this was also done. 29. And it came to pass, that many whom I had designed for exalted work, fell into the hands of drudges. And they held conferences, and were divided, man against man, and woman against woman. Full of boasting and short-sighted wisdom, seeking the applause of the multitude. 30. And, so, my angels sifted them and sorted them, in order to find such as were willing to sacrifice self for the sake of the Father's kingdom. 31. These I drew aside, and I said unto them, Ye, that choose to serve Jehovih, behold, Jehovih hath chosen you also. Chapter 38. God showeth the mistakes of man's judgment. 1. God said, I said unto thee, O man, pursue thy wisdom after the manner of thy God. Page 792. 2. I go to the beginning. I labor not so much to convert adults, as to prepare the minds of the young. 3. Now, behold, because I told thee this, thou sought to have children born unto thee after the manner of gods. 4. Thou saidst, I understand the new kingdom. I have the solution for raising up a new generation on the earth. I have chosen me my women, who also comprehend, and, behold, our offspring will be very gods. 5. But I admonished thee, saying, Thou openest the door for adultery. Thou shalt surely go down. 6. Thou wouldst not profit by the wisdom of the ages. I had holden up my hand, and said, One wife, one husband. 7. Now, hear me, O man, in a new cycle man ever runneth to the extreme opposite of the old errors, and thus bringeth upon himself new ones, that he knew not of. 8. I say unto thee, the new edifice shall be of all that was good of the past, of things proven in heaven and on earth. 9. Also, I say unto thee, it shall be of the young, and not of the adult. 10. Because thou hast attempted to beget offspring for the new kingdom, thou, of all men, art the most unfit. 11. My laborers shall not have desire to be either fathers or mothers. Nor shall they seek in any way things that belong on the earth. Nor have passions that belong only to the earth. 12. Nevertheless, they shall be the founders of the Father's kingdom on earth, and with the young. 13. They shall gather up orphans and castaways in infancy, and take them into colonies, hundreds and thousands of them. 14. And these infants shall be fed and clothed and raised up, not after any man's whim or conceit, but according to the accumulated wisdom collected from all the different nations and peoples in all the world. As to how to make the best corporeal and spiritual men and women. 15. Behold, it hath been proven in the warrior and pugilist how to raise a savage man, by flesh diet and inharmonious surroundings, and in nations and tribes of peace, how to raise a virtuous and industrious man, on herbs and fruit diet. 16. These are things for thee to learn, O man, going at the subject systematically, to find the best way to make the best man and woman out of the infants entrusted to thee. 17. Not only as to diet, but as to clothing, and as to comfort and cleanliness, and to avoid disease, and as to strength and suppleness and swiftness, and as to virtue and modesty, and as to education, practical and theoretical, and as to industry and quick perception, and as to willingness to work for one another, and to trades and occupations, and as to pastimes, amusements and recreations, singing, dancing, and playing with great joy and delight. And as to worship, to rites and ceremonies, and as to acquiring seership and prophecy in signs and miracles, in Suis and Sargis. As to communing with angels, and as to the value of angels as teachers and instructors by tangible presence and audible voices. 18. And yet, above all things, thou shalt preserve liberty unto all, with pleasant and enjoyable discipline for everything, after the manner of my heavenly kingdoms. 19. Remembering, that every faculty in every one shall be cultivated to the utmost. 20. Teaching them, from the first, that the eye of Jehovih is upon them, and that his hand is stretched over them, to bless them, according to their goodness, purity, love, gentleness and wisdom. 21. And that they shall not own nor possess individually, but that all things are Jehovah's, and they, themselves, are angels in mortal form, created by Jehovah to rejoice and to help one another forever. Chapter 39. God provideth for increase. 1. God said, When thy educational colony of infants shall have grown up to manhood and womanhood, they shall understand that, as they were once homeless and fatherless, and ye gathered them up, and provided unto them, even so shall they go. And do likewise, gathering up from the Uzians other orphans and castaways, and raising them in other colonies, after the same manner. 2. And it shall come to pass, that many will desire to marry, and it shall be granted unto them to choose amongst their own people, and marry whom they will. 3. But it shall be a law that no man nor woman shall marry more than one time. 4. Whether the partner die, or whether they divorce themselves, yet, to none other shall either ever wed more. 5. And it shall be a law, that, at maturity, if any one desireth to leave page 793 the colony, he shall do so without hindrance or prejudice. 6. Though it shall be inculcated into them, during their youth, that, at maturity, they are supposed to swarm out, after the fashion of bees, becoming too numerous for one hive, and go and form a new colony. That in all things they shall be taught not to do anything for self's sake, but for the good of man and for the honor and glory of Jehovah. 7. And these things shall come to pass with these people. 8. They shall abjure war. 9. They shall be non-resistants. 10. They shall have suis, and shall see without their mortal eyes, and hear without their mortal ears. 11. My angels shall appear before them, and walk with them, talking to them, and teaching them of my kingdoms. 12. And angels of the Iron race will come to them, and of the Iwans, and of all other peoples whereof mention is made in this Oahspe. 13. And mortals shall recover, from the libraries in heaven, things that have been lost on the earth, as to languages and histories of tens of thousands of years ago. 14. And mortals shall prophesy truly of things in heaven and on the earth. 15. And many shall attain adeptism, and, in spirit, go out of their mortal bodies, and appear hundreds of miles away, and there make themselves known, and they will return again to their mortal bodies, unharmed. 16. All these, and even greater things, shall my angels teach them. 17. Flatter not thyself, O man, that these things can come in Uz, or that they can come suddenly. They can neither come to Uzians, nor can they come suddenly. 18. It is not the work of thy God in this cycle to raise up any man to become worshipful because of such wonders, it is my work to show man how he shall attain to these things himself. 19. For this reason, I come not, in this day, to call sinners to repentance, nor to gather up the lost sheep of Israel. 20. I come now to the wise and pure, who have fulfilled the former commandments. 21. I come to give them a new lesson, which is, to show them how to build the Father's kingdom on earth. 22. I come to raise up a new people in the world, greater than hath ever been. 23. Those that I sent have cleared away the old edifice. I come not as a destroyer, I come as a builder. 24. Into thy hands, O man, I give the key to the heavenly kingdoms. Remember, the password which admitteth thee to the all-highest kingdoms is, Jehovah, the I Am. End of the Book of Judgment. Book of Inspiration. Chapter 1. 1. These are the words of Te, in Cosmon, I am light, I am central, but boundless, saith Jehovah. 2. I give thee of my light, and when thou hast received, thou criest out, Behold, I am wise. 3. Thy corpora I made, in which to localize thee, to mature thy entity. 4. Without me, thou hadst not come to life. Thou art as the end of a ray of light from my person. 5. And thou art focalized in thy corporeal body. 6. I am to thy spirit, as is the sun to a ray of light. I am the light that illuminateth thy soul. 7. The ray of light that goeth out of me, taketh root in mortality, and thou art the product, the tree. 8. Thou wert nothing. Though all things that constitute thee, were before. 9. These I drove together, and quickened. 10. Thus I made thee. 11. After the manner I made thee corporeally, so made I thee spiritually, intellectually. 12. As out of corpor I made thy corporeal body, so, out of my light, which is my very self, I built thee up in spirit, with consciousness that thou art. 13. Thou canst not add one jot or tittle to thy corporeal self, of thine own will and exertion. 14. It is by and through me, that the process of absorption by the blood addeth unto thee. 15. Thy blood floweth in thy veins because of my quickening power upon thee. 16. When I withdraw my hand, thou deest. Life and death are of me. 17. All thy corporeal part is, therefore, of me and through me. 18. Even so is thy spirit of me also. 19. And as thou canst not add a fraction to thy corporeal self, neither canst thou add a fraction to thy spiritual self. 20. Out of myself groweth thy spirit. 21. Neither canst thou, of thine own self, manufacture, or acquire or take unto thyself, one new thought, nor idea, nor invention. 22. All thought and knowledge and judgment which thou hast, I gave unto thee. 23. As the whirlwind gathereth up dust and driveth it toward a center, so is the plan of my universe. 24. Thou art as a center, all things come to thee from without. 25. Thy knowledge, as well as thy corporeality, came to thee from without, from that which was external to thyself. Chapter 2. 1. Tito you art of inspiration made, saith Jehovih. 2. I made thee a corporeal body, and I wrote upon it. The result thou art. 3. And I made thee susceptible, so all things external to thyself could write upon thee. 4. The sum of these is thy knowledge. 5. As it is with thee, so is it with all men, and with all the living which I created. 6. Nor is there any knowledge in the world, but what I gave. 7. All of it is my inspiration. 8. Man said, by certain measurements I teach my son mathematics. 9. I am back of all, saith Jehovih. 10. I taught thy father's father and all who were before him. The sum of all of man's knowledge is but man's capacity to perceive my light. 11. I made thee my servant, to teach thy son by certain measurements. This was the road I made to reach thy son's soul. 12. Man said, I know more than did my father, and yet my father knew more than did his father. We reason, we digest, we compound from one another. 13. I am the all-external, from me page 795 are smaller lights focalized, saith Jehovih. 14. A man holdeth a condensing lens to the sun, and he lighteth a fire thereby, but yet the lens contained not the heat. 15. After such manner hast thou accumulated knowledge, yet, no knowledge was of thine own begetting, but all came from me. I gave it all. 16. The increase in knowledge now upon the earth, with all the races of men, is only the increase I gave. Man of himself created none of it. 17. Neither canst thou create one thought, nor idea, nor impulse. 18. Thou canst only gather together from my harvests, or from me in person. Chapter 3. 1. The eye of man I made to obtain knowledge by light, but the ear of man I made to obtain knowledge from darkness, and within darkness, saith Jehovih. 2. The power of touch I gave to man, whereby he might learn of things their adaptability and compatibility and incompatibility with himself. 3. These are the corporeal doorways I gave unto thee, O man, whereby thou mightst receive knowledge from me and my creations, consciously to thyself. 4. Through these, thou art constantly impregnated. Through these, thy soul accumulateth knowledge of my works. 5. Whatsoever is charged upon these doorways of my soul, is inspiration. 6. When thou sayest bread, thou art inspired to eat, when thou sayest a horse, thou art inspired to ride. When thou touchest a nettle, thou art inspired with pain. 7. Yet, in all cases, thou must have practice before thou canst comprehend the inspiration that cometh to thee from these external things. 8. Man saith, Today, I remember my friend whom I saw not for many a year. 9. Jehovah saith, I made thee as a storehouse, and as a book that was written before. 10. And I gave to thee power to reread thy stores and thy book, within thy soul. 11. This was the accumulated inspiration which I had previously given thee. 12. When thou art fevered, or entranced, or in diverse action from thy usual bent, thy soul turneth into these stores, and thy memory cometh forth wonderfully. 13. This is the manifestation of inspiration which I had previously given thee. 14. I made thee that thou shouldst receive inspiration, not only from the world external to thyself, but inspiration from the members of thy body. 15. My impression upon thee is inspiration, but thou must realize my inspiration, in order to know me. 16. An idiot holdeth fire in his hand, and it giveth him pain, but yet, he knoweth not the cause, nor whence the origin of the pain. 17. So, also, I come to thee, and give thee inspiration, but thou discernest not me. 18. Another man discerneth my presence, and my inspiration. He heareth me speak, he seeth my person. 19. Yet, I am with both alike. 20. One man openeth his mouth to speak, and, behold my words come forth. 21. And yet another saith, No man know Jehovah, none have heard him. 22. One man is sensitive, as a plate for a picture, and he catcheth my light instantly, and knoweth it is from me. 23. Another one saith, A sudden thought struck me. But he discerneth not whence it came. Chapter 4. 1. When the infant is young, my light is its first knowledge, saith Jehovah. 2. It seeth me and heareth me, and it seeth and heareth my angels. 3. By the pressure of my light upon its corporeal eyes and ears, it learneth to see and hear corporeally. 4. This is the beginning of two senses, which I created to grow parallel to each other, and equal in strength. 5. But the infant, being in the corporeal world, heedeth more the things that appeal to the corporeal senses than such as appeal to the spiritual senses. 6. So that one person groweth up, forgetting me and my angels. He is a skeptic. 7. But another person groweth up, remembering me, and my angels. He is a believer. 8. And, behold, thou, O man, inquirest of them, whence came the idea of a creator, an all-person. Page 796. 9. And one of them answereth thee, it is inherent. It is natural. 10. But the other answereth, it is folly, it came from darkness. 11. But I say unto thee, O man, darkness cannot create an idea, not even darkness would be known but for the light I make beside it. 12. Thou canst not imagine any animal under the sun which I have not created. 13. Man said, I imagine a horse with a fish's head and fins. 14. Whatsoever thou inventest, saith Jehovah, thou but taketh the parts of one of my creations, and puttiest them to another. 15. Let this prove unto thee, if thou canst not invent a new living creature, that thy forefathers did not do so either in regard to me. 16. Nevertheless, thou hast a thought, and an idea of me and my person. 17. And thou hast a thought, and an idea of the spirits of the dead. 18. By my presence and inspiration upon thee, I taught thee I am, a person. 19. By the inspiration and presence of my angels, I taught thee of them also. 20. My inspiration upon the bird causeth it to sing, by my presence I teach it to build its nest. 21. By my presence I color one rose red, and another white. 22. Proof of my person is in the harmony of the whole, and of every one being a person of itself, perfect in its order. Chapter 5. 1. Two kinds of voices have I, saith Jehovah, the silent voice and the audible voice. 2. All men I created susceptible to one or the other of my voices, and many to both. 3. One man heareth my voice in the breeze, and in thunder, and in music. 4. One man heareth my voice in the flowers of the field, and in the scenery of the mountains. 5. And yet another feeleth my inspiration. And he skippeth up the mountain side, and tireth not on the way. 6. He that neither seeth nor feeleth my inspiration, goeth up the mountain in great labor. 7. In proportion as man is clear in his corporeality and in his spirit, so discerneth he my inspiration. 8. And if he have great purity as well, then he shappeth my light into corporeal words. 9. These I taught man to call my revealed words. 10. Nevertheless, no corporeal man created I perfect, neither can any man reveal my words perfectly. 11. But I created the way open unto all men, to try to reveal me. 12. According to man's approximation to perfect manhood, so reveal I unto him, by my presence and my words. 13. According to man's imperfection in manhood, so doth not my inspiration manifest on his senses. 14. Perfect manhood created I possible, in equal corporeal and spiritual senses. 15. Strong corporeal senses and weak spiritual senses detract man from my presence, and make him infidel to my person. 16. Such a man beneath my inspiration and the inspiration of my angels. He is little more than a forest tree, which hath a trunk and many branches, but moveth not from its place. Chapter 6. 1. I am one spirit, saith Jehovih. 2. My quickening power is upon all the living, because of this, they live and move. 3. According to the different structure of the living, so is my inspiration manifested by them. 4. 1. As the hare runneth away in cowardice, another, as a lion, is ferocious, another, without judgment, as the serpent. 5. And as to man, one is inspired to music, another to mathematics, another to seership, and so on. 6. To all of these I am the one, the universal inspirer that moveth all of them. 7. According to their organic structure, so do they manifest my inspiration. 8. The lowest of living creatures made I the serpent, for I gave to him an element capable of destroying himself. 9. When the earth was encircled with poisonous gases, I created poisonous vines and weeds and trees and all kinds of herbs, rich growing upon the earth. 10. Thus, from destroying gases and from earth substance created I the vegetable world. And, in that day, all growing things upon the earth which I had created were poison as to animal life. Page 797. 11. Then, I created the serpents, of all sizes created I them. And they were poison also. 12. And the serpents I created were carnivorous, feeding upon one another. Self-impregnating created I them. 13. Thus drove I the poison of the air down into vegetation, and thence into the animal world, thus I purified the air of heaven. 14. This was the first creation I created on this world. 15. Then I overcast the earth with falling nebulae, and covered up the poisons growing upon the earth, and they were turned to oil and coal. 16. Then, I made a new creation. Giving feet and legs and bones to the animals I designed for the earth. 17. And when the earth was ripe for man, then I created him, male and female created I those of the second creation. 18. And man was dumb, like other animals. Without speech and without understanding, even less than any other creature which I had created. 19. Nevertheless, I had given to man, and thus made him, out of the dissolved elements of every living thing that had preceded him. 20. And man partook of the first and the second creations. After the manner of every animal on the earth, so created I man, with all the characteristics of all of them, so created I him, male and female created I them. 21. And man was unconscious of his creation, not knowing whence he came, nor knew he which was his own species. 22. and I sent angels to man, to teach him who he was, and to rouse him up to his capabilities, for which I created him. 23. And my angels drew, from man's side, substance, and thus took on corporeal forms, and the angels dwelt with man as helpmates, to make man understand. Chapter 7. 1. I created man, even from the first, that he should learn to be an independent being, saith Jehovih. 2. And when my angels had taught man speech, making man name all the animals in the world, after the names the animals called themselves, I commanded my angels to come away from man, for a season. 3. To my angels I said, Behold, of all the animals I created in the world, to man only gave I capacity to transmit knowledge to his brethren by words. 4. And to man only gave I capacity to comprehend an idea of me, his creator. 5. Nevertheless, I inspire all living animals which I created, but they know it not. 6. I inspire the spider to make its net, the bird to build her nest, the wild goose to fly to the south, before the winter cometh, the mare to neigh for her colt. The ant to lay in its stores, the bees to dwell in a queendom, and so on, every living creature do I move and control by my inspiration upon them. 7. Males and females I inspire to come together at times and seasons. And then to live apart during gestation. These I keep before man as a lesson of the wisdom of my inspiration. 8. To man I give liberty to acquire wisdom by observing the method of my work, as I manifest in other living creatures. 9. I have also given man capacity to attain to know my inspiration in contradistinction from the inspiration he receiveth from his surroundings. 10. To no other creature gave I this capacity. 11. What cometh of me, is without pain or injury to any one, and with liberty unto all. Such are my inspirations. 12. When man witnesseth a battle, he is inspired to battle, when he witnesseth peace and love, he is inspired to peace and love. 13. What moveth man in consonance and wisdom, and to life, is my inspiration. 14. What moveth man in disconsonance and folly, and to death, is inspiration from man's surroundings. 15. I inspire the serpent to bite to death, for thus created I it. This is no sin, for it fulfilleth its labor, it is the remnant of poison of other eras. 16. Man I created not to destruction, but to life, wisdom, peace and love toward all. 17. When man practiseth virtue, wisdom, truth and love unto all, his inspiration is from me direct. 18. When man practiseth destruction and selfishness, his inspiration is indirectly from me, through the conflict of his surroundings. 19. And thus becometh he evil, instead of good. 20. By direct inspiration do I move upon all the animals I created. 21. This I also created possible unto men, separate from indirect inspiration. Chapter 8. 1. Although all inspiration goeth from me to all the living, directly, yet I also created man susceptible to indirect inspiration from all my creations. 2. Whatsoever receiveth from me direct, is in harmony with me. 3. The lily and the rose I created perfect in their order, the female bird I inspire to build her nest in season, perfect in her order. For, even so is it with all my created beings, save man. All the rest err not, in the order I made them. And they all fulfill the glory for which I made them. 5. But because I made man capacitated to receive inspiration from all things, he manifesteth both, evil and good, according to his birth and surroundings, so is man good or bad. 6. Nevertheless, I created man with capacity to comprehend this also, for, I designed him, from the first, to work his way up to the Godhead, understanding all below him. 7. And I sent my angels to man, teaching him how to distinguish the difference in the inspirations upon him, that he might govern himself accordingly. 8. And my angels said unto man, Become thou one with thy Creator. These are his direct inspirations. 9. To love thy Creator above all else, and thy neighbor as thyself. 10. To give delights only, and not pain. 11. To kill not. 12. To do not violently against his creatures. 13. To be considerate of the liberty of all the living. 14. To interdict not the happiness and hope of others, only where thou canst return a transcendent glory and hope in place thereof. 15. For these are direct inspirations from thy Creator. 16. But these are thy evil inspirations, O man, these come from thy birth and surroundings, formerly called Satan. 17. To kill. 18. To slander. 19. To punish. 20. To destroy Jehovah's created beings. 21. To strive for thyself, above another. 22. To gratify thy flesh at the expense of purity or wisdom. 23. To be false to Jehovah. 24. To be false to thyself. 25. To speak falsely. 26. To covet another's. 27. To cohabit in the gestative period. 28. To engage in strife, or to aid and abet conflicts, which are the fruit of carnivorous food, transmitted in birth. Chapter 9. 1. Man I created with capacity to distinguish my direct from my indirect inspirations, saith Jehovah. 2. And my angels gave him rules, whereby he might make manifest the difference betwixt the two. 3. Man has said, Behold, any man may say, Thus saith Jehovah. One killeth his neighbor, saying, I was thus inspired of Jehovah. Another practiseth all goodness, and his words are wisdom and comprehension, and he saith, I was inspired by Jehovah. 4. I say unto thee, O man, in this I also gave thee liberty, therefore, judge thou, thyself, which came from me, and which from his surroundings, Satan. 5. Thou shalt be thine own judge in all things. 6. Behold, I sent my God to judge thee. But thou shalt also judge the judgments of thy God, and, afterward, thou shalt judge thyself in the same way. 7. A perpetual judge created I thee, not only to judge thyself and all the world beside, but thou shalt judge me, thy Creator. 8. I have given thee many sacred books, and I said to thee. 9. Save thou judgest them, thou shalt be caught in a snare, I charge thee, thou shalt accept nothing from men, nor angels, nor gods. 10. But thou shalt rely on thine own inspiration from thy Creator. 11. Such is my word which I speak to thine own soul. 12. What cometh to thee from a man is indirect inspiration, what cometh from an angel is indirect. And what cometh from the gods is indirect. 13. No direct inspiration of me can come to thee from a book, nor a sermon, nor from anything in all my creations, but only from me, thy Creator. 14. Though one man receive direct inspiration from me, and he write it in a book, yet, when it cometh to thee, it is indirect inspiration, and is not binding upon thee, only so far as my direct inspiration upon thee moveth thee to receive it. P. 799. 15. Yet, not all men created I with the same clearness to perceive me, and to frame my wisdom in words. 16. Few only will turn away from the inspiration of the world, and come unto me. 17. Many profess me in words, but they do not fulfill my inspiration in practice. 18. My words come easily to the pure in heart, and my wisdom showeth itself in the frame of their speech. 19. For I give them words, even as I give to the animal inspiration to do perfectly and wisely the parts for which I created them. 20. Behold, I show the dumb spider how to weave its geometrical net. Is it greater wonder for me, to give words of wisdom to a righteous man? 21. Or to put him in the way of receiving my revelations? 22. Or to show him the harmony and glory of my creations? Chapter 10. 1. I in the first creation none heard me, or saw me, saith Jehovah. 2. And, even to this day, many men deny me and my person. 3. To teach thee, O man, that thou shouldst be considerate of thy brother's talents, behold, what a labor for my gods and ministering angels. 4. To show thee that no two men see alike anything I created. 5. To make thee cautious, that, because thou canst not hear me, thou shalt not judge thy brother who can hear me. 6. To induce thee thus and thus, without interfering with thy liberty. 7. To make thee watchful, to learn by thine own inspiration from me. 8. To make thee skeptical to others' versions of my words, and yet make thee try to discover my words and my person, of thine own self, to see me and hear me. 9. Now, behold, in the olden times, only here and there one, in all the world, could be made to comprehend me. 10. As thou mayst say to the beast in the field, or to the dog, the most knowing of animals, Jehovih. Jehovih. 11. And they will not hear thee understandingly. 12. So was it with nearly all the world, in the olden time. 13. Today, I have quickened many. 14. Tomorrow, the whole of the people in all the world shall know me. 15. This is the progress I created possible unto thee, this road shalt thou travel. 16. Thou hast blockaded the way against me on every side. 17. Thou hast put me away, and said, natural law. Moral law. Divine law. Instinct. Reflection. Intuition. Second sight. 18. I say unto thee, I have abolished all these things. I will have them no more, forever. 19. I have no laws, I do by virtue of mine own presence. 20. I am not far away, behold, I am with thee. 21. I gave no instinct to any creature under the sun. By my presence they do what they do. 22. I give no tuition by intuition, I am the cause to all, and for all. 23. I am the most easily understood of all things. 24. My hand is ready to whosoever will reach forth unto me. 25. My voice is ready and clear to whosoever will turn away from other things, and away from philosophies and ambiguous words, serving me in good works. 26. My light is present, and answereth unto all who follow their all-highest knowledge. Chapter 11. 1. Seek not to spread my gospels, and entice followers unto this, or that, saith Jehovih. 2. Neither go about preaching, saying, Thus saith Jehovih. 3. Let all men hear me in their own way. 4. No man shall follow another. 5. I will have no sect. 6. I will have no creed. 7. I am not exclusive, but I am with all my living creatures. 8. To those who choose me, practicing their all-highest light, I am a shield and fortification against all darkness, and against all evil and contention. 9. Thou shalt not establish me by man's laws, nor by the government of man, saith Jehovih. 10. Nor establish by man's laws or government any book or revelation, saying, Behold, this is Jehovah's book. 11. To keep man from interfering page 800 with man, this hath been great labor. 12. To teach man to comprehend liberty, especially as to thought and as to knowledge, this hath been a great labor. 13. For he falleth easily under the inspiration of his surroundings, and falleth under the teachings and persuasions of his brother. 14. Because he cometh from my hand into the world in innocence, a helpless infant. 15. And his elder brothers take advantage of his innocence, and teach him their own knowledge, instead of directing him to me. 16. And his elder brothers were in darkness themselves, and their elder brothers before them. 17. I said unto man, Be free. Learn to know liberty. Think for thyself. Study thy Creator in all things, and in thyself in particular. 18. Turn thou away from thy elder brothers, come thou to the all-highest fountain. 19. Be not confounded with abstruse reasonings, cut all things short, godlike, learn thou of the Creator and his creations, there is nothing more. 20. Thou art one of the seeds of Jehovih, and wert planted by his hand. Be thou free from all the world. Chapter 12. 1. Man only, of all my created animals, created I not perfect in his order, saith Jehovih. 2. The most devoid of knowledge, and the most helpless of animals, created I man. 3. I gave not to the bird to improve her feathers, nor yet to improve her species, nor gave I her a book as to the manner of building her nest, nor as to her behavior with other birds. 4. Nor said I to the hare, beware of foxes, or go thou, teach thy young to depend on their fleetness. 5. And yet, both, birds and beasts, move by my inspiration, perfectly in the order I made them, the bird doeth her work, and the hare fleeth from the fox. 6. But the child of man will put its finger in a serpent's mouth, and the child will also eat any deadly poison. 7. Thus differently created I man from all other things on earth. But I gave him the foundation whereon he might attain to perfection in all the attributes of my other living creatures. 8. And I said to man, be thou observant of what thou shalt eat and drink, and where thou shalt dwell by day, and sleep by night. 9. For all things shall write upon thy soul the character and kind whereof they are made. 10. If thou wilt be gentle, like a lamb, and non-resistant and docile, so thou mayst obtain great knowledge, feed thou upon herbs and fruits and cereals. 11. And thy blood shall be pure and cool, and charged with food for thy spirit, in peace and love. 12. But if thou wilt be ferocious, like a carnivorous beast, then thou shalt feed upon flesh and fish, and thy blood shall be hot. And thy spirit shall be stirred with passion and anger and contention and tattling and war and jealousy and love of vengeance. 13. For whatsoever thou chargest thy blood with, shall be charged upon thy spirit. 14. Because thou canst not feed on fish nor flesh but through destruction unto death, even so, destruction unto death shall come upon thy soul. 15. From thine own blood shall thy spirit be inspired, even according to what thy blood containeth. 16. As through corpor thy corporeal part is nurtured, so through the gaseous, atmospherian part is thy spirit nurtured. 17. Woman said, behold, I kill not any lamb, nor bird, nor fish. Others kill them, but I eat them. 18. To kill my lambs and birds, and whatsoever I created alive, is a simple act, saith Jehovih. Let no man waste much speech because of such destructions. 19. It is the contamination of the blood of man by carnivorous food, whereon thou shalt ponder. 20. Like unto like created I all the living. Whosoever mocketh himself carnivorous, cannot escape conflict and contention within his own members, soul and body. 21. Until the earth was circumscribed, I gave man carnivorous food, today, I make it poison to him. 22. And man shall turn away from it, and the smell of it shall sicken him, and the sight of blood shall fill him with horror. 23. The butcher shall be ashamed of his avocation, his neighbors shall say to him, Thou stinkest of blood. 24. Because thou gavest us flesh, we also drank to drunkenness. Page 801. 25. Because thou gavest flesh, we also did smoke and take narcotics. 26. Because thou gavest us flesh, we are rotten with catarrh, and wasted in the lungs. 27. Because we feasted on flesh, Jehovih answered us in corruptible flesh. 28. Lo, we stink from the sole of our feet to the crown of our heads. 29. And our offspring are born into the world so helpless and corrupt that half of them die in infancy. 30. Jehovih said, When I command the nations of the earth to peace, behold I raise my hand above the carnivorous head. 31. As there was a time when I created every animal perfect in its order, so also shall such a time come unto man. 32. And now is the dawn thereof. Hence, I named it Cosmogony. 33. As the spider learneth to build her net without a book, and the bees to dwell in a queendom in peace and industry without books and written laws and instructions as how to do this and that, even so. Now is a new birth to the generations of my people. 34. By my direct inspiration upon them shall they learn to do all things perfect, in the order of man for which I created him. 35. Man shall know how to do things easily, and without the long labor of books, and without showing, or explanations. 36. As of old, I commanded thee to have dominion over every living thing I created, so, now, I command thee to take the earth and the waters of the earth and the air above the earth into thy dominion also. 37. And thou shalt rule over them. To drive away the heat, and bring the cold, to drive away the cold, and bring the heat, as thou wilt, for the benefit of all the living. 38. To accomplish which, thou shalt now, first of all, adapt thyself to thy Creator, according to my highest light upon thee. 39. To put away thine own inharmony in thy blood and flesh, and in thy soul. 40. Opening the way for my inspiration to come direct to thee, that thou mayst be one with me. Chapter 13. 1. Man saith, if I cannot add one jot or tittle to my corporeal body, and it is all built up by Jehovih, then, indeed, it is his. 2. Neither am I accountable whether it be well made, or well preserved. 3. And if I cannot make one new thought nor idea, then, indeed are all my thoughts and ideas Jehovah's, given to me by inspiration, either directly by Jehovih, or by his creations. 4. Neither, then, am I accountable for my thoughts, nor ideas, nor behavior, whether they be good or bad. Verily, then, I am not responsible for anything, neither what I am, nor what I do, nor for what becometh of me. I am but an automation. I, myself, am nothing. 5. Jehovah saith, because I gave thee liberty, thou art responsible for all thou art, and for all thou makest thyself, and for all that shall come to thee, and for thy peace and happiness, both in this world and the next. 6. Liberty I gave thee as to what thou shouldst eat, and shouldst wear to cover thyself, and where thou shouldst abide. 7. I gave thee liberty to build thy house in thine own way. But, behold, such liberty I gave not to the bird, as to her nest, nor to the beaver, nor to the ant, nor to any other living creature. 8. Liberty I gave thee as to whether thou should eat herbs or flesh. But such liberty I gave not to any other living creature. 9. To the sheep and the horse I said, eat ye of herbs, to the tiger and lion, eat ye of flesh. 10. To thee I gave liberty to make thyself carnivorous, or herbivorous, or omnivorous. 11. Whatsoever thou didst put in thy mouth, and it united with thy blood, and entered thy body, behold, it was by my labor and by my power it was accomplished. 12. Verily was I thy workman. 13. All that thou didst in the matter was to choose. Thou wert, in that respect, the master, and I thy servant. And, behold, I made not the servant responsible for the master's behavior. 14. Because thou madst thyself carnivorous, the fault is thine own. I placed before thee the herbivorous animals and the carnivorous animals, and I gave thee eyes to look upon them as to their behavior, whether ferocious and destructive, or peaceful, patient and docile. 15. And I spake unto thy soul, saying, Look, judge for thyself as to what thou shalt eat, behold the order of my creations and the result upon all my living creatures. 16. Hence, thou art accountable unto p. 802 thyself, and responsible unto all the world for having made thy corporeal body as thou hast. 17. Even so, in regard to thy spirit, thy soul, thy mind, thy ideas and thy thoughts, I gave thee liberty in the same way. 18. I gave thee liberty to receive thy inspiration from drunkards and harlots and fighters, or from men of wisdom, or the innocence of childhood, or the virtue of a virgin. 19. Or from a city of corruption, or from the country, with pure air and trees, and flowers and mountains and valleys. 20. And I spake unto thy soul, saying, Choose thou what thou wilt to be the inspiration of thy mind and spirit and soul. Behold, I, thy Creator, am thy servant to impregnate thee with thoughts and ideas and disposition. All thou hast to do, is to choose. 21. Yea, I said, I will even take thee to whichever place and condition thou mayst choose. 22. And, now, because I gave unto thee this extreme liberty, and thou hast chosen, behold, thou art accountable unto thyself for thine every thought and idea, and for thy spirit and soul, and in thy behavior thou art responsible to all the world. 23. With liberty I bestowed responsibility also. 24. I am the power, the light and the life. 25. In one thing, chiefly, thou art not an automaton, and that is thine own entity, thine own self, thine own whatsoever thou art. 26. Thyself I gave to thyself, and even at the zero of thy entity, I said unto thee, Go thou, make thyself. All other animals I created perfectly with mine own hands, but to thee I gave liberty to make thyself, even as thou hast. Yea, even in this, I said, Choose thou, and I will do for thee thy labor myself. 27. So that, choice and liberty were the sum total which I gave to thee. 28. Now, therefore, O man, as I gave choice and liberty unto thee, so shalt thou give the same unto thy neighbor and associate. 29. Without these, there is no responsibility, with these, all responsibility. 30. Choose thou thine own food, and thine own raiment and thine house, and choose thou the place, and provide thou the way for whatever inspiration thou mayst, still thou shalt be responsible in all. And the result shall be to thee according to thine own choice, whether thou fawn upon Satan, or emulate thy Creator. Chapter 14. 1. These are T's revelations of Jehovah's times and seasons, appointed unto the chosen. 2. The northern line of the sun shall be the end of the year, and it shall be called the last day of the old year, saith Jehovah. 3. And the first day thereafter, when the sun starteth on his southern course, shall be the beginning of the year, and it shall be called the New Year's Day. 4. These are my times of the end and the beginning of a year, which I created. And I made the earth and the sun as my written testimony thereof. 5. And I blessed and sanctified the old year's day and the New Year's Day, and I appointed them to be holy days, that men might remember the order and the system of my works. 6. And I said unto man, From one New Year's Day until the succeeding one shall be called 1 year, for it is one completed oscillation of the earth, and of her revolution in the orbit where I placed her. 7. Therefore, what thou hast completed within a year shall be remembered by thee, that thou mayst judge thyself therein. 8. And, on the old year's day, thou shalt render up in full forgiveness in all things against all people. 9. And with the setting of the sun on that day, thou shalt be purged of all animosity and claims against every man, woman and child, in all the world. 10. And thou shalt make acknowledgment of this in words and songs and prayers, and in tokens, of no intrinsic value, to whomsoever thou shalt have offended during the past year. 11. Te said, For which reason the old year's day shall be named, the most holy Sabbath day. Behold, it is in accord with his heavenly kingdoms. And it shall be with thee a day of spiritual communion, and of praise to Jehovah and his creations. With music and oratory, and ceremonies, and processions of thy youth, orderly and well disciplined. 12. And, on the New Year's Day, thou shalt rejoice and sing and dance. Mingling together, old and young, even as the old year and the new year are joined together, side by side. 13. The 7th day of the new year shall be thy next Sabbath day, and it shall be a day of rest and of spiritual communion and praise to Jehovah and his creations, with singing and oratory. 14. So also shall every 7th day be a Sabbath day. For which reason page 803 7 days shall be 1 week, being 6 days for labor, and 1 for rest and worship. 15. For this hath been proven in all the world to be good for man. 16. These, then, shall be the moon's days, months. 17. The first new moon's day after New Year's Day shall be the beginning of the first month, and the completion of the 4th quarter of the moon shall be the completion of the first month, and it shall be named, first month. 18. The next 4 quarters of the moon shall be the 2nd month, and it shall be named, second month. 19. And the next completed 4 quarters of the moon shall be named, 3rd month. And so on, to the completion of the year. 20. Such, then, shall be the month in any and every year, for these are the moon's times as Jehovah created them. 21. Neither shall it matter or not whether the months overlap a New Year's Day. As they are created and moved by the Almighty, even so shall man compute and register them. 22. For example, a New Year's Day may come upon the 20th day of the 12th moon or on another moon's day, still, as they fall, so shall they be numbered in truth. 23. As the moon's time differeth to different continents, so shall the month's times of the inhabitants of different continents be locally unto them. 24. But, in the intercourse between different nations on different continents, the month times shall not be enumerated. 25. But, in all such cases, the year and the days thereof shall be named. 26. As, for example, the 70th year and the 96th day. 27. And it shall come to pass that the Sabbath days all around the world shall be the same day unto all people, even with the travel of the sun. 28. Whereby, Jehovah's heavenly kingdoms shall be in concert with mortals, as to times and seasons in all things. Chapter 15. Holy Compact Day. 1. As Jehovah, through his God, bequeathed to the children of Guatemala a government unfettered by the name of God or Lord or Savior, so Jehovah sanctified the day of the ratification and the signing and sealing of his compact, American Constitution, as the day of the Holy Seal. 2. And the sign thereof he made, a hand holding a quill. 3. Which shall be the master's sign of salutation in the lodge on the day and evening commemorating the same. 4. And Jehovah made the answer to the master's sign, the holding up, by the member of the lodge, of a piece of paper, signifying, Constitution. 5. Therefore it was said, the master saluted on the sign, day of the Holy Seal, and the lodge answered in the sign, Constitution. 6. And Jehovah said, remember this day, and keep it holy, to the end of the world, for her it was the beginning of the liberty of man. Chapter 16. Holy Veil Day. 1. As Jehovah, through his God, pulled aside the veil of heaven, saying, 2. Let my angels forth, together shall converse the living and the dead. 3. So sanctified he the day when the angels of heaven were made known to mortals. March 31, 1848. 4. And he gave the sign, a hand holding aside a veil, signifying, heaven unveiled, as the master's sign in the lodge on the day and evening commemorating the same. 5. And Jehovah gave to the members of the lodge to answer in the sign, 3 clappings, signifying, endless joy. 6. And Jehovah said, remember this day, and keep it holy, to the end of the world. For, without books and without arguments, behold, I have proven unto you the immortality of the soul of man. Chapter 17. The Fallen Sword's Day. 1. As Jehovah, through his God, delivered into freedom Guatemala's slaves, and, thus, to general slavery dealt the final blow, so Jehovah blessed that day, and sanctified it. 2. And he gave to man, as the master's sign in the lodge, a hand pointing toward a pen, signifying, I have proved this mightier than the sword. 3. And Jehovah gave to the members in the lodge to answer in the sign, clasped hands, and looking upward, signifying, in thy praise, Jehovah. 4. Jehovah said, remember the day of proclamation of freedom, for it is my day, which I bequeath unto you as a day of freedom in all righteous jollification, which ye shall keep every year, and commemorate, to the end of the world. Chapter 18. Holy Cosmogony Day. 1. Beside the above, Jehovah gave one more holy day, Cosmogony Day, which he also commanded to be kept in commemoration of another matter, which Jehovah commanded to be secret with the Faithists for a certain period p. 804 of time, the which time hath not expired to this day. Therefore, the day of Cosmogony is still a secret with the Faithists. 2. And Jehovah said, that mortals and angels may live and labor in concert, behold, I have given certain days, whereby large congregations on earth may be met by my organic heavens, in reunion, mortals and angels, for the happiness of both. And for the glory of my works. 3. Now, behold also, as by my presence I inspire thee, when thou laborest with me, and thou art doing righteously, and with purity and love, so also is it with thee, in regard to my angels. 4. When thou makest and keepest thy corporeal body pure and clean, my angels, who are pure and clean, come to thee to aid thee, and to enlighten thee. 5. And when thou puttiest away all unclean thoughts and all unselfish desires, and seekest to obtain wisdom, and to learn how best thou canst help thy fellowman, behold, my angels of light and wisdom come to thee, and, by virtue of their presence, which thou sayest not, they inspire thy soul in the light of thy Creator. 6. Man hath said, I will not be a seer, or a prophet, nor a Suez, nor Sargis. Verily, I will not have angels with me to teach me, or to give me any light or knowledge under the sun. 7. Whatever I can attain, it shall be mine own. Wiser is it for me to obtain to know, and to do things of myself, than have angels come and give to me, or manifest through me. 8. Verily, I will not be used, by man nor angel, for it would be prostituting my flesh and my spirit to others. 9. Behold, my body was given to me for mine own use and profit, to establish and develop mine own soul unto eternal happiness in individuality. 10. Alike unto all people is my presence, saith Jehovih. I am unto the just and the unjust. I am everywhere, both, in darkness and in light. 11. Because thou art in darkness, thou beholdest not me. 12. Because thou art imperfect in flesh and spirit, thou deniest me. 13. Because thou art confounded with inharmony, thou believest not in me. 14. He who hath not an ear for music, discovereth not a tune, even as he that is discordant beneath my person. 15. To the pure there is no selfishness, neither for earthly things, nor for their own flesh and spirit. 16. A pure man is as a clear glass, he can see out of himself, and, so, perceive my angels and me. 17. Through the pure man, pure angels can see mortality as well as spirituality. Their presence inspireth him to understand all things. 18. As much with the man that is not a seer, or a Suez, are the angels, as with those that are seer, or Suez, or Sargis. 19. Because thou sayest not, nor hearest angels, only proveth thy darkness, but proveth not the absence of angels. 20. To the dark, come the dark, with the dark, abide the dark, both, angels and mortals. 21. More is the man of darkness ruled by angels, than is the man of light. 22. Behold, I created thee not to fill any place in all the world for thine own self's sake. 23. Neither gave I thy flesh nor thy spirit to be thine only. 24. These, also, shalt thou relinquish, saying, To thee, O Jehovih, I give all. My flesh, my spirit, mind, and all my service, to be thine forever. 25. Thou shalt say, Appropriate thou me, soul and body, in whatsoever way thou canst, that I may do the most good unto others, mortals and angels. 26. Until thou attainest this, thou shalt not hear my voice, nor see my hand. 27. As I gave away myself, and thus created all things, so shalt thou follow in my footsteps, in order to become one with me. 28. Herein lieth the secret of wisdom, truth, love and power, time without end. End of Book of Inspiration. Book of Jehovah's Kingdom on Earth, which containeth within it the Book of Shalom, all of which is antiscript. Chapter 1. 1. In the early days of the Cosmon era, after the revelations of the Father's kingdom on earth had been published, and was known abroad over all the world, there went forth many, in Jehovah's name, to accomplish unto the resurrection of man. And for the glory of the Almighty, the new kingdom. 2. Foremost, amongst the many, there came out of Uz one who was esteemed wise and good above all others, and because he was a representative man, the people named him, Te. 3. And Te prayed unto Jehovah for light and knowledge as to how best he could accomplish good unto the resurrection of the race of man. 4. And Jehovah answered Te, saying, Go, bring my people out of Uz, and found them in a place by themselves. For now is the beginning of the founding of my kingdom on earth. 5. Te answered, saying, Behold, O Jehovah, I have gathered together many men and many women, and they all profess a desire to found thy kingdom. 6. One desireth to be a teacher. Another, to be a superintendent, another, an overseer, another, an adviser. 7. And they are all learned and wise and good in their own way, but, also, they are neither workers nor capitalists, the two chief of all that I require. 8. Now, I pray to thee, O Father, what shall thy servant do? 9. Jehovah answered Te, saying, Go, seek, and bring out of Uz orphan babes and castaway infants and foundlings. 10. And these shall be thy colony, which shall be my new kingdom on earth. 11. Te inquired, What can a man do with babes? How shall I feed them? Moreover I have not money to hire nurses. 12. Jehovah said, Have faith in thy Creator, in a good work done unto my little ones, behold, I will provide. 13. Whatsoever thou dost unto them, even so dost thou unto me, wherein thou shalt not fail. 14. Neither shalt thou have anything to do with any adult man or woman who is without faith in me. Behold, my people are infants in this era. 15. Deal thou with them, and with such only as are willing to serve them, for as much as they are served, so am I served also. Chapter 2. 1. So, Te gathered together orphan babes and castaway infants and foundlings, a great number. 2. And a woman named, Es, heard of Te in his work, and she came to him, inquiring. 3. How can a man attend babes? Now, because I have heard of thy work, behold, I have come to thee to labor for our Father in heaven. 4. Te said, Whoso would labor for our Father in heaven, let her do unto these little ones. 5. Es said, Even for that I am before thee. I beseech thee, put me to work. 6. Te inquired, Knowest thou the care of infants? And she answered him, saying. 7. In such labor, alas, I have had no experience, but I know Jehovah will guide me aright. Otherwise, he had not inspired my soul unto the work. All wisdom is possible through Jehovah. 8. Te said, Such being thy faith, thou art the first chosen woman in the page 806 Father's new kingdom. Go, therefore, and fulfill thy part, and may the Father be with thee. 9. So, Es went to work, accomplishing what was required unto the infants. 10. And Te went again unto Uz, and brought hence more infants. Many more than were possible unto the care of one woman. 11. So Te issued a call, to wit. 12. Wanted, 50 men and women, who are Faithists in Jehovah, and are willing to take part in founding the Father's kingdom on earth as it is in heaven. 13. And there came in answer to Te's call thousands and thousands of men and women. 14. And Te cried out, O Jehovah, what shall thy servant do? Behold, I asked for 50 men and women, and here are come thousands and thousands. 15. Jehovah answered Te, saying, Try them my son, and see if they be worthy. As many as are prepared, thou shalt accept, as many as are not prepared, thou shalt not accept. Behold, there is room for millions. 16. And Te spake unto the multitude, saying, I called for 50 men and women and, lo, here are thousands, willing to take part in founding the Father's kingdom on earth. 17. Now, behold, when I saw your great number, I cried out, O Jehovah, what shall thy servant do? I did ask for but 50, and there are come here thousands and thousands. 18. And Jehovah answered, saying, Try them, my son. As many as are prepared, accept, as many as are not prepared, accept not. Behold, there is room for millions. 19. Now, therefore, how say ye, what is the founding of the Father's kingdom? Who here knoweth the way, and how to take part therein? Chapter 3. 1. It came to pass that many of the multitude answered te, and of all that thus spake, the following were the chief words, to wit. 2. Sutta said, to do what I am willing to do, is to take part in founding the Father's kingdom. Therefore, hear me. 3. To adjust capital and labor, that each shall contribute to the advantage and glory of both. 4. That the capitalist shall receive good profit on his capital, and the laborer high and uniform wages. 5. To adjust them that they can live side by side, equally, and neither above or under the other. 6. That they may have extensive domains and beautiful parks, excellent factories, virtuous and industrious people. 7. The part that I am capacitated to fill in this great work, is to reveal the key in the plans, to explain all things to both, the capitalists and laborers. 8. After that manner, Sutta went on at great length, and he was followed by several others, who had similar plans, but each one doubted the other's capacity, as being qualified for the work. 9. Aborn spake next. He said, I have heard Sutta's project. It is a farce. Capital and labor cannot harmonize. 10. And even if they could, it would be a worldly basis. It would not be the Father's kingdom. 11. In his kingdom there shall be neither buying nor selling, neither servant nor master. 12. Now, behold, I say to you all, men and women, as such, cannot harmonize together. They are diverse in all their ideas and general knowledge. 13. The only way to accomplish the Father's kingdom is through infants, to raise them up in the way they should go. 14. But, even with these, failure will result, save their prenatal condition is provided for. 15. Therefore, the part one am capacitated to accomplish is, to become father to innumerable offspring, by most exalted and enlightened women. 16. Also, I have great knowledge of physiology, mentology and psychology, and I would be willing to be examiner and dictator as to prospective parents. 17. Thus spake Aborn at great length. And others spake in like manner, but each one preferred himself as the prospective father of the offspring. 18. Next spake Thirdis. She said, This it is, to found the Father's kingdom on earth, hear me, that ye may understand. 19. Behold, all things shall be possible through woman, especially as to raising up a new generation on the earth. 20. During the period of gestation, man should not approach woman. 21. Nay, in that period, woman should be treated as a very goddess. 22. Her every want and whim and page 807 notion should be gratified to the utmost. 23. When she spake, or raised her finger, during the gestative period, every man and woman and child should run to do her service. 24. And she should be surrounded by cultured and exalted companions and charmed with sweet music and delightful entertainments. 25. Yea, as a very goddess should all men do her reverence. 26. When such a woman hath a child born, behold, there will be one child for the Father's kingdom. 27. Now, behold, give me the choice as to who shall father my children, and such a part shall be my part, to help found the Father's kingdom. 28. After Thirdis, then spake many of the women after the same manner, and each one doubted the other's capacity to fill the place, but recommended herself. 29. Amos spake next. He said, I have heard all these beautiful systems. I am ready for any of them. Behold, I am a landscape gardener. 30. The part one can do is to lay out the grounds, for plots of flowers and grass and ornamental trees. 31. But ye shall provide laborers for me. I work not with mine own hands. I plan and design, my capacity is in my talent and in my education. 32. After Amos, then spake the 500 physicians, each one offering himself, to be the physician for the Father's kingdom. Then spake an equal number of lawyers in the same way. 33. Next spake 1,000 teachers of the piano, each one offering to teach the young for the Father's kingdom. 34. And now, with slow and solemn aspect, rose up and spake 500 priests of Brahma. 35. They said, We have heard, we have seen. Behold, the Father's kingdom is none of these. 36. It is the second coming of Brahma. He shall come in flames of fire, from the east and west and north and south. 37. By the magic touch of his wand, the different castes of men shall be sorted, and the dead shall come forth from their graves, and Brahma shall judge them. 38. The sky shall be filled with holy angels, the spirits of the saints, with wings of fire and with tails a mile in length. 39. And the elect of the earth shall rise in glory, and be immersed in nirvana forever, even at the feet of Ormuzd. 40. This it is, to found the Father's kingdom on earth. After which, all flesh shall come into life free from sin, the corruptible shall turn incorruptible forever. 41. Now, behold, our part, in founding his kingdom is to preach unto you Brahma's everlasting gospels. 42. Next to speak, were 500 Buddhist priests. They said. 43. We have heard and seen also. Our learning, no man may gainsay. As for Brahma and his second coming, for that matter, he never came once. 44. None have seen him, nor found his dwelling place. Therefore he is but a superstition, a relic of the dark ages. 45. Hear us, then, as to the founding of the Father's kingdom on earth. 46. It is the second coming of Buddha, when every knee shall bow down, and own him Lord of all the world. 47. Behold, Buddha shall come with 2 swords and 12 spears, and he shall have 10,000 brides. 48. When Buddha shall blow his breath upon the earth, the graves shall be opened, and the dead shall come forth, and speak. 49. And Buddha shall judge them, according to case, so will he separate them. 50. And 100 times 10,000 million angels, with fiery wings and with tails 2 miles in length, shall overspread the earth. 51. And all flesh shall become incorruptible, the lion shall eat straw, and the lamb shall rejoice in its kin without fear. 52. Next spake 500 Christian priests. They said. 53. What profanity we have heard. Behold, as for Brahma and Buddha, they are but myths. It is the second coming of Christ, which is the founding of the Father's kingdom. 54. Christ said, Think not I came to send peace on earth, I came not to send peace, but a sword. 55. It is he that shall subdue all the world, and make men bow down, and own him Lord of all. 56. He shall come in a sea of fire, with millions of archangels. And when his servant, Gabriel, bloweth his horn upon the earth, the graves shall open, and the dead shall come forth, and speak to the living. 57. And he shall judge them, separating them, the bad to everlasting torments, and the good, who have p. 808 worshipped him, shall rise and inherit everlasting bliss. 58. Now, behold, the part we can do in founding the Father's kingdom, is to preach and explain the beautiful doctrines of our blessed Lord. 59. When many others had thus spoken, Te said unto them, I called for such as had faith in Jehovih. I am not in the labor of founding a kingdom for Brahma, nor Buddha, nor Christ, nor for any one but the Creator, our Heavenly Father. 60. As for the graves opening, I have nothing to do with that, though, for the spirits of the dead appearing face to face with the living, behold, that hath been accomplished now for more than 30 years, to hundreds of thousands of good people. So with that I have nothing to do either. 61. But since ye have not proved the communion of angels during all these years, how hope ye to labor for the Father's kingdom? To all such I say, Go your ways, I have no use for you. 62. At once, 1/2 of the multitude rose up, and departed, mocking, saying, The spirits of the dead. We will have none such, but angels with wings, and with fleecy tails a mile in length. 63. Te inquired once more, Who, here, hath faith in Jehovih, and, if we labor together in his name, living our all highest light, that his kingdom will be founded? 64. Hundreds and hundreds said, It depends on having plenty of money and a good plantation. With money, it can be accomplished, without money, it cannot be. 65. Te said, Your faith being in money, I have no use for you. I called for those with faith in Jehovih. Therefore, go your ways also. So, many more of the multitude departed, returning to Uz also, even as had the others. 66. Te asked again, Who here are capable and desirous of being leaders, let them speak. 67. More than 1,000 cried out, Here. That is my part. I am suited to it by nature and by experience and by great wisdom. 68. Te said unto them, Behold the spirit of the age in which we live. No man desireth a leader or dictator over him. For that reason, go your ways also, I have no use for you. 69. Te asked again, Who here have made a study of this subject, and are prepared to be lecturers and teachers and advisers, let them speak. 70. And, behold, another 1,000 cried out, That is my strength. I can explain all subjects, of diet, clothing, social intercourse, health, marriage and worship. 71. Others cried out, I am a trance speaker, I have angel guides 2,000 years old. 72. Others said, I am inspirational, the ancient prophets are my spirit guides. Saint John, the Revelator. Confucius. Hosea. King Solomon. Daniel. 73. Te interrupted them, saying, Behold, the signs of the times show us that, as to founding the Father's kingdom by words, sermons and lectures, they are worthless. 74. See here, I have gathered together hundreds of helpless orphan babes. They care for none of the things that have been offered, they need washing and feeding, and their clothes are to wash and mend. 75. Who, so believing in the Father, that he will give up self, in all respects, and work for these little ones, having faith that Jehovah will provide justly and sufficiently unto all, let him come. 76. You all do know how the farmers go about gathering up calves and colts and the young of all sorts, and they take them to a good place and feed them, and when they are grown up, they are the choice in market. 77. Now, behold, there are thousands of fatherless and destitute children in Uz, which, left to themselves, either die or grow up to be thieves, robbers and murderers. 78. These are cheaper than calves and young colts. And they may be raised to be of more profit to themselves and to the state, than 10 times as many cattle. 79. Who, then, is ready to join in this labor without money and without price, devoting his life to training them up to practical knowledge, not only of books, but to use their hands in trades and factories? That these little ones may become useful citizens, and a joy to themselves and glory to the Father. Let such speak. 80. And, now, behold, 50 men and women spake, saying, Take us, in Jehovah's name. We have neither whim or conceit to carry out. 81. We are willing and anxious to go to this labor, and we know Jehovah will provide unto us. From day to day his light will shine upon us, and we shall know what to do. 82. Thy children shall be our children, thy hardships our hardships. We come not for rest, nor glory, nor for comforts. But we come to serve Jehovah in whatsoever he may give us to do for his kingdom. Page 809. 83. Te said, In Jehovah's name, I accept you. Whatsoever is mine shall be yours also. 84. Thus it came to pass, out of all the thousands and thousands who came, only 50 were accepted. 85. And the others went their way, mocking, saying, A most beautiful Father's kingdom on earth. Chapter 4. Book of Shalom. 1. The voice of Jehovah came to Te, saying, Take thy people and go whither I will lead thee, and ye all shall be blessed. Quite sufficient are these, to begin the founding of my kingdom on earth. 2. And Te and his people went away to an unoccupied country, by the river Shalom, so called because Te had said. 3. I take the babes the Uzians would not have, and I come to a place where the Uzians would not live, and yet I will make it a place of peace and plenty, therefore, it shall be called Shalom. 4. And when they had pitched their tents and fed the children, Te called them together that he might speak before them. 5. Te said, By and through Jehovih, are all things accomplished, either directly or indirectly. 6. If directly, by his inspiration, then are all things well done, and in peace and righteousness and love and wisdom. 7. If indirectly, and through other inspiration, then, indeed, is man answered in disaster and unhappiness. 8. Foremost of all, must it be man's aim to receive light directly from Jehovih in regard to all things. 9. To do which, man must approach his Creator, in words and conduct, doing in practice the right which he perceiveth in judgment. 10. Now, therefore, from our youth up we have repeated the prayer, Thy kingdom come on earth as it is in heaven. 11. Yet, not one of us put forth a hand to accomplish what we prayed for. 12. In which our prayers profaned the Almighty. 13. For had we been true in heart, we had taken hold in practice, according to our best ability. 14. In not doing which, we were false before Jehovih, and he could not answer our prayers in truth. 15. Moreover, we had said to one another from our youth up, As ye would that others should do unto you, do ye even so unto them. 16. Nevertheless, we served ourselves only. 17. We visited not the fatherless and motherless. 18. We sold not what we might, and gave to the poor. 19. We professed faith in Jehovih, but we manifested faith in money and in soldiers and warfare. 20. We had said, Love the Creator with all thy soul and heart and mind, and thy neighbor as thyself. 21. Neither of which we fulfilled. 22. Now, therefore, we were unrighteous toward man, and false before Jehovih. 23. In repentance and shame have we come out of Uz, because we could not fulfill the commandments whilst dwelling in Uz. Behold, we have come thence, to begin a new life upon the earth. 24. That our labor and our lives may be given unto Jehovih, with profit for the raising up of the race of man, and for the glory of the Almighty, let us covenant ourselves unto him in fullness of heart and of soul and with all our mind. To practice all the commandments in fullness. What say ye? 25. The multitude answered with one voice, We desire to covenant with Jehovih, that our labor and our growth may contribute to the founding of his kingdom on earth. 26. Make thou, therefore, thy covenant with the Creator, and, that we may be in unison, behold, we will repeat with thee thy words, that Jehovih may be glorified therein. 27. Te said, Hear me, then, ere we make the covenant to Jehovih. In the heavens, the angels surround the heavenly throne with columns of fire and water. And all the space within the circuit is named, the place of the holy covenant, and it is appropriated to worship and to sacred rites and ceremonies. 28. But places of amusement and of all other kinds of entertainments, not sacred in rites and ceremonies, are situated external to the place of the holy covenant. 29. Now, therefore, in remembrance of Jehovah's heavenly kingdoms, let us mark a circular line around about this place, and march in procession, dedicating the enclosure to the holy covenant. 30. The multitude said, This is wise. By system and order and a place for all things, harmony will answer unto page 810 us. Lead thou, therefore, the way, and we will march with thee. 31. Then Te marched, drawing the line of the sacred circle, and the multitude, two abreast, marched after him. 32. Te said, I draw the line of the sacred circle unto thee, Jehovih. In thy name I dedicate and enclose this, thy place of the holy covenant, to be thine forever. 33. The multitude responded, May I remember thy line of the sacred circle, Jehovih, and comport myself within it for thine honor and glory forever. 34. Within this place am I about to covenant myself to thee forever, as a laborer to fulfill thy kingdom on earth for the resurrection of man. 35. Response: May I remember the little ones within this sacred circle, whom thou hast given into my charge, for whose welfare on earth and in heaven, I am about to covenant myself unto thee. To make myself an example and sacrifice before them during all my life. 36. Together, in remembrance of the pillars of light in heaven, that surround the throne of thy Son, God of earth and heaven, we build here a hedge and a fence, as a lasting testimony that we dedicated to thee, Jehovih. The enclosed place of the sacred covenant. Chapter 5. The Holy Covenant. 1. Then Te and his hosts went into the midst of the place of the Holy Covenant, and the hosts formed in a crescent, and Te stood betwixt the horns thereof. 2. And, whilst thus standing, Te, being moved by the light of Jehovih upon him, uttered the covenant, and his hosts, in concert, uttered the words after him. 3. And these words were called, the Holy Covenant, even as they are to this day, to wit. 4. Thou, O Jehovih, as thou hast declared thyself in the book of Jehovih. 5. To thee I covenant myself, to be thine forever. And to thee only, O Jehovih. 6. And I abjure all gods but thee. 7. And I abjure all lords but thee. 8. And I abjure all saviors but thee. 9. In this, thy place of the holy covenant, do I covenant myself unto thee, to be only thine, and forever. 10. My corporeal body, I dedicate and covenant unto thee, to be in thy service during all my life. 11. Because thou madest it out of thine own material, behold, it is thine. 12. The workmanship is thine, the material is thine also. 13. I have no claim upon it, unto thee, and for thy service, do I resign it forever. 14. Into my charge thou gavest it unto me, as the habitation of my spirit. 15. Because it is thy gift I will care for it, and keep it clean and pure, before thee, that it may be acceptable to thee, and to the presence of thy holy angels. 16. My spirit I also dedicate and covenant unto thee, to be in thy service, henceforth forever. 17. My mind and soul, I dedicate and covenant unto thee, to be in thy service, henceforth forever. 18. My whole self, whereof I am made, soul and body, dedicate and covenant I unto thee, to be in thy service forever. 19. Out of thine own self madest thou me, soul and body, and they are thine only, to be used by thee forever. 20. Appropriate thou me, O Jehovih, my corporeal body, and my spirit, my mind, my behavior and thoughts, to be of profit to thee, for founding thy kingdom on earth. 21. And I covenant unto thee, Jehovih, I will search constantly into mine own every act and deed and word and thought, to make myself true in the practice of thy highest light upon me. 22. That henceforth, forever, I will search to find the highest light, and I will practice the same toward all men, women and children. 23. Unto them will I not only do as I would be done by, but more. I will do for them, with all my wisdom and strength, all my life. 24. I covenant unto thee, Jehovih, that, since all things are thine, I will not own nor possess, exclusively unto myself, anything under the sun, which may be entrusted to me, which any other person or persons may covet or desire, or stand in need of. 25. Neither more will I talk of myself, either in laudation of what I am, nor of what I have done. But thou shalt judge me, and hold me accountable for shortness in word and behavior, wherein, by any means, I may manifest self-esteem or covetousness for fame, or the applause of men, even for any good I may have done unto others. Page 811. 26. Neither more will I censure, nor criticize, nor blame any man, or woman, nor any child over 14 years of age, as an individual, in all the world, for any shortness in word or deed they manifest. 27. For they are thine, Jehovah, and not mine, to be led or driven by me. 28. To all these Faithists, my brothers and sisters in thy kingdom, will I deal and think and behave, in affiliation, as gentle and truly as were they my own blood and kin, brothers and sisters, or father and mother. 29. And over these babes, which thou hast entrusted to me, will I be as loving and true as were they mine own blood and kin, sons and daughters. 30. According to thy light, which thou mayst bestow upon me, will I raise them up to know thee, and to be a glory in thy kingdom. 31. First of my teaching unto them shall be, to make them know thee, and to remember that thy eye is upon them, and thy hand above them, to bless them according to their wisdom, truth, love and purity. 32. And I will teach them the way of the communion of thy angels, to develop them in Suis and Sargis. 33. Teaching them to live for the Spirit within, rather than for corpor. 34. Teaching them by books and instruments. 35. Teaching them useful trades and occupations. 36. Teaching them music and worship. 37. Teaching them dancing and gymnastics. 38. And, in all things, developing in them all the talents thou hast created in them, that they may grow up to be an honor and a glory on the earth, and to rejoice because thou hast created them alive. 39. And I will emancipate them from infancy at 14 years of age, and bestow upon them the rights of man and woman, in their thoughts, words, deeds, choice and actions. 40. Throwing upon them, at that age, their responsibility unto thee, for their thoughts, words, ideas, behavior, as fully as I claim the same unto mine own self. 41. And now, O Jehovah, that this, thy kingdom on earth, may be known and distinguished from the habitations of the Usians, we make this our solemn oath unto thee. 42. We will not, now, nor forever, make war, nor engage in war, nor take any part in war, for any God, nor Lord, nor Saviour, nor country, nor king or other ruler on earth, nor will we aid nor abet war in any way whatever. 43. Neither will we now, nor forever, eat fish nor flesh of any creature thou didst create alive. 44. And we swear unto thee, Jehovah, in regard to these our babes, which thou hast given unto our keeping, to found thy kingdom on earth, we will raise them up to abjure war, like unto this our oath unto thee. And to practice not the carnivorous habit belonging to the Usians. 45. Neither will we use, nor permit to be used, in Shalom, any intoxicating drink, nor weed, nor root, nor gum, nor any other drug, for the contamination of human flesh by intoxication or for stimulation unnaturally. 46. Make us strong and wise, O Jehovah, in this our covenant and oath unto thee, for thine are the honor and the glory of all things, time without end. Amen. Chapter 6. The Covenant of Brotherhood. 1. Now, when Te and his hosts had made the covenant with Jehovah, behold, the voice descended upon Te by entrancement, with the holy angels of the God of heaven and earth, and he said. 2. Whosoever choose me, I choose in return. 3. Whosoever serve me, I serve in return. 4. Alike unto like, created I the adaptation of angels and mortals. 5. As ye have drawn a corporeal circle around my kingdom, behold, my holy angels have drawn a spiritual circle around you. 6. As ye have dedicated to me, so do I dedicate to you, to serve you in holiness and wisdom, by angels from the throne of my God. 7. As much as ye have come to raise up my little ones, I will come to you, through my angels, and raise you up also. 8. As ye make my little ones wise, and useful, and to rejoice in their lives, so will I minister unto you. 9. As ye are covenanted unto me against war, and to establish the practice of peace on earth, so will my hand be over you in this my kingdom, both on earth and in heaven. 10. And as much as ye are come to found my kingdom on earth, even so have I opened the kingdoms of the second resurrection in heaven unto you. 11. proclaim it in the east and west, page 812, and north and south, my kingdom is founded on earth. 12. The voice departed, and then Te, in his own wisdom, faced to the east, and he said. 13. Hear ye, O mortals and angels, Jehovah's kingdom is founded on earth. 14. Then Te faced to the west, saying, Hear ye, O mortals and angels, Jehovah's kingdom is founded on earth. 15. Then Te faced to the north, and said, Hear ye, O mortals and angels, Jehovah's kingdom is founded on earth. 16. Next, Te faced to the south, saying, Hear ye, O mortals and angels, Jehovah's kingdom is founded on earth. 17. And Te made the sign of the circle twice cut, and his hosts answered under the sign, Jehovah's dawn. 18. And, now, the light of Jehovah came upon Te, and, of his own accord, he said. 19. Without a covenant of brotherhood, behold, we are like an unorganized school without a teacher. 20. As Satan, in the management of his soldiers for war purposes, hath demonstrated the advantage of power through discipline, let us be wise in the Father's kingdom, by discipline also, but in peace and righteousness. 21. Unity cannot be achieved but through order and discipline and rites and ceremonies and words. 22. Power is obtained more by concerted oneness of purpose than by anything else under the sun. 23. For which purposes, let us become organic for the founding of Jehovah's kingdom on earth. 24. So that, henceforth, we shall be a unit before the world, guided by Jehovah to the single end of establishing a community that can practice his commandments in full. 25. And, though we may fail in some measure, let us remember the generation we are raising up shall have more advantages in practice, and their successors shall also advance still higher. 26. Ultimately, all the world shall attain to peace, virtue, plenty and wisdom. 27. Already are we covenanted to live our all-highest light, and to practice it. 28. How, then, shall we become organic, and still have no leader or overseer? 29. The highest wisdom in the state, or in a community, is not with the majority, but with a small minority. 30. The highest wisdom, which is the highest light, should guide the individual and the family and the community and the state. 31. Now, therefore, let us divide ourselves into groups of 10s. 32. And each group shall select its wisest man, as speaker, and his title shall be chief. 33. And let the chiefs be a group also, and they shall select a speaker, whose title shall be chief. 34. Let the business within the colony be divided into as many departments as there are groups, one to each. 35. But let the united business of the colony, in its relations to the world, and to sister colonies, be in the care of the chief and the other chiefs. 36. Now, behold, in the kingdoms of heaven, when a matter is announced, requiring the holy council's action, each and all the members who desire, speak thereon, giving their highest light. 37. And, after that, the chief giveth his highest light, which is the decree. 38. So let it be with us. 39. And it shall be discovered in a short time who is the highest light, not only of each group, but of all the groups. 40. And whosoever is chief, shall be held responsible for the errors or shortness of his group, and whosoever is chief shall be held responsible for the shortness or errors of the whole colony as such. 41. Who, then, knowing that what is bound on earth is also bound in heaven, is willing to bind himself unto these heavenly laws for the sake of Jehovah's kingdom on earth? 42. When Te asked this, the whole of the multitude answered, In Jehovah's name, I bind myself in this also. 43. Te said, Then, in Jehovah's name, repeat after me. 44. In the name of Jehovah, I bind myself to the chief's decree. And I bind myself to the chief's decree also, and I bind myself in the brotherhood of groups. 45. When they had thus repeated the words of brotherhood, Te said, Let the hosts form in circle, facing the center. 46. When they were thus formed, Te went round the circle on the inside, going with the sun, shaking hands with each one as he passed, saying, Welcome, my brother, sister, in the brotherhood of Faithists. With thee, I covenant to be thine equal and obedient servant, to whom I wed myself both in this world and in the next, page 813 for the resurrection of man and the establishing of Jehovah's kingdom with mortals. 47. Then, after Te, the next one on his left went round the circle also, shaking hands, and repeating the marriage words of the brotherhood. 48, and so on, they went, until all of them had completed the covenant of the brotherhood. 49. Te said, I salute you all under the sign, Jehovah's name. 50, and they answered, by his instruction, in the sign, many in one. 51. The voice spake through Te, saying, Whoever, hereafter, shall join my kingdom, shall repeat my covenant and the covenant of my brotherhood, before the chief and the chiefs and before my chosen. In the manner ye have done before me and my holy angels. Chapter 7. Founding the groups. 1. The light of Jehovah being upon Te, he said, Let the examples of Uz be not lost upon you. But where ye have learned, and what ye have acquired, these shall ye appropriate wisely in Shalom. 2. For which purpose, it is wise that we appoint our groups as now required, to be added unto afterward, when more is required. 3. How say ye, then, shall we appoint groups this day? 4. Thereupon, different persons spake, and the sum of their wisdom was that there should be 5. A group of architects. 6. A group of clothiers. 7. A group of dietitians. 8. A group of engineers. 9. A group of manufacturers. 10. A group of horticulturists. 11. A group of agriculturists. 12. A group of botanists. 13. A group of nurses. 14. A group of physicians. 15. A group of artists, sculpture, painting and gardening. 16. A group of musicians. 17. And these were all the groups required at that time. Accordingly, Te proclaimed them, and called for volunteers for each and every group. 18. And these were filled, though, because there were but 52 members, some of them took membership in 2 or 3 groups, so that all were filled. 19. The light still being upon Te, he said, Since ye have made the groups, let each group now select a chief. 20. Now, many of them spake up, saying, I neither wish fame for being chief, nor do I wish the responsibility of the position. 21. Te said, Suffer me, then, to declare the light that is upon me, which is, that ye are here to fulfill whatsoever Jehovah may put upon you, with all your wisdom and strength. 22. Whether ye be made chiefs or not made chiefs, it is Jehovah's work ye are here to fulfill, without any regard as to your personal selves. 23. To covet chieftainship would be selfish, to refuse chieftainship would be selfish. 24. We cannot found the Father's kingdom with any other members than such as say, with all their hearts, and mind and soul, Whatsoever thou puttest upon me, O Jehovah, that will I do with all my wisdom and strength. 25. To have faith in this way, is to have faith with practice, such a one is a Faithist in fact. 26. Now, those who had spoken before relented, saying, O Jehovah, what have I done? Behold, I tripped myself up even in the start. Make this a rebuke to me, O Father, and heap thou upon me whatsoever thou wilt. 27. Te said, What anyone can do, it is well done, wherein he faileth, because of incapacity, behold, it is not his fault, but his misfortune. 28. So, it came to pass, chiefs were selected for every group, men and women. 29. And Te was made chief. And so, Te delivered to each of the chiefs a synopsis of his duties. Chapter 8. 1. To the chief of architecture, Te said, Thy duties shall be one with thy group, and what I say to thee shall apply to them also. Thou shalt not only build houses for Shalom, providing them comfortably with rooms and with wholesome conveniences, but thou shalt teach our adopted infants, by models and otherwise, the art and science of architecture. 2. At a very early age thou shalt explain to them, by blocks and with tools, the science and measurements of architecture, as to the names and kinds thereof, to the place and use of braces, beams and roofs. 3. Moreover, as soon as they are p. 814 capable of holding a pencil, thou shalt teach them to make drafts of houses, and the parts thereof. And when they are old enough to handle tools, thou shalt teach them to make models of houses, and to estimate the strength of the parts required. 4. To the chief of clothiers, Tay said, Thy duties shall be one with thy group, and what I say to thee is to them also. Thou shalt not only provide clothing for Shalom, in wisdom as to comfort, pattern and beauty, but thou shalt prepare the way to teach these, our adopted infants, the art and workmanship of clothing the human form in the way most conducive to health and comfort. 5. At an early age thou shalt teach them the art of sewing and cutting, providing for them models in human form, so they may learn everything from a hat to a shoe, as to the material used, the strength required, and how to determine the same. 6. To the chief of dietitians, Tay said, Thou and thy group shall be one, what I say to thee is to them also. Thou shalt determine and provide diet for Shalom. As to the best herbivorous foods, and how to prepare them, and how to preserve such as shall be kept over. 7. In this matter thou shalt determine and explain the constituent parts of the human body, and shalt find and provide herbivorous elements adapted to development and purity, so that the best and strongest and healthiest of men and women may be made out of these, our adopted infants. Neither shalt thou follow whims or fancies, but thou shalt support thyself by facts collected from the different nations of the earth. 8. And in the preparation of food, thou shalt teach these infants the art and the properties and all things pertaining to food and diet, and explain to them the bloodthirsty character of carnivorous animals, and carnivorous people, giving them facts and figures, so that in all thou teachest them they shall be learned wisely, and not in conceit merely. 9. Thus spake Tay to all the chiefs, explaining to them their parts. And after he had finished with them individually, then he spake to them collectively, saying, 10. The greatest of all learning is to learn how to live in the best way, that we may be happy here and hereafter. There is no other learning so important as this. 11. To man, Jehovah provided neither wool nor hair nor feathers to cover his body. And yet he created him too tender to live without covering. 12. In sexual relation, man and woman alone, of all the animal world, can be taught shame. 13. Whatever dress attracteth the least thought to sex is the most modest dress. Whatever dress giveth the fullest, best development to all parts of the body, with adaptation to comfort for the seasons, is the best dress. 14. Next to dress is diet. As to what is best to eat, for the best, healthiest corporeal man, and the best for the wisest, holiest spiritual man, is the best diet. 15. These, with houses to live in, comprise the chief requirements for the corporeal life of man. 16. And yet, to produce these, and prepare them up unto man's service, many trades and sciences have been developed on the earth. 17. Now, behold, in this day Jehovah hath provided amply unto us. He hath opened up unto us the nations of the earth, where we can go and witness many things, especially as to the habits and dispositions of man, as to his mode of life, in food and clothes and houses. 18. Now, behold, ye have taken a great work upon yourselves, which is to rise up these little ones according to your highest light. 19. Ye have bound yourselves to follow your own highest light. And ye know that all light is progressive. Ye cannot settle down, saying, I know enough. 20. But ye are bound to investigate. And how can ye do this without acquainting yourselves with what hath been proved amongst other peoples? 21. In some countries, infants are whipped for crying. In other countries, they are held up by the heels, and, in some countries, infants cry not at all. 22. the chief of nurses shall discover these facts, and appropriate them. 23. In like manner, shall every chief take his part, and develop the highest proven and possible standard. 24. As much as ye thus fulfill your places, so shall be your satisfaction and happiness afterward. As much as ye neglect your parts, so will ye censure and accuse yourselves afterward. 25. As Faithists, ye accept all people as angels, mortals are simply undelivered. Page 815. 26. All mortals are in an embryotic state, preparing for birth, commonly called death. 27. Heaven is now, and is near, even within all who will accept it. 28. At an early age, infants can be taught that to serve Jehovah bringeth happiness. To serve mortal inspirations and surroundings, Satan, bringeth unhappiness. 29. Therefore, though ye teach our infants about diet and architecture and clothing and all other things, ye will still be but little improvement on us, save ye teach them that the chief aim of life should be to develop the spiritual man that is within. 30. By this system of education in Shalom, there shall be two branches, one relating to corporeal things and one to spiritual things. Chapter 9. 1. Tae said, Behold, the Uzians have schools, and they teach their young by and in books. But when their youth are thus educated, as to their brains, their hands are useless for providing food and clothes and habitations. 2. Education, in regard to corporeal things, must embrace the manipulation and handling of corporeal things for useful purposes. And, foremost of all problems is, how to provide the necessities of life with one's own hands, that he may not be rendered a dependent on others. 3. This shall be one of the first problems ye shall make our infants understand. 4. Young children not only ask questions, but they desire illustrations, with the privilege of trying to do something themselves. 5. Their questions must be answered by their nurses and their teachers. 6. It is not sufficient unto Jehovah's requirements of you, that ye put off his children with elusive answers, or with incomprehensible explanations. 7. Education must be accompanied with practice. As, for example, ye show the child certain seeds, explaining what will grow therefrom, ye shall plant and illustrate. And when the vine hath come up out of the ground, ye shall not only illustrate its corporeality, but shall display the life therein as a manifestation of Jehovah's presence. 8. To simply teach the child the botany, without reference to the spirituality that underlieth all living things, would have little effect in turning the child's thoughts to its own life and growth in spirit. 9. At an early age, these infants shall be thus put to work in gratification of their own desires to do something, and their work shall be educational, corporeally and spiritually. 10. And when they are large enough to handle tools, they shall be permitted to work at trades, or in art, and full and sufficient explanations shall be given to all their questions. 11. And this shall come to pass in Shalom. Without tiresome study and without tiresome labor, these infants, at 14 years, shall be wiser and better learned than Uzians at 20. 12. For they shall not be limited to one trade each, or one occupation each. But, to a great extent, all of them shall know all trades and occupations. 13. For botany, they shall have a garden, and for astronomy, an observatory, for chemistry, a laboratory, for clothing, a factory. For horticulture and agriculture, they shall have orchards, fields and gardens. 14. Such, then, shall be the method of teaching our infants. 15. Now, as to Jehovah in his creations, in magnitude and perfection, they shall be ever kept before the child's mind, to exalt its gratitude and adoration, and to make it rejoice in its own life. 16. For there is not, in all the philosophies in all the world, wherewith to restrain the private life and habits from secret vice, save through belief in Jehovah's eye being ever upon us. 17. Nevertheless, a child that is raised up without learning angel communion is but half raised. 18. By the actual presence of angels, and by children seeing them and conversing with them, the proximity of heaven to earth becometh firmly established in the child's mind, and it beholdeth the fitness of one world to the other. 19. For which education the infants shall, at an early age, be made familiar with the unseen world, by training in the crescent. 20. And their teachers shall try them to discover suis and sargis in them. And, finding these talents, shall cultivate them in righteousness and wisdom for the glory of the Father. 21. And it shall come to pass that many of these infants shall not only see without their corporeal eyes, and hear without their corporeal ears, but they will attain to adeptism. 22. And the angels of heaven shall descend amongst us, appearing so as to be seen, and talking with us so as to be heard. Page 816. 23. And, because of such exceeding great light amongst us, no one shall practice deception. For the minds and souls of all shall become as an open book. 24. These are the promises Jehovah hath given us, by the signs of the times they are proven probable. Through faith in him we shall make these things true. 25. In faith he will bless you all. Chapter 10. 1. Now, whilst the organization of Shalom had been going on, Te and his hosts had interspersed the same in laboring. Some in building houses, some in digging and planting, and others in clearing the ground from stones and rubbish, whilst the women were busy with the infants. 2. And it so happened that amongst the hosts, Jehovah had provided a goodly number of musicians, players and singers, who furnished spiritual entertainment in response to the prayers and sermons of such as supplicated the Almighty. 3. In addition to these occupations, the groups were cast into responsible positions for the future, so that the members of all the groups found it necessary to begin and pursue a special line of education, themselves, so as to become teachers. 4. Consequently, each group became as a school in its specialty, for whoso had taken it upon himself to live and practice his highest light was bound also to admit an increase of light. 5. Jehovah hath said, 2 conditions have I placed before all men, ascension and declension, let no man stand still, for so I did not create him. 6. Such as will not ascend, shall be in declension. Such as desire not declension, let them not stand still. 7. And I have given to my gods and lords of heaven, and to wise men on earth, knowledge to provide unto the multitude something to do constantly, that Satan, mischief, may not enter in amongst them to their injury. 8. Te said, now is Cosmon. Men and women know of their own knowledge a way to provide unto self-development in wisdom, virtue, truth and affiliation. 9. And it was so. The hosts of Shalom had been chosen and provided by Jehovah as an example of self-purifiers and self-instructors for founding his kingdom on earth. 10. Jehovah hath said, in Cosmon, purification shall not come by baptism with either water or fire. But each one shall turn his thoughts inward, to himself, to becoming a constant magistrate, sitting in judgment upon himself as to his thoughts, works and behavior. 11. To perfect himself in his part, in the family of my kingdom, is my new commandment unto my chosen. 12. For no man perfecteth himself unto full requitement whilst he leaveth undone that which he might have done. 13. After a while, Te and his hosts divided and apportioned the hours of the day, so many to labor, so many to rest, so many to study, thus to one thing and another, that the groups might be orderly. Nevertheless, entire freedom was given to all the members to come and go, to labor or rest, as they might elect. 14. Now, it so happened that more than half of the people were celibates, and they reasoned, and said, inquiring, is it not better that the teachers and nurses be celibates? And this question extended throughout the colony, so it became necessary to determine which should be. And though the question was not weighty of itself, yet, in order to provide an understanding for similar questions, the chiefs of the nurses and the chiefs of the teachers appealed to Te, who was chief. 15. And the light of Jehovah came upon Te, and he said unto them, did either one shirk from service it would be plain what should be judged for righteousness' sake. But because ye are ambitious to do good work, which is tedious, with many trials, ye all deserve great honor. 16. because ye are ambitious to serve the Father, by serving these little ones, your aspirations are noble. Because ye are willing to yield to one another any preference, ye are an example of holiness. 17. The question ye have asked, which is simply, who can be the highest best teacher of an orphan child, a celibate who has never raised a child, or a married person who hath raised a child? Is not a question, therefore, of self-interest or self-gratification, but one of knowledge. 18. If I decide this matter, behold, it would be simply one man's decision. Why should I make myself responsible in a matter that can be determined by yourselves? 19. Take ye, therefore, sufficient time to inquire as to the facts that have been demonstrated. Go, find of married p. 817 people who have raised up children of their own in the right way, and number their proportion to those who have raised up their children in the wrong way. 20. The chiefs took the matter in hand, and they not only examined those in Shalom, but hundreds of families of Uzians, and again they came before Te, to report. 21. And this was the sum of their report, namely, every one accuseth all others, that no married people have raised up their children in the right way, and, yet, each one accrediteth himself as having raised his own in nearly the right way. 22. Te asked, but how found ye the children they had raised? 23. They answered, they were all raised in the wrong way. Though they were good enough in their own parents' eyes, yet, to others, they were far short of the mark of either wisdom or righteousness. 24. Te said, why, then, since those who have raised children have been failures, ye shall surely not choose them. The celibates have made no failures, for they have not tried. 25. Let this, then, be our rule and guide, since every mortal life should be made ripe with experience in all things, and since celibates have no children of their own, and since these children are orphans and castaways. Let it be testimony that Jehovah hath thus provided the celibates as substitutes for natural parents. 26. So, let the nurses and teachers, in their youngest infancy, be celibates. 27. And this was carried out in practice. Chapter 11. 1. Jehovah had prospered Shalom in every way, more than had been possible to any other people in all the world. 2. Whilst the nurses and teachers were providing for the infants, the rest of the people were providing habitations, factories and educational workshops, and also tilling the ground and ornamenting it with fields, gardens and orchards. And with walks and terraces. 3. In regard to the houses, the temple of Jehovah, the temple of Apollo and the gymnasium were the most important, and, yet, none of these were like unto the buildings of the ancients. 4. Jehovah had said, behold, the ancients built their temples so durable that succeeding generations forgot the art of building. Better is it for man's talent to remain, than for stones and pillars of iron. 5. For which reason, in Cosmogony, thou shalt not build imperishably in corporeal things, but rather leave the way open for succeeding generations to build also. 6. The temple of Jehovah, which was devoted to public worship on every seventh day of the week, was provided with fountains in the northeast and southwest, and with the 4 lights of the square, and with the 4 dark corners of evil and temptation. And with a throne of light in the east, with time bells, a gow and sacred wheel. The ceiling represented the stars and planets, interblended with plateaus of the heavenly kingdoms. The east was adorned with the rising sun, the south with the sun at noon, and the west with the setting sun. The north was adorned with the pole star and aurora borealis. The belt of the zodiac, colored in cream yellow, crossed over the ceiling and faded down the east and west walls. On the south wall was the coil and travel of the great serpent, solar phalanx, from the time of the Ark of Bon, of Moses, Capilla and Chine, down to the Ark of Cosmogony, in the Etherean Heavens. Flags of golden colors were provided for the 4 lights, and were mounted on silver-colored staffs inclining toward the altar of the covenant. And this was in the place Te stood, betwixt the crescent horns, when they had, on the first day, made the covenant. And in the place of the crescent, where the 51 stood, was laid a stone crescent, provided with seats and gateways for successive affiliations to Jehovah's kingdom. The outside of the temple was of wood, and was surrounded by posts made of native trees, surmounted with a roof of cement. 7. When the temple was completed, Tay said, "Who but gods could have made anything so beautiful with such cheap material? And if it perish in 2 generations, 2 things man shall gain, the 3rd generation can build another. And, moreover, we shall not have left a temple on earth that will call us back from the higher heavens for more than 2 generations of time, to look after mortals who might applaud us." 8. In regard to worship in the temple, Jehovah had said. 9. As, in the olden times, I provided a preacher to stand at the altar in p. 8:18 the east, and speak unto the multitude, behold, in Cosmogony, the multitude shall render an account before my altar of their fulfillment of my commandments, and my chief shall respond in my name. 10. And such, indeed, it was. Instead of a preacher denouncing people for their sins, it was a place where the people returned thanks and praises to Jehovah, with rejoicing, in anthems and songs of praise. With pleadings in Jehovah's name for the Uzzians to learn the lessons of the new kingdom. 11. And it came to pass that Uzzians did come, and listen, and look on, and examine, saying and inquiring. 12. Why was not this tried before? A people without a leader. 13. And whilst they thus pondered, they looked upon the meadows and lawns, the orchards and hothouses and the rich growing fields, saying, Is not this the garden of paradise? 14. The temple of Apollo was devoted to music, dancing, calisthenics, initiative processions, rites and ceremonies of amusement. The interior was finished illustrative of proportions and figures of symmetry and beauty. The decorations illustrated attitudes, posings and groupings. On the east summit was a figurative illustration of the god Apollo with his heavenly hosts, descended to the lower heavens, in past ages, looking down onto earth at a group of druks, ill-formed mortals, with long arms, who were squatting on their haunches. Apollo was illustrating, on a well-formed model, to his angels, how the druks of earth were to be changed into shapeliness and beauty. 15. In its external structure, the Temple of Apollo illustrated a combination of 1,000 designs of architecture, arches, curves, columns, pillars and so on. And yet all of this was made of the forest trees of Shalom and without cost. 16. Next to these was the gymnasium, which contained also 2 swimming baths and 100 single bathrooms. 17. Here were all kinds of places for developing muscular action, with swings, ropes to walk, places for leaping, places for tumbling and climbing. This was under the charge of the group of physicians. The Temple of Apollo was under the charge of the group of musicians. The Temple of Jehovah was under the charge of the chief and his group of chiefs. 18. Besides these, were the houses of architecture, the house of mechanics, the house of horticulture, which adjoined the hothouses on the north and west. Here were grown all kinds of fruit and herbs for food, and many beautiful flowers, rich growing all the year around. 19. Then the agricultural house. Then the factories, for hats, clothing, shoes, cutlery, and, in fact, all conceivable places required by man. 20. And not the least interesting of all was the house of nurseries. 21. Here were the heart and kernel of the whole colony, the orphans and castaways gathered up from amongst the Uzzians. 22. Now, from the first of the inhabitation of Shalom, the voice had constantly urged Te and Es to make continual additions of infants to the colony. 23. The voice had said, Give thy people plenty to do. Keep the nurses busy. Give them little to mourn for coming out of Egypt, Uzzi, keep them at work, keep them in the rites and ceremonies. 24. Then Te said to Es, Take thou one of the women with thee, and go back to Uzzi, gather in more infants. 25. And that ye may be known and respected by the Uzzians as to your occupation, go in plain black dress, without oddity, and I will give to each of you a wooden triangle, which shall be suspended on your bosoms by a cord over the neck. For this is the symbol of earth, sky and spirit, the three entities which constitute the universe, being emblematical of Jehovih. 26. So Es took Amarius, a young woman of Thessagoan, and went back to Uz, and in the cities gathered up infant waifs and brought them to Shalom. 27. And thus, every year, they brought from 20 to 50 additional infants, and adopted them in the nurseries. 28. So that, in not many years, there were more than 1,000 orphans in the colony. 29. It so happened, in the second year of Shalom, that a disease came amongst the cows, and the physicians forbade the babes being fed on their milk. 30. So, for some days, they were in straits as to how to support the infants till other milk could be supplied. 31. And one Abaeth, an elderly woman, said unto them, Why worry yourselves? Behold, the corn is in ear. Go, gather it, and press out the milk and cook it, and give to the babes, for this also is good milk. 32. So, they gathered the corn and pea. 8:19 Scraped it and pressed out the milk which, on being boiled a little, was found to be excellent food for infants. 33. Thus was discovered artificial milk, even as it is bottled and sold to this day. And the chemists also made water extracts from slippery elm bark, and from flax seed, combined with rice milk, and this also made an excellent liquid food for infants. 34. Jehovih had said, Whether flesh or milk or cheese that man useth for food, behold, in the herbs and plants and trees I created, I gave the same things. Let man discover them, and understand the fruit of my inventions. Chapter 12. 1. Es, the chief nurse, had said, I must tell you of the wonderful light of Jehovih, that always cometh to us in time of emergency. Even at the moment despair is about to reach us, lo, his light provideth unto us. 2. I had undertaken to nurse, with bottles, ever so many babes, more than was possible for one woman to attend, taking one at a time on my lap, but I could not get round in time. So, also, I had had observation that babes should be held in somebody's arms, and that when they cried they should be taken up, held upright, and diverted by walking with them or by tossing them. 3. To do these things for many babes was not possible for one nurse, so, after I had prayed for strength and light as to what was best to be done, the voice came to me, plainly, as if I had read it in a book, saying, 4. My daughter, why thwartest thou the way of my creations? Had I designed my little ones to be upright, I should have provided a way for them. 5. Thou shalt permit them to lie down, and to roll about. Neither shalt thou encumber them with pillows and cushions. Permit them to exercise themselves by crawling in their own way. 6. And when the proper time cometh for them to stand upright and to jump, behold, I will be with them. 7. Es said, Now, thereupon, I began a new system. I not only searched to know myself, but to develop these little ones. And when I took away the pillows and cushions, giving them double blankets to lie on, and opportunity to exercise by rolling about, behold, they grew in strength daily, and not only soon ceased to cry, but began to sing songs, to me they were songs, and to laugh and amuse themselves with their hands and toes and whatever they got hold of. 8. From this little light, of applying the law of development unto babes, I applied myself to make them understand that they should divert themselves, without depending on their nurses. For many of the orphans we had received were little tyrants, having been spoiled by former nurses, and they screamed constantly, to make some one carry them about and divert them. 9. Now, therefore, I perceived that Jehovih required more of me than merely to feed and clean these little ones. The minds of the spoiled ones had to be remodeled, they should be made to comprehend that no one was slave unto them. And, moreover, that they themselves should cultivate patience, gentleness and love, as better attributes than fretfulness and authority. 10. For, let no one be surprised, even babes can be spoiled to think themselves an authority, with power to command obedience from adults. And they discover, at an early age, that to give vent to peevishness and passion bringeth the nurse to do them service. 11. And I saw, too, that some, even such as could merely hold up their heads, became jealous, to be the first fed, or the first washed, and answered my negligence with fearful screams. 12. Now, it came to pass, when I ceased taking them up to feed them, and did away with the pillow props, and laid them all down alike, and gave them food at the same time, according to their groups. I had not only provided unto them better corporeal development, but better spiritual development. 13. Such as had been peevish and jealous ceased their former habits, and began to look with respect to the other babes, rolling beside them. 14. Not many months passed by till they began to be interested in one another, examining their feet and hands, and evidently trying to comprehend who they were, and whence they came. And they also saw in one another a representation of themselves, appreciating a fellowship that was surpassingly beautiful. Chapter 13. 1. Tae said, Never grew such straight and handsome children as those of Shalom. 2. And it was so. And, moreover, they were of all shades of color, page 820, and of all nations and peoples on the earth. 3. And they were timed and disciplined from the very first, a time to be fed, a time for bathing, a time for dressing, and a time for sleeping. 4. Besides these times, the nurses provided music twice a day for them, and at regular hours. And many of the babes began to sing and to beat time to the music, even before they could stand upright. 5. And when the children were able to walk, the nurses provided them, in processions, with music to their steps. And a time was also set apart for these. 6. Soon after this, they were given simple calisthenics, and, in time after this, calisthenics proper, for the development of the arms, limbs, and person. 7. Thus were they trained to keep time with music. To carry themselves erect, to control the motions of their feet, limbs, arms and hands, and, also, made to develop the full use of their joints. And they were taught the names of the bones, joints and muscles, by repeating the words in time to the music, being in songs and semi-songs. 8. Great were the delight and interest these little ones took in these exercises. And it came to pass, that even whilst they were little more than babes, they had mastered the names and uses of the bones and muscles of the body. 9. And they were timed and limited in exercise, adapted to the most delicate and slender, and to the most robust, and every one learned simply by diversion, and not by talk or labor. 10. After this, they were taught marching, slow and fast, even running in time to music, and, after this, simple tournaments. 11. Simple tournaments embraced games of hunting and chasing. Some of them taking the part of foxes or wolves, and others, the part of hunters. Yet, in all these games, the teachers and musicians took part, directing and cautioning, guarding and supervising the games, teaching the little ones the oneness of teachers and pupils. Teaching the stronger children to be observant and gentle toward the weaker ones, illustrating to them how Jehovah had made them all as brothers and sisters. 12. Es said, Never was I so reproved for the shortness of my former life, and for my belief in the depravity of man, as now, when these little ones demonstrated love and respect toward one another. As if they had indeed been begotten by the angels of heaven. They were like little saints, and more of a lesson to their teachers of the glorious creation of Jehovah, than the teachers were to them of the wisdom of man. 13. Amongst their first lessons of labor were those in the gardens, teaching them how to plant, teaching them the names of seeds, flowers, plants, trees and all growing things. Explaining to them how Jehovah, by his ever-presence, giveth life and growth and form unto all things. 14. And they listened, heeded, and, with delight, sought their turns and privileges to do some little work. 15. Now, with the beginning of labor, with them, was also the beginning of times and seasons for recreation, play, which, for the first 6 years, occupied the principal part of the day. And, yet, every day they took lessons of a few minutes in painting or drawing, or demonstrating with blocks, chords, squares and angles. 16. At 6 years of age, they were entered as apprentices to labor, devoting half an hour daily to knitting, or sewing, or working with tools, giving them an opportunity of manifesting their best adaptation. 17. At 6 years of age, they were also taught for half an hour one evening in the week to sit in the sacred circle for angel communion, that they might become conversant with angels, seeing them, and hearing them discourse on heavenly things. Here they were taught praying in concert, and the order of praise to Jehovah and his creations. 18. And the angels appeared amongst them, oft carrying them in their arms, and otherwise demonstrating the tangibility of the presence of the spirits of the dead. 19. And the children were delighted, often ejaculating thanks unto Jehovah and praise for his everlasting heavens. 20. Now was also the time that many of them began to manifest suis, being capable of seeing and hearing angels whilst in normal condition, and also of seeing and hearing corporeal things miles away, and without their corporeal eyes and ears. Chapter 14. 1. This, then, is after the manner of their angel communion, to wit, the sacred circles were composed of 66 children, 7 teachers and 1 chieftainess. Page 821. 2. The chieftainess sat in the midst, and was representative of the light, repeating from the words of Jehovah or his ambassadors. And the responses were by the children, and by the angels, and many of them were after this manner, to wit. 3. Chieftainess, I am the light and the life, my creations are for the joy and glory of my sons and daughters. 4. Response, all light is Jehovah, let his sons and daughters rejoice in him. 5. Proclaim him with great joy. Shout with glee in the house of the Almighty. 6. See, to show them the glory of my love, and the wide dominions I created for their everlasting inheritance, I send my holy angels from my kingdoms on high. 7. R. Who shall fathom the inventions of Jehovah, and the foundation of his love? He provided his holy angels to come down from the skies, the light and joy of his everlasting heavens. 8. He fashioned a way for the soul of man to live forever. From the resting place of the spirits of the dead, he bringeth them in the voices of his love. 9. See, I have swallowed up death in victory. The pain of the parting, betwixt the living and the dead, I have bridged over with mine own hand, for the joy of my chosen. 10. R. Greater than life, greater than death, is the Almighty, with his own hand he handleth them as toys. By his breath bloweth he away all terrors. 11. He provided us a life on the earth to learn earthly things, death was his invention to adapt us to his imperishable heavens. 12. Glory be to Jehovah on high. Glory for his beloved angels who come to bless us. 13. Sing unto the Almighty, O ye little ones, his eye guardeth over you, his hand reacheth to the uttermost places. 14. See, the earth is my paradise. The songs of my beloved reach up to my realms in the skies. 15. R. Proclaim the Creator to the ends of the world, to his children he gave the earth as a paradise. 16. Sing a song of gladness unto the Almighty. With the harp and the horn, and with the voices of his beloved, mete out praise forever. 17. Let us praise him, let us adore him, the Almighty hath given us loves on the earth and loves in heaven. 18. Shout unto him in love. Be outspoken to the Almighty, he answereth in fair fields and plenteous harvests. He filleth the air with sweet perfumes, the color of the fields and forests are records of his skill. 19. Now, during the chanting, the angels came and joined audibly in the response, and often took on the semblance of corporeal forms and walked about within and without the sacred circle, and, at times, spake a few words of greeting and joy in Jehovah's name. Chapter 15. 1. At 6 years of age, the children were entered in the school of oratory, and also given the signs and graces of unspoken words by means of gestures. And, now, they began to take part in theatricals and operatic performances. 2. For such purposes these 2 houses were provided with angel chambers adjoining the stages, and during the performances the angels came in sargis, also taking parts in the operas, ascending and descending before the audiences, singing and speaking audibly, so all could hear them. 3. Many of the plays and operas were composed and prepared by the angels, who also gave directions how to put the pieces on the stage. And in some of the pieces there were, of the children and angels combined, more than 300 performers on the stage at one time. 4. Instead of the crude and loud-sounding horns and hideous instruments, as used by the Usians for their operas, the opera here was provided with an organ of full power, and with instruments of delicacy and sweetness. So that the most refined ear should not be shocked or pained by any crude or disgusting noise, so common in the Usian orchestras. 5. Now, as to the plays, whether in the opera or in the theatre, they varied on different nights, as to being adapted to young children, or to older ones, or to adults. But, for the most part, the plays and operas pertain to illustrations embracing a life on earth and an entrance into the lower heavens, showing also the part in real life which angels of purity take in guarding and advising mortals by inspiration, to righteousness, and also showing how drudges inspire mortals to sensual things and to wickedness. 6. So, that the plays required the presence of angels, to illustrate their page 822 parts in the affairs of mortal. And every play was made a lesson and sermon on life, so simple a child could understand them and apply the instructions to its own soul. 7. Herein, then, was the difference betwixt the plays and operas in Shalom, as compared with plays and operas with the Usians. With the latter, they apply to the lives and adventures of mortals, and to histories of mortal affairs and occurrences wrapped up in inexplicable causes. But the plays and operas with the Faithists, in Shalom, illustrated the same things by showing the causes that govern and control mortals by spirit presence. 8. So that, for example, were it necessary to exhibit a drunkard on the stage, it was also shown how the drunkard was surrounded by dark spirits, drudges, who inspired him to his course. And also was exhibited the struggle of his guardian angels to save him, showing thus how the choice lay with himself as to who he would serve, Satan or Jehovih. 9. In the simple plays, where the children took their parts at first, they were taught without books, by repeating after their teachers. 10. And here was a new school, not known amongst the Usians, which was, to learn by hearing words spoken, to repeat them. First, they practiced with half a dozen words, then with a dozen words, then with 2 dozen, then 4 dozen, and so on. And it came to pass, in a little while, many of the children could repeat whole chapters, by simply hearing the words spoken once. 11. Tay said, here, first of all, began to manifest that clearness of mind resulting from an herbivorous diet which was and is wholly unknown amongst the Usians. 12. Tay said, and Jehovih further blessed our children in Suez, so that many of them who had not yet been taught to read, could lay a hand on a printed page, and repeat it word for word. 13. Tay said, and their little playmates, hearing them, could repeat the same things. And some of them would hold a sealed letter in their hands, and read it word by word. So that dissemblance and secrecy were become as a farce before Jehovah's children. Chapter 16. 1. Jehovih said, let the order of the labor of my little ones be increasive, 1/2 hour a day at 6 years of age, 1 hour a day at 8 years, 2 hours at 12, and 3 hours at 14. 2. Nevertheless, these thou shalt temper according to their strength and inclination, making labor itself a delightful pastime. 3. And it was so, all avocations were as a change from one amusement to another. And so great were their capacities to comprehend all things, that, at the age of 14, they were master of all trades and occupations. 4. And, of the first 1,000 children that reached 14 years, scarce one could be found but was master of horticulture, agriculture, with botany, engineering, surveying, landscape gardening, architecture and general mechanics. They knew how to make shoes, hats, clothing, also spinning and weaving cloth, the mathematics of musical instruments, and they were musicians as well. 5. Tay said, though they lacked the age and strength of full-grown men and women, yet they had attained to practical knowledge, the like of which had never been known to any adults in all the world. Scarcely anything was known that they could not make, or describe how it should be made. 6. And yet, in all things, scarcely any part had been taught them by means of books, but by practical observations and by illustrations and actual measurements. 7. Jehovah hath said, By my Spirit, I move infants to ask questions. Answer ye them, and, behold, they shall become as gods. For this is a door I opened with mine own hand, whoso answereth them not, shutteth the door against knowledge, and ill-useth my loves. 8. Te said, With all that our children knew, behold, we still rebuked ourselves because we had not answered half the questions they had asked us. 9. Now, from 12 to 14, they were initiated into the religious rites and ceremonies of the ancients, after the manner as set forth in the book of Sapha, with explanations of signs, symbols, emblems, and the sacred implements. With the ranks of gods and lords and saviors and archangels, with the divisions of the higher and lower heavens, with the first, second and third resurrections in atmospheria, as set forth in the book of Ben. And with the cosmogony of the corporeal worlds, the position and travel of the solar phalanx, with actual observations of the stars, planets, and satellites, with their times and seasons, as set forth in the book of Cosmogony and Prophecy. p. 823. 10. And they could point out the constellations, describe the distances and revolutions of planets, explain the zodiac, the polar lights, and the use of telescopes and the spectrum. And, yet, not one of them had been tired or wearied in learning all these things. Chapter 17. 1. The voice came to Te, saying, The 14th year is my year. Behold, the harvest of my laborers, who came first out of Uz, is ripe unto deliverance. 2. In the heavens of my gods, I bequeath a time to labor unto them also. And when their angel hosts are prepared for a new resurrection to a higher heaven, I come and deliver them. 3. For 14 years, thou and thine hosts have labored with my infants. Those which I gave into your keeping have prospered, and shall be now emancipated from all further responsibility over them, save such as ye may take upon yourselves. 4. Call them together, old and young, and, with suitable rites and ceremonies, fulfill my commandments unto them, and bequeath unto my children the titles, brides and bridegrooms of liberty. 5. So, Te appointed a day of emancipation, and had it proclaimed before all the people of the colony. 6. And, on the day named, there came into the temple of Jehovah 1,000 of the infants who had attained to 14 years of age. And they were clothed in white, with uncovered heads, boys and girls, each carrying a sprig of acacia, and they marched in from the west, 2 and 2, but separated one to either side, forming a crescent, with the horns to the east. 7. The 52 founders sat in the east, and were thus betwixt the horns of the crescent, and they were clothed in black, with white aprons, but with Zarathustrian hats on the men's, and with sky crescents on the women's heads. 8. Back of the founders were stationed another 1,000 children of younger years, and they bore the flower wreaths intended for the brides and bridegrooms of liberty. 9. But within the midst of the crescent stood Es, facing the east. Still outside of the crescent were stationed the next younger class of 1,000 infants. And, beyond these, were the members of Shalom, and beyond them, were the visiting Uzians. 10. On the north and south were stationed the musicians, and betwixt them and the crescent horns, on the exterior, were the marshals of Shalom. 11. Te represented the voice of Jehovah, and Es the voice of the young brides and bridegrooms who were to speak in concert with her. After prayer and suitable music. 12. Te said, In the name of Jehovah, and by his light upon me, I declare the place of the holy covenant open to the voice of mortals. Who here knoweth the times of Jehovah, and the day and year in the place of his kingdom? 13. Es and the brides and bridegrooms of liberty, in Jehovah's name, greeting from the west. Behold, this is the brides and bridegrooms' day of liberty. We stand before thee and thy hosts to answer our love for the benefits ye have bestowed upon us in the Father's kingdom. We bring to ye sprigs of acacia as memorials of the everlasting life ye have shown unto us. 14. Te said, The east answereth in love and sorrow, but receiveth your memorials with great joy. 15. Es, before the Almighty, all things move onward, to his decrees we bow in reverence. 16. Te, are ye not satisfied? 17. Yes, we are more than satisfied with the love and blessings we have received. 18. We were fatherless and motherless, and ye gathered us up and fed us and clothed us. But, greater than all, ye have taught us to love and honor you in our Father's name. 19. Te, we went forth in duty, but Jehovah hath answered us with love. We found you helpless, with none to care for you, or to save you from destruction. We brought you hither and provided unto you without price and without hope of reward. 20. Yes, but ye have bound us, how can we ever repay? None can know the fullness of our gratitude. 21. Te, we have watched you since before ye stood upright. Your every little step hath been both a responsibility and a joy unto us. Oh, why will you leave us? Who knoweth the love of the aged for the young, whom they have watched from day to day? 22. Yes, we will not leave you. But, behold, we are no longer babes, we are strong and learned. 23. As ye saved us, so let us go forth in our might to save others. Who can page 824 teach the aged that those they raised up are not always babes? Oh, give us our liberty. Behold, we are clothed as brides and bridegrooms. 24. Te, and turn you loose without anyone over you to guard and bless you. 25. Yes, Jehovah will guard and bless the righteous who serve him. We are his. 26. Te, who is Jehovah? And where? 27. Yes, he is the life and the knowledge, who is everywhere present, the all-person, who created us alive, who, by giving, created all things. He is our shield. 28. Te, your faith being in Jehovah, it is well, but ye have bound us with your love. What is bound on earth shall remain bound in heaven. Though we give you the form of liberty, yet our hearts will ever go out in love to you. 29. Though we emancipate you here on earth, remember, we are growing old. Ere long, we shall join our fathers in heaven. Whither we go, we shall again prepare unto you. 30. And, when ye come again to us for a season, behold, we shall again go on for a time and a season. 31. Yes, O Jehovah, preserve thou us ever pure and wise, that thy hosts may continue this love in our travel in thy everlasting kingdoms. 32. Te, such is ever the beginning of a kingdom of the Father, where a few gather together in his name, fulfilling the commandments, there is the starting place unto them. 33. Pity those that live and die in this world, not having found and lived within a kingdom of the Father. 34. Yes, to remain true to Jehovah's heaven, what a glory, time without end. Make us strong and wise, O Father, to bring them into thy kingdom on earth. Help us to make them comprehend. 35. Te, in the voice, with liberty I give also responsibility. 36. Yes, in the voice, thy chosen comprehend. As thou givest them liberty, even so do they emancipate those who save them. 37. Te, to the helpless, I provide saviors, to the wise and strong, I say, save yourselves. 38. Yes, we want none but thee, Jehovah, to save us. We bind ourselves unto thee from this time forth, forever. 39. Te, whosoever striveth to save himself, shall not fail before me. 40. We covenant unto thee, Jehovah, to strive hereafter, forever, to save ourselves from all sin and righteousness, in thoughts, words and deeds, and to serve thee with all our wisdom and strength, by doing good unto others as long as we may live. 41. Te, of himself, then, in Jehovah's name, and by his authority vested in me, I bequeath you liberty forever. Jehovah be with you all. Amen. 42. In Jehovah's name we release our saviors from all responsibility for us forevermore. Jehovah be with you all. Amen. 43. Te, draw unto me, and receive from my hand, saith Jehovah. Whoso covenanteth unto me, I covenant unto him. 44. Whoso registereth unto me, shall be registered in my heavenly kingdoms. Upon the entrance in heaven of my chosen, behold, my holy angels are there to receive them. 45. The brides and bridegrooms, we covenant unto thee, O Jehovih, to be thine forever. 46. Register us in thy everlasting kingdoms. Make us acceptable associates for thy holy ones in heaven. 47. Teach thou us, O Jehovih, to look down into our thoughts, words, and behavior, every day and hour, with swift remembrance to do all the good we can unto others, that we may be in honor and glory in thy works. 48. Come unto me, my beloved. Receive from my altar the token of liberty in my name. 49. The marshals then brought the points of the crescent together, in front of leaving a space between. The guards, then, brought the children with wreaths forward, filed to pass betwixt and the s, who had advanced to the apex of the horns. The saviors, the founders, drew up in single file, facing the west. 50. And, now, at a signal from the chief marshal, the brides and bridegrooms turned in at the crescent, 2 and 2, and, as they did so, they gave the acacia to the founders, whilst the wreaths were placed on their heads by and the s. The bearers passing the other way. And, as they did so, said. 51. Receive thou this token of liberty in the name of the Almighty. It was grown by him, gathered by his loves, and is bestowed by thy benefactor as a crown of Jehovah's kingdom on earth. 52. Es, in response, more precious is this than the crown of any king or queen on earth. In Jehovah's praise I receive it, it is an emblem of a new beginning in my life, a wreath of liberty. The saviors, founders, said, p. 825 This acacia shall be my register before the Almighty of your love. 53. After this, the musicians sang and chanted whilst the audience resumed seats. 54. Said, a new life is before you. Heretofore, you have been directed and criticized, and told what to do and what not to do. Hereafter, ye shall not be thus disciplined, but shall discipline yourselves. 55. As much as ye are thus bestowed by us, so shall ye bestow one another. And, henceforth, ye shall not criticize or direct or dictate to one another. As much as ye are free from us, ye are free from one another. 56. Heretofore, ye reproved one another for various trifling faults. Hereafter, ye shall not reprove one another, nor reprove any person above 14 years of age. Remember constantly that ye are not keepers or supervisors over your equals or your elders. 57. And for such faults or shortness ye may perceive in others, save infants, turn away, behold them not, nor mention them. Such matters are betwixt Jehovah and the doers. 58. And, now, behold, it is proper for you to go into Uz, and see them, and observe how they live, both in splendor and in misery. 59. For which purpose, ye shall be provided in groups of dozens or more, and accompanied to the cities of Uz to sojourn there for a season. 60. And, if it so happen that ye desire to remain in Uz, then be it so, ye shall remain. 61. And, if ye desire to return hither, then shall ye return. 62. But ye shall not return here as before, as helpless babes, but as workers. 63. And, if ye elect to remain with us, then shall ye make the covenant of brotherhood with us, being one with us in all things, and this place, or its sister colonies, shall be your home as long as ye may desire. Chapter 18. 1. When the groups were prepared to visit Uz, himself took charge of 12, going with them. As the incidents of these visiting groups were similar, the following account of T's group sufficeth here, to wit. 2. Took them to the city of Meeg, to the most fashionable hotels, and had them provided with every luxury, so-called. 3. Hardly had he them located, when they came before him, saying, Our rooms are small, the air of the city smells foul. 4. Tell us, what is the meaning, so many people strolling about in idleness? Why do they sit reading papers? Which are the masters, and which the servants? How do they know? Why do the servants not be masters, and have the others serve them? What beautiful wagons! What beautiful mirrors! What do the women have their clothes stuffed for? What are those bells ringing for? Are they in the temples of Jehovih? Take us thither. What causeth these disagreeable smells? See that old woman with a half-naked babe, and leading that dirty child. Why holdeth she out her hand as we pass? Is she a servant or a master? Why hath not someone told the rich, it is wrong to pass that poor woman by without helping her to a home? Why does she not come into our hotel, and have a room? What do the people mean about rights and privileges? Can one person in UZ have more rights and privileges than another? And why so? 5. What is that sour smell, down yonder, in that cellar, where they talk so loud? What is sour beer? See, behold, a man with a bloody face. Fighting? What with, a tiger? Are those the flesh-eaters? Why do they smoke? Why hath not someone told them they should rather seek to purify themselves, than to do in the opposite way? Oh, here is the temple of worship, take us in. 6. They took them in, and they heard the sermon, and afterward, they said. 7. Oh, the mystery of mysteries! How can these things be? The chief preached most excellently, he knoweth all the doctrines for right doing. But why is it that his people heed him not? Why doth he not gather up little children, and raise them up to observe the commandments? He must be the best of men. Take us to see him. 8. They took them, but a servant met them at the gate, and demanded to know their business. 9. They answered, We have come to consult about the poor. Then the gatekeeper withdrew a while, but returned, saying, The preacher is not at home. 10. From an upper window, behind the lattices, they saw his face, not at home. 11. They said, Can these things be? Oh, take us to the poor, to the streets of misery. Let us see them. 12. They took them, and when they looked about, they asked, Why do the poor live in the dirty streets? Why page 826 do they not go away, and dwell in the beautiful places? Who gave these different allotments to the rich and poor? Why do the poor not clean themselves, and clean their clothes, and clean their houses? Why do the poor remain in the cities? And huddle together in such little rooms? 13. What is that large house? A theological college? What is that for? What is the meaning of teaching religion? Can it be learned with words? What is the reason they do not live religion? Why hath not someone explained to the professors that religion is a thing of practice? Could not they understand? Why do they not love their neighbors as themselves? Dividing up what they have, with the poor. Why do these children go without shoes, and so ragged and dirty? Why do not the professors and students in the theological college go, and wash them and clothe them? 14. Thus, they took them amongst the fashion and splendor and amongst the poverty and shame of UZ. Showing them the banks and great merchant houses, and the fleets of ships, and then to the prisons and poor houses, and to the houses for the insane, and to the hospitals. 15. Now, since their infancy up, many of them possessed suis, and could see the spirits of the dead, even as they saw mortals. And they inquired of Te concerning such spirits, saying in inquiring. 16. Who are these restless, sullen spirits, strolling about the banking houses? 17. Te answered them, These were bankers, these were the founders of great banking houses. As they bound their minds and thoughts to earthly gain whilst they were mortal, so drift they now, even as they bound themselves on earth. They cannot go hence. 18. Again, they asked, Tell us, then, what spirits are these strolling sulkily in merchant houses and on the docks? 19. Te said, These were great merchants and their shipmasters, behold, they float also into the places they bound themselves. 20. Tell us, then, who are these drunken, foul-smelling spirits in the saloons? 21, Tay said, these were tipplers, drunkards, gormandizers, these were their mortal resorts. They cannot go hence. 22. Thus, Tay explained the tens of thousands of spirits that huddled around about the different places in the city of Meeg, in the land of Uz. 23. Now, after the time of the visit was completed, Tay said unto them, what will you, remain in Uz, or return to Shalom? 24. And they answered, Oh, take us back, give us clear air to breathe, let us be where we can see and hear Jehovah. 25. But since thou and thy people gathered us up in Uz, and bore us hence, let us go and gather up infants also, and take them with us. We will raise them up in the light of our Father in heaven. 26. So, in fact, did they. And they returned to Shalom, taking with them a great number of waifs and castaways and orphan babes. Chapter 19. 1. When the multitude returned to Shalom, the place was more than filled, and the voice came to Tay, saying, 2. Thou hast now fulfilled the first part of my kingdom on earth, but, behold, it is yet but a small branch of that which will overspread this great land. 3. Moreover, let the lessons of Uz be a prophet unto thee and thy people. 4. Because the Uzians build large cities, their would-be reformers are powerless to work righteousness amongst the people. 5. Let not the cities of my chosen be large nor more numerous than Shalom is already. Sufficient is such a size to all that is required for the fulfillment of mortal life. 6. Therefore, thou shalt proclaim it unto my chosen, that no city shall contain more than 3,000 people. 7. Suffice it, then, as I have placed the example of bees before thee, showing how they swarm, and go hence and establish a new hive, according to their numbers, even so shall my people go hence, and establish a new place, after the manner of Shalom. 8. This, also, shalt thou proclaim unto them, and thou shalt ask for volunteers in my name to accomplish these things righteously, as an example to coming generations. 9. So Tay called the people together, and proclaimed Jehovah's words, adding also. 10. Whoso volunteereth to go hence shall not find the fullness of Shalom, but, instead, shall find discomforts and hard work. 11. Beware of disappointments and trials and hardships. For is it not the way with all men to desire to reap page 827 quickly the harvest, and to consider its fullness, rather than to contemplate the labor of tilling the ground and of sowing? 12. For the spirit of man conceiveth the result of perfection, but the judgment looketh to the labor required to bring it about. 13. Who, then, having the joys and fullness of Shalom, will turn away from them, in order to build another place, and yet, the while, not repine for his choice? 14. A colony shall stand as an individual before Jehovah. A colony may thwart its own righteousness by living for itself only. 15. The whole world is to be redeemed. It is not sufficient for Shalom to say, Behold, I am the fullness of the Father's kingdom. Let others go and do as I have done. 16. The selfishness of a colony shall be, therefore, guarded against, even as the selfishness of an individual. 17. Discipline, as regardeth the means and power of a colony, shall manifest in directing to the given purpose of founding the Father's kingdom. 18. Shalom might appropriate her excess of production, by sending into Uz, and giving to the poor. 19. Jehovah forbid that this should be done. The business of Shalom is not to distribute charity where it would thwart its own purpose. 20. Shalom shall use her excess of means to extending the Father's kingdom, in building new colonies. 21. Jehovah is with us, and we shall draw Uz unto us, to make them know Jehovah. To feed Uz in his debauchery is to send him in the way of destruction. 22. Guard ye, therefore, the appropriations of Shalom to such as labor for Jehovah's kingdom. As we have drawn a few away from Uz, let us prepare to draw more. 23. The way is open for any to go hence to found a new colony. Neither shall it be a branch of Shalom, nor a dependent. But it shall be an independent sister colony. 24. Neither shall it copy after Shalom, saying, Shalom shall be our example. 25. This would be following an earthly light. 26. Neither shall its people copy after Te, saying, Te did so and so, let us also. 27. For this would be following a lower light. 28. But it shall follow the light of Jehovih as it cometh unto you who found it. 29. Save Jehovih found it, they shall fail who attempt it. 30. Jehovih designed not that man should build his house exactly like his neighbors. The misfortune of man is to copy after others, instead of following Jehovah's light as it cometh to himself. 31. Let not this misfortune come unto Shalom's sister colony. Another locality will call for other things. Be mindful of these, and adapt yourselves accordingly. Chapter 20. 1. And there volunteered, and went out of Shalom, 200 adults and more than 300 children, of whom more than 100 were infants. 2. And they went into another part of the country, and came to a place called Busiris, which was unoccupied. And they purchased the country there, and settled, and called the colony Ilium, signifying, healing waters, for there were mineral springs on the place, said to contain great virtue in healing the sick. 3. Now, in a similar manner to Shalom, so did Ilium, building and improving the place. But the people of Ilium had less hardship, for they drew supplies and assistance from Shalom. 4. Nevertheless, they had also many hardships and trials, for several years. 5. And Jehovih prospered Ilium also, so that it came to pass, that it was established in great perfection. 6. As to Shalom, after the first swarm departed, the inhabitants sent back to Uz, of their women, whose allotment it was, and collected yet more infants, castaways and orphans, and brought them to Shalom, and raised them in the same way. 7. From this time onward, every year, a goodly number reached the age of 14, and they were also liberated from infancy, and admitted as brothers and sisters. And, nearly every year, a swarm departed out of Shalom. 8. In addition to the infants admitted into Shalom, there were also admitted many adults. But these were examined after the same manner as were those at the first founding of Shalom. 9. And none were accepted save those, who were Faithists in the all-person, Jehovih, and who were willing to work. 10. But there came many of the poor of Uz, seeking membership for charity's sake. 11. But none of them were admitted. Jehovih had said, the laborers, in establishing my kingdom, shall not do page 828 for charity's sake. Their labor shall be to provide a way to prevent poverty, not to alleviate it. Behold, I will have a new race of people in the world, and they shall not waste their substance on those that deny me. 12. But the poor were fed and sent on their way. 13. Now, it happened that many lazy people from Uz, having heard of the beauty and peace in Shalom, sought also to become members, being willing to make any covenant and to swear any oath, for sake of living in idleness. 14. But the light of Jehovih had also made this matter clear, so that they were suffered to remain a while in Shalom at work, and to attend the schools of discipline, that they might be judged. And, if found worthy, they were admitted, but if unworthy, they were rejected. 15. But it came to pass, that many who came with no thought of self-resurrection, but came for a home, to be cared for by others, were entirely changed in their habits in a few months. Being converted in truth from worthlessness to industry and self-improvement. 16. And many of these became zealous in purification and in good works, even above the average. 17. But nearly all who applied for admittance were poor, or misfortunate, or discouraged with life, and with the ways of the world in particular. 18. Neither came many who were rich, hence the saying, the difficulty for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven. 19. For, having corporeal comforts, they took little concern as to the spirit, and especially as to affiliation. Chapter 21. Of the voice of Jehovih. 1. This is the sermon of the voice, as delivered in Shalom to such as were admitted on trial, to wit. 2. My voice is with all men, saith Jehovih. 3. Whoso is admonished against wrongdoing hath heard me. By that shall he know my presence. 4. The man of Uz crieth out in mockery, who hath heard Jehovih? Do the Faithists say, they have heard the Creator's voice? How can empty space speak? 5. But I am sufficient unto all my creations. The ant heareth me, and the bee, the bird, and the spider, and all manner of living things which I created. 6. How think ye they hear me, learning to do my will? Go I to them with lips and tongue, or with a trumpet? 7. I am spirit. I am the soul of things. By way of the soul is my voice unto every living creature that I created. 8. But man locketh up his soul, and will not hear me. 9. He heedeth that which cometh upon his corporeal senses. And this darkness groweth upon him, generation after generation. 10. Then he crieth out, Where is Jehovih? Who hath heard him? Perhaps the ancients, but none in this day. 11. Jehovih saith, I am as one on the top of a mountain, calling to all people to come up to me. But they hearken to darkness at the foot of the mountain, calling them down in torpor. 12. Now, behold, whatsoever thou hearest, or sayest, or readest, or any indulgence that riseth thee upward, the same is my voice unto thee. 13. But, whatsoever thou hearest, or sayest, or readest that casteth thee downward, is the voice of darkness. 14. Whoso studieth to know the right, shall hear me, whoso striveth to be all truth, to himself and to others, already heareth my voice. 15. Whoso indulgeth in anger, or vengeance, or in wrongdoing, casteth a veil up betwixt me and himself. He shutteth out my voice. 16. It is a talent to hear me, I bestowed it upon all the living, it is seated in the soul. 17. By cultivation, it groweth, yea, it becometh mighty above all other talents. 18. By its culture, man attaineth to all possibilities, for so I created him. 19. When my voice is weak, because of the darkness of man, he calleth me conscience, or setteth me aside as a faint impression. 20. But, with culture, behold, my voice cometh to man with words and with power. 21. And he knoweth me, and is mighty in good works and wisdom. 22. And he becometh a proof before the world, that my voice is with him. 23. Jehovih saith, Whoso hath not heard me, is in darkness indeed. He hath not yet turned his thoughts inward to purify himself and seek wisdom. 24. Whoso hath heard me, knoweth it, and all the world cannot convince him to the contrary. Chapter 22. 1. This was commanded unto the inhabitants of Shalom, to wit. 2. Ye shall not persuade any adult to come into the Father's kingdom. 3. But ye shall say unto whoso cometh your way, Come and see us, and judge thou, in thine own way, what is best for thee and for the world. 4. Others shall come to Shalom, inquiring for curiosity's sake, and for the sake of relating mischievous falsehoods founded on a grain of truth. 5. Therefore, be ye guarded, saying to such, The time of word doctrines is at an end. Examine thou, and judge as thou wilt. 6. Others will seek to convict you of self-righteousness. Therefore, if they inquire after this manner, to wit, say ye, the Faithists are immaculate? Or, say ye, all others are wrong? Then shall ye answer them, saying, 7. Nothing mortal is immaculate, and, as for others, we are not their judges. Go thou to Jehovih, and inquire of him. Sufficient unto us is it to do all the good we can, having faith in Jehovih. 8. Some will seek to trap you on the subject of marriage, inquiring after this manner, to wit. 9. Say ye, celibacy is higher than marriage? Or, is marriage the higher? What say ye of marriage and of divorce? 10. To these ye shall answer after this manner, We are no man's keeper, neither say we whether celibacy or marriage is the higher. We give liberty unto all to serve Jehovah, on that matter, in their own way. One marriage only do we permit to any man or woman. And, though one or the other die, yet the survivor cannot marry again. And, as to such as are married, they can, at the option of either one, return to celibacy, by being publicly proclaimed in the temple of Jehovah. 11. And if they inquire of you as to leadership, saying, 12. Who is the leader? Who is the highest? Who is the head? Ye shall answer them, saying, Jehovah. We have no man leader, no man who is higher than another. We are brothers and sisters. 13. They will press you, inquiring, some men can do more work, some men are stronger, some men are wiser. Now, therefore, how do ye grade them that excellence may be known and respected? 14. To these ye shall reply, saying, all men are Jehovah's. He designed the strong ones to carry heavier burdens than the weak. He designed the wise ones to teach the less wise. Why, then, shall we give any preference to one over another? They are not ours, but Jehovah's. Sufficient is it for us to do our own parts, with all our wisdom and strength. Chapter 23. 1. In course of time, the first heirs of Shalom came to maturity and to marriageable ages. And since they had been guarded as to diet, and as to controlling their passions, they were unlike Uzzians in their general characteristics. 2. Because they had never known to say, this is mine, and that is thine, they were without selfishness or selfish desires, looking upon all things as Jehovah's, and on themselves as laborers to render good unto others. 3. They said, we were created in order to help rescue the world from darkness, and to rejoice in our own lives, because of such good as we can do unto others. 4. Behold, we were orphans and castaways, Jehovah wedded us to all the world. 5. Having, therefore, wisdom and purity within themselves, and, withal, having sufficient association to choose from, they did choose and wed for love's sake. 6. Nor did any worldly ambition control their choice, or influence them in hope of any gain as to their wedded partners. 7. And it came to pass that the offspring begotten of these were indeed a new race in the world, as to wisdom, love, purity and spirituality, and new also as to beauty and shapeliness, the like of which had never been before in all the world. 8. And they were by birth so developed in Suez, that, when they were grown a little, education came to them without books. To see and to hear, either corporeally or spiritually, was all they required in order to accomplish wisely all things required unto mortals. 9. And, with them, the heavens were as an open book. The libraries of the heavens as the sound of voices full of wisdom. 10. And the angels of ancient and modern times came, and stood by them, and walked with them, revealing the past and the future. 11. And, now, the fame of Shalom and her people were spread abroad, page 830 and, lo and behold, colonies were springing up in the east, west, north and south. 12. Hundreds of forest places and unoccupied lands were purchased and put under cultivation. 13. The wisest and best people began to depart out of the cities of Uz. Many of the Uzzians, lawyers, preachers and priests and physicians, gave up their callings. And they went forth, saying, alas, what good have I produced in the world? O Jehovah, teach thou me the way to work in one of thy kingdoms. 14. And some of the rich gathered up their means, calling, come, O all ye poor and helpless. Behold, I have purchased land, come hither, and build a colony unto Jehovah. 15. And judges and governors gave up their callings also, and went and joined the Faithists, founding and practicing Jehovah's kingdom on earth. 16. And kings and queens and emperors deserted their thrones, and went and dwelt with the poor. 17. So, colonies of Faithists in Jehovah spread in every direction, becoming the chief foundation of the state and of the world. 18. And, yet, none of these colonies were bound by written laws, nor had any of them leaders or masters, nor any government, save the light of Jehovah. 19. nor was one colony bound by the customs and commands of another colony. But all of them lived by the highest light that came to them. 20. Nor owned any man, woman or child anything more than the clothes he or she wore, but all things were Jehovah's, in care of the keeping of the colony. 21. Nor was there buying or selling between the colonies, but they exchanged with one another according to production, and without any regard to value. 22. And whosoever came and joined a colony, bringing gold or silver or valuable goods of any kind, donated them to Jehovah, and not to the colony, to be distributed according to the light thereof for the Father's kingdoms. 23. Neither labored any one for the colony, but for Jehovah, nor did any colony hire any man nor woman nor child to work for them. 24. Such, then, was Shalom and her example before the world, of the Father's kingdom on earth. End of the history of Shalom. Chapter 24. 1. These are the records of the chiefs of the Faithists' kingdoms. 2. Jehovah separated the people, the Uzians on one hand, and the Faithists on the other. 3. And he said unto the Uzians, Because I called, and ye came not. 4. Because ye said, Thy kingdom come on earth as it is in heaven, and ye put not forth a hand in my behalf. 5. Because ye saw the multitude going after intoxicating drink and smoke and opium. 6. Because ye rose not up, saying, Stay thy hand, Satan. 7. But shirked, granting licenses unto these sins. 8. And ye have become a polluted people. 9. Given to drunkenness and to smoking and to all manner of dissipation. 10. Each one casting the blame on others, and hiding himself in self-righteousness. 11. Thus opening the doors of your houses of debauchery as a temptation to the young. 12. Behold, I am risen in judgment against you. 13. My holy angels I shall withdraw from your cities. 14. And from your places of worship. 15. And from your government, and your lawmakers and rulers. 16. For they have profaned me. 17. Making laws and granting licenses to carry on evils, knowingly and willfully, for policy's sake. 18. Hoping for personal favor and gain. 19. For they knew that what was not good for one person, was not good for a nation. 20. And that, whatever sin indulged in, would, soon or late, bring its own punishment. 21. And they said, We derive a large revenue from the duties and licenses for these iniquities. 22. Thus hoping to justify themselves by compounding themselves. 23. And I said unto them, A revenue thus received shall be expended in prisons and almshouses, and shall not be sufficient. 24. Because ye granted licenses, and polluted the people, behold, the pollution shall more than balance the revenue. 25. The criminals and paupers shall be a greater burden than though ye received no revenue. 26. Behold, I showed unto you that, as an individual could not sin against me without, soon or late, becoming p. 831 answerable unto me, I showed ye also that the same responsibility and result would befall a nation or a people in like manner. 27. For which reasons, and because of your evasions of my commandments, I called unto my God and lords and my holy angels, saying, Waste not your time and labor more with the Uzians. 28. Nor answer ye their prayers when they call on my name. 29. And, though their chief rulers and lawmakers be in the throes of death, and they call, saying, O Jehovah, heal thou, or chief magistrate. 30. Yet, ye shall not go unto them, nor do them service more. 31. For they have become a conceited people, saying, There is no God, and Jehovah is void as the wind. 32. Behold, ye shall let them go their way. Their cities shall become full of crime, for angels of darkness shall come amongst them, and no city shall be safe from theft, murder and arson. 33. And vagabonds shall travel in the country places, stealing and robbing and murdering. 34. And their great men shall take bribes, and their judges shall connive with sin, and the innocent shall be confined to madhouses. 35, and justice shall depart away from them. 36, the employee shall pilfer and steal from his employer. And the employer shall hire others to look after those in his employ. 37, but all things shall fail them. 38, for I will make them understand, I am the first principle in all things. 39, and that I am justice. 40, and that I am purity. 41. And that whoso riseth a hand against justice, purity, virtue, wisdom and truth, also riseth his hand against me. 42, I made the way of life like going up a mountain. Whoso turneth aside or goeth downward, shall ultimately repent of his course, and he shall retrace his steps. 43, to a nation and a people, and to a government of a people, I am the same. 44. Righteousness shall be first and foremost of all things. 45, their governors and lawmakers shall be made to know this. 46, when they were a monarchy, I held the king responsible. 47. But when I gave unto the multitude to govern themselves, behold, I gave also responsibility unto them. 48. And they sought not to make laws for righteous government unto the whole, but sought to favor certain cliques of iniquities, and to make laws to protect them in evil manufactories, and for traffic in tobacco and opium and alcohol. 49. And no man more sought to be a governor or lawmaker for the good of the people, or to serve me. 50, but he sought office for profit's sake and vainglory. 51, now, therefore, my holy angels went away from them, and no more answered their prayers. 52, and the righteous of the first days departed away from them. 53, and they became a nation of money-getters and servants of mammon. 54, and I blessed not their marriages nor their households. 55. And their sons and daughters respected not their fathers and mothers, for, as the fathers and mothers respected not me, so came disrespect and misery upon them. 56. And their sons and daughters became profligates and idlers, growing up for no good under the sun, depending on their wits to work out a life of sin and luxury. 57. And whoso married, peace came not to them, but contention and jealousy and bitterness of heart. 58. And their offspring fell in the grades, becoming outcasts and paupers and criminals. 59. And husbands and wives cried out for divorcement on all hands. 60. And the lawmakers granted them and favored them, but, lo and behold, the evil multiplied on the earth. 61. In pity I cried out unto them, saying, Ye may make laws forever, but my kingdom cometh not by the road of man's laws. Except ye turn about, and begin anew, there is no help for you under the sun. 62. But they would not hear me. 63. Then I sent my angels unto them, teaching them the same things that were taught of old, amongst which were, As ye bind yourselves on earth, even so shall ye be bound in heaven. As ye live on earth, serving self only, even so, in a selfish heaven, shall ye enter my worlds. 64. But they denied my angels, and abused my seers and prophets. 65. In their own self-esteem, sat they themselves up to judge me, saying, There is no all person, there is nothing, save certain natural and divine laws, and they are dumb, like the wind, they see not, nor do they hear. Page 832. 66. Then I called out over the earth, saying, The time of my kingdom is come. Now is the time of my reign amongst mortals. 67. And those that had faith came, and, behold, they have built unto me. 68. I have a new people on the earth. 69. Again I called to my God and to his angel hosts, saying, Behold, I have separated the wheat from the chaff, I have divided the sheep from the goats. 70. Go ye unto those that serve me in the practice of my kingdom, for they shall become the chief people in all the world. 71. They shall rejoice and prosper in all things, they shall sing songs of gladness. 72. Their sons and daughters shall be an honor unto them and a glory in my household. 73. because they seek to serve me by practicing good works with all their wisdom and strength. Chapter 25. 1. This rule I made in all my works, saith Jehovih, when I separate the people, the good go away out from amongst the evil. 2. Even as I drew the Israelites out of Egypt. 3. And, whoso go out, prosper in my hand. I make them an everlasting people. 4. But those that remain, go down to destruction, and they become unknown upon the earth. 5. Their great men are forgotten, and their wisest men lose caste in the histories of 1,000 years. 6. Behold, these things I had made known unto the generations of the earth. 7. Now, when I separated the Faithists and the Uzians, in the Cosmon era, I sent angels, warning them. I said unto them. 8. Flatter not yourselves that man is all wisdom. I say unto you, I am with the righteous, might shall not triumph through wrongdoing. Behold, a judgment shall come upon this people. 9. When I begin to call them, my chosen shall come and found my kingdom. And they shall come faster and faster every year. 10. And the Uzians shall fall into iniquity, more and more every year. 11. And, now, behold what hath been. 12. The prince of devils came upon the Uzians, saying. 13. Think not that I come to send peace on earth, I come not to send peace, but a sword. 14. I come to set man at variance against his father, and a daughter against her mother. 15. Now, therefore, when my angels went in behalf of my kingdom, behold, the prince of devils did invade the places of the ungodly. 16. And, whoso received my angels, and practiced righteousness, were fallen upon by the emissaries of the prince of devils, and unmercifully treated with curses and tortures. 17. But I called the righteous hence, and they built unto me my kingdom. 18. And I said unto the Uzians, let this be a testimony unto you of the power of the Almighty. 19. Ye go about building ships of war, and harbors for defense, with torpedoes, and with all manner of wicked inventions. 20. But I say unto you, this nation, this government and this people shall not be attacked in the places ye build. 21. It is within. 22. For I will draw away the righteous, and none but rogues shall accept your great offices. 23. And this matter shall grow upon you in the way of evil, declining in virtue more and more every year. 24. Look, therefore, at your grade, judge ye the words of the Almighty. 25. My hands fashioned the signs of the times. 26. As the hirer this day hireth one man to watch another, even so shall it come unto you in the great offices of your government. 27. By force and by might, ye shall hope to overcome the prince of devils, but ye shall fail. 28. And, in proportion as ye go down in corruption, even so shall the Faithists go away into my kingdoms. Chapter 26. 1. The chiefs said, and Jehovih prospered the new kingdoms, as they were called in mockery, for they were not kingdoms, but the opposite. 2. Jehovih had said, a republic cannot follow the highest light, it followeth the majority. And a majority is, and was, and ever shall be, the lesser light. 3. Therefore, a republic is not the all-highest government, and, since only the all-highest can triumph in the end, behold, and interpret ye what shall come to pass. 4. The chief said, but many page 833 understood not. Nevertheless, the Faithists had little in common with the Uzians. 5. The Faithists established a reciprocity between different colonies. 6. 4. Some were suited to agriculture and some to manufactures. 7. And they exchanged produce, so there was neither buying nor selling between them. 8. And it came to pass also, that, as some of the colonies were situated to the south, where it was warm, and some to the north, where it was cold, so the people went and sojourned in any place suited unto them, continuing their membership wherever they went. 9. Now, thus it did come to pass, in Jehovah's kingdom on earth, man was without a government, such as man's government. 10. And this was the next higher condition that came up after republics. 11. The angels of Jehovih, perceiving this was coming to pass, said unto the Faithists. 12. Bother not your heads much about passing new laws for the Usians, neither take ye any part in the government, whether it doth this or that. 13. For many men shall rise up, saying, if the government would make a law of peace, or, if the government would prohibit the traffic and the manufacture of this curse or that curse. 14. But we say unto you, all these things shall fail. Trust ye not in the ungodly to do a godlike matter. 15. The societies shall fail, the peace society shall become a farce, the prohibitory society shall be lost sight of. 16. Even the churches that profess peace and temperance will not embrace peace and temperance. They will fraternize with liquor traffickers and with colonels and generals of war, for sake of policy. 17. The boast of the Usians shall be, this is a home for all peoples, but, nevertheless, even in the midst of their boastings they shall make prohibitory laws to the contrary. 18. For they are fallen under the lower light. None can turn them about the other way. 19. Under the name of liberty, they shall claim the right to practice ungodliness. 20. But ye shall come out from amongst them, and be as a separate people in the world. 21. Thus it came to pass. The people were admonished by God and his angels, and by Jehovah speaking in the souls of mortals. 22. And those that were of the Spirit believed, but those that were of the flesh disbelieved. 23. Wider and wider apart, these two people separated. And the believers, having faith in Jehovah, practiced righteousness, rising higher and higher in wisdom and purity. But the disbelievers went down in darkness, were scattered and lost from off the face of the earth. 24. Thus, Jehovah's kingdom swallowed up all things in victory, his dominion was over all, and all people dwelt in peace and liberty. End of Book of Jehovah's Kingdom on Earth. Book of Discipline. Chapter 1. God revealeth who he is. 1. This is the word from the organic heaven. 2. Hear the words of thy God, O man, I am thy brother, risen from mortality to a holy place in heaven, profit thou in my wisdom, and be admonished by my love. 3. For as I am thy elder brother, so shall it be with thee, to rise also in time to come, and look back to mortals and call them to the exalted heavens of the Almighty. 4. To Jehovah all adoration and glory, forever, Amen. 5. By and through him is all life and motion, and power, things seen and unseen. 6. Nor is there an angel in heaven so high, or sufficiently wise to comprehend Jehovah in his entirety, nor to see him as thou sayest thy fellow man. 7. For he is within all, beyond and over all. 8. Being ever present in all places. 9. Doing by virtue of his presence. 10. Quickening all the living. 11. Adorable above all things. 12. Even as the sun is to the light of day, so is Jehovah to the understanding of all the living. 13. Whereon to contemplate is the road of everlasting life, rising in wisdom, love and power forever. 14. Hear thy God, O man, and distinguish then that the twain, God and Jehovah, are not the same one, nor more is thy God than what thou shalt be in time to come. 15. First, mortality, then death, which is the first resurrection. Such are the spirits of the dead angels dwelling with mortals upon the earth, where they abide, some for a few years, some for 100 and some for 1,000 or more years. 16. Second, angel organization in heaven, and their abandonment of mortals, which is the second resurrection. 17. As a kingdom on earth hath a king, and the king is nevertheless a mortal, so in like manner is the heavenly place of thy God a kingdom of angels, and the chief over them is God, an angel also. 18. Howbeit the kingdom of thy God embraceth all the heavens of the earth. So is it also with all the corporeal worlds and their atmospherian heavens, a God and organic heavens belonging to each and all of them. 19. Nor is this all. For there is a third resurrection, in which the angels rise still higher in wisdom, love and power, and are sent by thy God into Etheria, midway between the planets the highest of all heavens over which there are chiefs, who are also gods and goddesses of still more comprehensive attributes. 20. Therefore I am as any other spirit of the dead, a one-time man upon the earth, even as thou art in this day, but one within the organic heavens of the earth. Chapter 2. God explaineth the first and second resurrection, and the difference in manifestations from them. 1. Hear me, O man, and consider the weight of the arguments of thy God. Thou hast communed with the spirits of the dead. Thy father and mother and sister and brother who are gone from mortality have spoken to thee in spirit, and thou art convinced. 2. And thy kin and thy neighbor have done so likewise. Yea, from east to west, and north to south the communion of angels and a multitude of miracles have stirred up thousands and millions to know that the souls of the dead do live. 3. Moreover thou wert taught in thy youth to say, I believe in the holy communion of angels. 4. And of a truth this hath come to pass. And thou rejoicest with all thy heart and soul. Thou puttiest aside the ancient scriptures, saying, Why shall I read them? Do I not converse with heaven itself? Behold, I have seen my father and mother and brother and sister who were dead, page 835 they have spoken to me. There is no devil nor place of hell. 5. For a season thy God hath suffered this also to come to pass that the spirits say there is no God, that there is no higher heaven than to dwell upon the earth, to enjoy the things thereof. To be reincarnated, and to live over and over in mortality. 6. That the evidence of my words might be substantiated by thy experience, and thou be led to consider the testimonies, present and past, in order to comprehend the plan of Jehovah's works, and the glory and completeness thereof. 7. Consider then the result of angel communion as thou hast found it, and bear witness that Jehovah was wise in providing comfort to both the dead and the living by this proximity of spirit unto them, rather than a heaven far remote. 8. Nevertheless, this also hath been proved unto thee that there are false angels and wise angels, as well as false seers and wise seers, and that out of the multitude of revelations from them, there hath come neither harmony nor good works. 9. They have been pullers down and clearers away of the ancient revelations, doctrines and religions, but they have built not an edifice of unity in glory to the Almighty. 10. And it hath been shown thee that not only the seer, prophet, Suez, and miracle worker, but that all people are subject to the influence of the spirits of the dead, even though unconsciously to themselves. 11. And it hath been shown that the spirits of the dead possess for a long period of time the same characteristics and prejudices as when in mortality. And since there is neither harmony nor community of life amongst mortals, neither is there harmony nor community of life nor of teaching amongst the angels who manifest unto them. 12. For the angels through one prophet teach one doctrine, and through another prophet another doctrine, after the manner of the doctrines of the prophets themselves. 13. Consider also the multitude of infants, that die without any knowledge of either earth or heaven. And the multitude of unlearned, and foolish, and depraved, for all of these as well as the wise and good enter the first resurrection. 14. And of the wise and good, who strive for continual elevation how few, compared to the whole. Yet such is the relative proportions of angels of light and angels of darkness in proximity to mortals. 15. Thus hath it ever been. Nevertheless, in time long past, the minority, who were wise and good were moved by the Spirit of Jehovah upon them, saying. 16. Come ye together, O all ye who desire to rise to a higher heaven. My heavens are for raising the soul upward for ever and ever. 17. And thy God gathered them together, and said unto them. 18. Behold, this darkness is more than we can bear. Let us hence and inhabit a heaven by ourselves, where there shall be no wrangling, or falsehood, or malice, or blasphemy against our Creator. 19. And they responded, Yea, let us hence. And we will covenant ourselves unto Jehovah to return no more to these regions, nor to mortals on earth. For doth not the behavior of mortals invite darkness rather than light? Do they not want us for servants to find lost treasures or riches, or social indulgence? Or to entertain them with miracles? 20. Thus it came to pass that the wisest and best angels departed away from the earth. Away from mortals, and away from the inharmonious presence of the legions of the spirits of the dead, and they inhabited a heavenly region by themselves. 21. And they covenanted themselves unto Jehovih not to return again single-handed to minister unto mortals. Neither to return again to mortals save they came in phalanxes, and only when duly authorized and directed by their most holy council, and their chief, who was God. 22. Such then was the beginning of the second resurrection. And the condition of membership required the renunciation of all associations and conditions below it. And the rank of all such angels was, angels of God, or angels of Jehovih, in contradistinction from the angels of the first resurrection, who know no organization for righteousness' sake. 23. But that mortals be not left in darkness, behold thy God and his holy council prepared certain rules of discipline and conduct and commandments. Whereby the angels of the second resurrection should be as a unit in their duties and teachings thereafter. 24. Chief of which rules was, that the angels of Jehovih should never manifest themselves as individuals unto mortals, lest mortals become servants to, and worshippers of the spirits instead of the all-highest, Jehovih. Page 836. 25. Second to this that when the angels of Jehovih should be appointed to mortals, it should be as guardians over infants, to inspire them by way of the natural consciousness within, as to what was right and good in reference to eternal life. And that such guardian angels be in phalanxes of millions and tens of millions, but still in close membership with thy God and his holy council, in order to relieve one another on guard. 26. For, by the inspirations of the angels of thy God, the individual entity of a mortal is directed in its normal growth. But by the angels of the first resurrection, mortals are used abnormally, by entrancement, by miracles, or by sargis, oracles or otherwise. 27. That the angels of God might inspire mortals with the same inspiration, behold, he and his holy council prepared certain instruction with rules, words, and commandments adapted to the understanding of mortals for the good of their souls. Pandering not to their earthly desires. Such words being designated as sacred writings in the original, though for the most part perverted or lost sight of afterward. 28. Chief angels over these phalanxes being lords, marshals, captains, and so on, the second resurrection being orderly, disciplined and organized in its glorious work. 29. Thus my lords have angels under them who are authorized and ordained in my name, and in the name of Jehovih to abide for times and seasons with mortals as guardians and inspirers. To provide dreams, thoughts and visions in the minds of mortals, and to otherwise labor in elevating them in purity, love and wisdom. 30. Such then are the angels of God and of Jehovih. And their teachings are the same as my Lord's and thy God's. Nor doth one of them teach a matter in one way, and another teach it differently, howbeit there are different grades and systems adapted to the different degrees of intelligence of the different peoples on earth. Chapter 3. God illustrateth the difference of method betwixt the first and second resurrections. 1. Open thy understanding, O man, that thou mayest discern the beauty and glory of heavenly places prepared by thy God, lords and guardian angels. 2. For as we came up out of the first resurrection, which may be likened to a great medley, a noise and confusion of a mighty multitude, so covenanted we with Jehovih to make ourselves orderly, and a unit in growth, manifestation, expression and future development, that the place of the second resurrection should do nothing in common with the first. 3. For alike and like Jehovih created mortals and angels to attract each other, and since the aspiration and desire of most mortals pertain to themselves as individuals, so the twain bound themselves in the same pursuits and earthly hopes. 4. For whoso on earth loved riches, or fame, or great learning, or even evil, such as dissipation, drunkenness, gluttony, sexual indulgence, or theft, gambling or arson, doing any or all of these things for self's sake, or for evil. Attracted angel companions of a like order, who, by inspiration or otherwise, led him on to achieve his heart's desire. 5. And it came to pass when such mortals died and entered the first resurrection, their former inspirers became their companions and rulers, having shaped their thoughts whilst in mortality through their labors for self and earthly objects. And these in turn became angel inspirers unto other mortals of like characteristics, so that a long period of time passed away. Before the spirits who were thus bound to earth could be persuaded, there were other heavens open for them to come and inherit. And as it was so then, even so is it this day with the spirits of the dead. 6. As there are good lands on earth still unoccupied, whilst in other regions there are great cities with mortals crowded together, starving, and dwelling in misery, and they will not hence. Even so is the great multitude of angels of darkness gathered together upon the face of the earth, and many of them will not hence into the higher heavens of Jehovih. 7. As cold metal in contact with hot metal changeth temperature, so by angel contact with the spirit of man, knowledge passeth from one to the other. So also is it of the passions, sentiments, desires and aspirations betwixt the twain. 8. Also, as where the sea breaketh upon the land, and the twain are ever in contact, so is the spirit world ever in contact with the mortal world, which place of contact was named by the ancients the intermediate world or place of purgation. Wherefrom none could rise till made organically pure. Page 837. 9. Now therefore thy God showeth thee certain signs characteristic of the difference betwixt the angels of the first and the second resurrection. 10. Of the first, coming as individuals, whether professing names, signs or histories, and especially the ancients, whose words are uttered from the standpoint of the earth looking upward. 11. But of the second, as light only, whose words emanate from my holy places in heaven coming down to thee. 12. Of the first, flatterers, to win thy favor, whose counsel pertaineth to thyself and to earthly things. 13. Of the second, to teach thee self-abnegation, and lead thee to do good unto others regardless of thine own profit, caring little whether thou art prosperous on the earth provided thou shalt be raised up in time to come. 14. For the revelations of the second resurrection come from the light of my holy counsel, who have abandoned their earthly habits and desires, knowing the way of raising up everlastingly is by constantly putting away the conditions below. 15. Thy God cometh not as an individual, neither do my lords, nor holy angels though they come in my name. I come in legions of thousands and millions. 16. Neither varieth the inspiration from my kingdom one jot or tittle from what it hath ever been, save in greater fullness, according to the increase of capacity in mortals to receive knowledge. 17. The spirit of my heavens pervadeth my words. Through my holy angels I have spoken unto thee from thy youth up, and in my revelations thou perceivest the touch of my hand. 18. I cry out order, purity, discipline, justice and good works or retribution. 19. O man, beware of angels who say, in heaven there is no organization, nor God, nor holy counsel, nor discipline, nor order, nor teaching, nor self-denial, or 20. Who say, there is no God, no Jehovih, no government in heaven, or 21. Who say, there is no bondage after death, no place or condition of suffering, or 22. Who say, when thou deest thy spirit shall enter paradise and dwell in perpetual ease and glory. 23. Who say, heaven is an endless summer land, with silvery rivers and golden boats for all, or 24. Who say, eat, drink and enjoy thyself for the gratification of thine earthly passions, for when thou art dead thy path shall be straight to glory. 25. Who say, heap up riches, for there is no punishment after death, or 26. Who say, turn not thy thoughts into thine own soul to discover thy ungodliness, for when thou art dead thy spirit shall revel in bliss, or 27. Who say, the angel world is a place of progression without self-abnegation and good works, or 28, Who saith, Behold me, I am from the highest, most exalted sphere, or from a far-off star, or 29, Who saith, I have visited the planets, or 30. Who saith, Resurrection cometh by reincarnation, first a stone, then lead, then silver, then gold, then a tree, then a worm, then an animal and then man, or that a spirit re-entereth the womb, and is born again in mortality, or 31. Who saith, Blessed art thou, for a host of ancient spirits attend thee, thou hast a great mission. 32. For all of these are the utterances of the angels of the first resurrection. And though they may inspire great oratory and learned discourses, yet they are flatterers, and will surely lead thee into grief. Chapter 4. God illustrateth the characteristics of mortals accordingly as they are under the influence of the first or second resurrection. 1. Consider the words of thy God, O man, and profit thou in the application of thy judgment for the growth of thy soul everlastingly. 2. Of the first resurrection man saith, I know my rights and dare maintain them. 3. Of the second, he saith, I ask not for rights for my own self, whatsoever is put upon me, that will I bear. 4. Of the first, no man shall impose upon me. 5. Of the second, impose upon me whatsoever thou wilt. 6. Of the first, let me justify myself in what I have done, behold, I am falsely accused. 7. Of the second, Jehovah knoweth my case, neither will I plead in my own behalf. Whoso is falsely accused, let him wait. In time the Father will right all things. 8. Of the first, let no man try to rule over me, I will maintain my liberty at all hazards. Page 838. 9. Of the second, since no man in all the world hath full liberty, why should I ask it? 10. Of the first, make me a leader, let me be the head. 11. Of the second, make me not a leader, lest I would feel responsible for those I led. 12. Of the first, I have done my share, let others do as well. 13. Of the second, though I do all I can, yet I am short before Jehovah. 14. Of the first, oh that I were rich as my neighbor, what a great good I would do. 15. Of the second, take all I have, and at once. 16. Of the first, myself, and then my family will I help, after that, others. 17. Of the second, we are all brothers and sisters, why shall we prefer one of Jehovah's children above another? 18. Of the first, I will not consider my shortcomings, lest I be dejected in spirit. 19. Of the second, teach me, O Father, to look into my every act, word and thought, to purify myself in thy sight. 20. Of the first, what might the world say? Ah! My reputation is at stake. 21. Of the second, what will Jehovah say? With him must I preserve my reputation, more than with 10,000 worlds. 22. Of the first, who injureth me shall suffer by my hand. 23. Of the second, let us render good unto those that injure us. Chapter 5. God showeth how mortals may attain inspiration from Jehovah and from the angels of the second resurrection. 1. Whoso ruleth over his own earthly desires, passions, actions, words and thoughts, being constantly watchful for the highest light and greatest good, is on the right road. 2. And if he persist in this till it hath become a constitutional growth within him, then shall he hear the voice. 3. Who then can judge him, save they have also attained to the same high estate? Is it wise for the unlearned to dispute with the learned, or the unholy with the holy? 4. Shall the drunken man, reeking with foul smell, sign the pledge to drink no more, and straightway say, We temperance men, and presume to dwell with the pure? 5. I say unto thee, till that man is purified and grown to be constitutionally temperate, he is not temperate. 6. Consider then the seers and prophets, who hear the angels, whether they have grown constitutionally to be one with purity, wisdom and goodness. 7. For this is required of such as presume to hear me and my holy ones. And having attained to this, who can judge them, save they have attained unto the same? 8. Shall a man inquire of the magician as to the inspiration of the prophets of thy God? Or the angels of the first resurrection be consulted as to their opinions of my revelations, and their words taken for truth without substantiation? 9. Let all things be proved, or supported by corresponding testimony known to be true. As the holy man perceiveth how things should be in the heavens above, so they are. The unholy man seeth heavenly things but dimly, he bindeth himself in ancient revelations which have become corrupted. 10. Jehovih is as near this day as in time of the ancients, put thyself in order, becoming one with him, and no book so easily read as his created universe. 11. Inspiration cometh less by books, than by what Jehovih wrote his worlds. Read thou him and his works. Frame thy speech and thy thoughts for him, he will answer thee in thine own behavior, and in the happiness of thy soul. 12. Great wisdom cannot be attained in a day. Nor purity, and strength, to overcome temptation, till the growth be from the foundation. 13. The fool will say, the sacred books are no more than man of his own knowledge might write. Yet, he hath not imitated wisely the power of the words of thy God. 14. Let him do this well, and, behold, he will also declare my words are from me. Yea, he will recognize them wherever found. 15. It is the will and wish of thy God, that all men become constitutionally capable of receiving and comprehending the highest light, and that they shall no longer depend upon any priest, church, oracle or holy book, or upon consulting the spirits. 16. That their behavior may make the earth a place of peace, with long life unto all people, for the glory of Jehovih. Chapter 6. Of Jehovih and his kingdom on earth. 1. O man, apply thyself to understand the spirit of my discourse, for herein shalt thou find the key to the Father's kingdom. 2. These are the rules of the second resurrection, to become an interpreter and worker without a written formula. 3. That whatsoever giveth joy to thy fellow and rendereth peace and goodwill unto all shall be called light. 4. That whatsoever giveth sorrow to thy fellow, or discouragement to others shall be called darkness. 5. As to find fault with another, or to aggravate unto displeasure shall be called darkness. 6. But to make another's burden light, to encourage him unto strength and happiness shall be called light. 7. To be forever complaining about this or that shall be called darkness. 8. To be forever imparting cheerfulness shall be called light. 9. Now therefore whoso becometh a member of my kingdom shall practice light, but whoso practiseth darkness, will depart away from my kingdom of his own accord. 10. Neither shalt thou practice darkness upon thy fellow for any shortness he hath done. 11. Nor shalt thou reprove him for error, nor blame him, nor make thyself an inquisitor over him, nor assume to be a judge over him. 12. Nor ask him to apologize, nor otherwise seek to make him humble himself before thee. 13. Nor shalt thou boast over him because thou art wiser or stronger or more expert. 14. For all such inquisition cometh of darkness, and shall return upon him who uttereth it, in time to come. 15. Rather shalt thou discover the good that is in thy neighbor, and laud him therefore, for this is the method of raising him higher. Chapter 7. God showeth the difference betwixt the religion of the olden time and that of the present. 1. To the all-one, Jehovih, now as in the olden time, and for all time to come, all honor and glory, worlds beyond number. 2. The highest ideal, the nearest perfect the mind can conceive of, let such be thy Jehovih, even as in the olden time, which is the ever-present thou shalt set thy heart and mind and soul upon to love and glorify above all things, forever and ever. 3. The all-highest in thy neighbor which he manifesteth that perceive and discourse upon all else in him, see not nor mention. 4. The all-highest subject that discourse upon all else pass by. 5. The first lowest thoughts pertain to eating and drinking, and on these the man of darkness delighteth to discourse. 6. The second lowest thoughts pertain to sexual matters, and on these the man of darkness delighteth to discourse. 7. The third lowest thoughts pertain to man's selfishness, as bodily comforts and luxuries, as ease and riches, as to what he hopes and desires for himself, and on these the man of darkness delighteth to discourse. 8. The fourth lowest thoughts pertain to criticizing others, as to doctrine, religion, philosophy, behavior, and so on, forever pulling all things to pieces, and the man of darkness delighteth in such discourse. 9. To abandon such discourse, and to discourse on the highest subjects, in preference, such as teaching, imparting knowledge, suggesting remedies for the unfortunate and unlearned, for improving in excellence the homes of others, the agriculture, mechanics and such like. The man of light delighteth to apply himself to these, both in word and practice, forever building up. 10. Consider then what thy mind shall go in search of, that it may pursue the highest. This is serving the all-highest, instead of darkness. 11. Now all of these things were taught in the religion of the olden time, and were given to man by thy God to raise man up toward my heavenly kingdom. 12. Nevertheless this religion pertained to man's own entity, a religion that was to be answered either in reward or punishment upon himself personally. His own salvation being the subject paramount to all other considerations. 13. And even where they founded brotherhoods, as the brotherhood of Brahma, brotherhood of Buddha, and brotherhood of Jesus, they were nevertheless but selfish brotherhoods, whose aim was the salvation of each one's own self. 14. Neither was it possible in the olden time to give man any other page 840 religion, it being necessary to appeal to his own advantages to make him heed thy God. 15. But now, behold, O man, I come to give a great religion, yet not to set aside the old. I come to such as do fulfill the old, and to give them the religion of gods themselves. 16. Saying unto them, Go save others, and no longer concern yourselves about yourselves. 17. Go ye and provide a place of second resurrection on earth, where the people shall put away all low things and practice the all-highest. 18. And call ye out unto the Usians to come and inherit the place with you. 19. Nevertheless whosoever is only concerned as to the salvation of his own soul is not yet ready for the religion I give unto you. 20. Mine shall not concern themselves as to their own self-salvation. For having faith in Jehovih, that if they raise others up, with their own wisdom and strength, they are already saved, and without fear. 21. Compare then my second resurrection in heaven with that which thou wouldst found on earth for the glory and honor of thy Creator. 22. How chooseth thy God his initiates? Hath he censors? Saying to all who come hold, Be ye examined and tried, to prove ye are worthy the second resurrection. 23. Nay, verily, for this would imply inquisition, a court of darkness. 24. Now, behold, O man, after the second resurrection was established in heaven, I called out unto all the heavens of the earth, saying, Come, all ye of the first resurrection, also. Let my guardians go down to mortals and proclaim unto all people the kingdom of God is open to all who choose to come. 25. Now some, who were not strong in faith in Jehovih said, Will we not be overrun with angels of darkness? 26. But thy God answered them, saying, That is not our matter. Ours is to serve Jehovih by working for all whom he inspireth to come unto us. Because any one desireth to come, that is sufficient testimony that the light of Jehovih is upon him. 27. Others said, What of the indolent and the shiftless? Will they not overrun us and thus set aside the good we aim at? 28. And thy God answered them, saying, When ye practice the all-highest, behold, the others will depart away from you. 29. Then others questioned, saying, Suppose they who come shall practice darkness such as slander, or tattling, what then shall be done? 30. And thy God answered them, saying, Answer them not, lest ye also practice darkness. 31. Again they questioned, saying, Suppose they are good, but indolent? Suppose they say, Let us rest and sleep, Jehovih will provide for his chosen, what sayest thou of them? 32. And thy God answered, saying, Censure them not, for they are weak or diseased. Let your example heal them. Is it not in the covenant to do good with all of one's wisdom and strength? Because they do little, the matter is betwixt them and Jehovah. 33. Lastly, O man, how can they, who live the all-highest, cast the first stone at their neighbor? 34. For the act itself would be the committing of darkness. 35. Nevertheless, whoso hath strength and yet will not support himself, teach thou one such man to change his attributes, and thou shalt be honored amongst gods. 36. Thy glory is to fulfill the all-highest thyself. When all who can, will do this, thereon rest thy faith that the quickening power and wisdom of Jehovah will sustain his kingdom through his holy angels. Chapter 8. God showeth what is meant by following the highest light. 1. Be considerate of thy fellow man, and weigh his standing place in the sight of thy God. 2. For one man saith, My highest light is to get money. Another, to get great learning, another, to enjoy earthly pleasure, another, to contemplate sexual relations, another, to serve Buddha, another, to serve Brahma, another, to serve Christ. Another, to be efficient in warfare, and so on, every one from his own standpoint. 3. Many are also under the prejudice of old things, or the influence of a neighbor, or a spirit or their surroundings, or the impulse of their own flesh, and say, I too follow my highest light. 4. Whereas they are in darkness altogether. Neither know they what is meant by the term highest light, often venturing an opinion or a vague surmise instead, and believing they are expressing their highest light. 5. For which reasons thou shalt explain that only facts well known, or comparatively proven, are light. An opinion is not light. Page 841. 6. That whoso professeth light must know the matter of his own knowledge. 7. That facts, numbers, figures or axioms can demonstrate light, and that without these, then the supposed light is only darkness. 8. Pursue this philosophy and thou shalt easily discover who amongst you hath the highest light. And also what kind of judgment shall govern the chief's rulings. 9. Some will desire to consult the angels, as to which in a given matter is the highest light. But I say unto thee, thou shalt weigh the words of angels even as if they were mortals, exacting similar facts and substantiation. 10. Was it not the consulting of the oracles that destroyed Vindhu, India, Socata, Phoenice, Phoenicia, Persia, Gem and Greece? Such consultation of angels is answered from the first resurrection. And it ever will be so, save man exact from the angels facts and substantial proof. 11. These, then, are rules of light, that which is self-evident, that which is axiomatic, that which is substantiated by facts, that which hath a parallel in known things, things that lead to peace, order, and the uplifting of thy neighbor and thyself. 12. Also to discipline thyself to be constantly on the alert, to be pure, good, truthful and gentle in thy speech, to practice right doing. These are following the highest light. 13. This though is darkness to express fault-finding, criticism, censure, or even an opinion unsupportable by facts. Chapter 9. God showeth who is and who is not prepared to enter Jehovah's kingdom on earth. 1. Whoso hath said, I have searched my heart and mind, and, now before Jehovah I desire to live a higher life. 2. I desire to put away my selfishness, and passions, and sentiments of unrighteousness and unclean thoughts and words. 3. I desire more to serve others than myself. 4. I desire no possessions, nor preference over another, nor to be a leader nor a chief. 5. I wish to discipline myself not to speak of myself. 6. I would learn to speak truth only. 7. I would that I were affiliative. 8. I desire to do good unto others continually. 9. I long for association. 10. I will not criticize any person, nor censure them, or find fault with them. 11. I will conform to the rites and discipline of the fraternity. 12. I will fulfill my covenants with Jehovah, with all my wisdom and strength. 13. I renounce isolated labor. 14. I renounce the unorganized world. 15. I renounce the Usians. 16. I consecrate myself to Jehovih. 17. I give up all unto him. 18. What I do henceforth shall be by and through the fraternity in his name. 19. Then that man is prepared to enter the Father's kingdom. 20. But these are not prepared to enter the kingdom, who say, I want a home for comfort's sake, and where I may lead an easy life. 21. I desire this because I shall have opportunity to improve myself. 22. I desire this because I cannot care for myself, and that I may be cared for. 23. Where I may shirk my responsibilities. 24. Weigh this matter, O man, and be thine own judge as to whether thou art prepared in heart and soul. Neither flatter thyself that thou canst come in unprepared and not be discovered. For soon or late thine inmost thoughts will become known, and the fraternity will not be thy place. 25. To put away flesh food is easy, but to put away dark thoughts and words who can do this in a day? Chapter 10. God revealeth the cure for remorse. 1. Be patient, O man, with thy neighbor and thy brother. 2. Many men are far short in righteousness, and without strength to accomplish to the extent the mind conceives. 3. And for having done wrong suffer lamentably, with none to relieve them. 4. For which reason thou shalt provide them honorable comfort. 5. In olden time, such ones confessed to a priest, and he pardoned them, whereby they were quieted and relieved of great distress. 6. In a later time, it was said, Confess ye one another. 7. But in this day neither of these p. 842 is compatible with the intelligence of such as shall be of Jehovah's kingdom. 8. If then a man have remorse for having wronged a brother or neighbor, he shall so acknowledge it to that member, and this shall be restitution, even as if the wrong had not been committed. 9. But if he hath wronged the community, then he shall acknowledge it to the whole assembly, and that shall be restitution, even as if the wrong had not been committed. 10. And in either case he shall not take further sorrow or remorse, or shame, nor shall any member ever speak of the matter afterward, save to comfort him. 11. But in all cases confession shall be made in the name of Jehovah, and forgiveness likewise. But whoso seeketh to justify himself, or to make it appear that he was but partly culpable, or that another led him into it, that man shall not be forgiven. 12. If he were led into it, then he who led him knoweth it and shall exonerate him. 13. Whoso Jehovah hath created in proximity as to time, country, place and association, the same shall not be far distant on many occasions in the next world. And in time to come they shall be as if in a house of glass, and all the deeds done while in mortality shall be read as if in an open book. 14. For which reason thou shalt not tarry by the way when thou hast wronged any man or the community, but go quickly and confess, that thy spirit become pure in the sight of Jehovah. 15. Though thou grieve, saying, Shall I humble myself? I say unto thee, this is godliness, for it is the purification of thyself, and the beginning of power. But if a man wrong himself, as by pollution, dissipation, or otherwise, this is sin against Jehovah. And to him shall he confess privately, making a covenant with his Creator to do so no more, which if he keep, then the wrong is forgiven him, and he shall have peace of soul. Chapter 11. God showeth that the renunciation of the Usians is necessary. 1. Hearken, O man, to the discourse of thy God upon the second resurrection in heaven, and apply thou these principles to founding Jehovah's kingdom on earth. 2. Many come to my holy place, saying, Hear me, O God, I am weary of the first resurrection and of the earth. Open the gates of paradise unto thy servant. 3. And I say unto them, Whoso will put aside all that is below, shall dwell in this heaven. But whoso cannot in heart, and mind, and soul renounce all that is below is not prepared to enter. 4. Hath not Jehovah said on earth, Husband and wife shall be the model and key of my kingdom? 5. As woman forsaketh father, mother, brother and sister and becometh one with her husband, so do they of the first resurrection forsake all the earth and the lowest heaven in order to become one with the kingdom of thy God. 6. For, save the mind and heart be one with my holy place, the love of improvement will also depart out of that man's soul. 7. Isolation belongeth below the second resurrection, but unity is within it. 8. He who hath disciplined himself to be honest in his own sight may be in error, he who striveth to do good on his own account may be in error as to an ultimate good, and in all cases man alone is weak. 9. Yet no man can practice the highest whilst living with those who are inclined downward. 10. In the second resurrection the angels are relieved of individual responsibility, all matters being under the wisdom of the Holy Council, whose head is thy God. 11. First on earth, monarchies, then republics, then fraternities, the latter of which is now in embryo, and shall follow after both the others. 12. Behold, how hard it is for an ignorant man to conceive of a state without a master, or for the people of a republic to understand a state without votes and majorities, and a chief ruler. Yet such shall be the fraternities. 13. Have they not resolved their colleges into teachers and pupils? By their superior knowledge do these heads receive their places, yet not as rulers, but teachers. 14. Have they not resolved jurisprudence so that testimony governs the rulings? According to evidence adduced and the knowledge of the judge, so shall he decide, and not according to his own volition. 15. Out of the wisdom of the college and the court shalt thou discover the rules of fraternity, and by relieve watch p. 843 preserve the brotherhood against caste and dictatorship. 16. See to it then, in departing out of uz, that thou take with thee only things that have proved good, the rest leave behind. 17. As Jehovih gave woman to man, and the twain became one in their aspiration, hope and labor, and especially with reference to their offspring, so shall the members of the fraternity be such as having renounced all the world, can become one with one another, and especially for raising up the young to become the Father's edifice on earth. 18. As the husband is the representative head of the family, yet he shall not tyrannize over them, nor by his rulings make himself a separate entity from the rest. Chapter 12. God discourseth on love. 1. Many will come to thee, inquiring, How sayest thou of such as are married, having children of their own? Shall they so love the fraternity and the kingdom of Jehovih that they shall set aside their filial love, assigning their children wholly to the teachers, day and night? 2. Thou shalt answer them, Nay, in all the fullness of their love, let them manifest unto their little ones. And let this be a testimony unto those who have children, how hard it is for foundlings and orphan babes that have none to love or caress them, that such parents may add unto their household others also, showing no partiality. And this is the highest of all mortal attributes, to be impartial in love. 3. Not to abridge love but to extend it, godlike, embracing all people, so shall the members of the brotherhood labor with thy God and his holy angels, for the glory of Jehovih. Chapter 13. Of destroyers and of builders. 1. One goeth about preaching against heavenly revelations, and against the wisdom of Jehovih. And his daring speeches and good logic fall upon errors and blunders in the written words, and he draweth the populace, after the manner of a gladiator. 2. Yet one such man that hath organized a brotherhood for doing good the world hath not found. 3. Another man goeth forth preaching in laudation of heavenly revelations, and on the glory of Jehovih. The errors in inspiration he heedeth not, the good he treasureth. He may draw but few unto him, and his work may seem little. 4. But in time to come his work becometh mighty over all the world. He organizeth his people in love and fellowship. 5. The latter is a builder on Jehovah's edifice. 6. Let these two examples stand before thee. And when the speech of the vain man is directed against heavenly revelations, saying, This is not of God, this is not of Jehovih, or this is not of angels, know thou that that man is not a builder. 7. But when a man saith all things are of Jehovih, either directly or indirectly, whatsoever is good in them is my delight, know thou that that man is a builder. 8. To strive continually to comprehend the right, and to do it, this is excellent discipline. 9. To be capable of judging the right, and ever to practice it within a fraternity, this is godliness. 10. In the day thou judgest thyself, as with the eye of thy Creator, thou art as one about to start on a long journey through a delightful country. 11. In the day thou hast rendered judgment against thyself for not practicing thy highest light, thou art as one departed from a coast of breakers toward mid-ocean, like one turned from mortality toward Jehovih. Like one turned from perishable things toward the ever-eternal, the Almighty. 12. And when thou hast joined with others in a fraternity to do these things, then thou hast begun the second resurrection. Chapter 14. God discourseth on the authority of his own words. 1. First, freedom unto all people on earth, and to the angels of heaven, to think and to speak whatever they will. 2. Second, that since no man can acquire knowledge for another, but that each and all must acquire knowledge for themselves, thou shalt dispose of whatsoever is before thee in thine own way. 3. Remembering that one man seeth p. 844 Jehovih in the leaves and flowers, in the mountains and skies, in the sun and stars, or heareth him in the wind and all corporeal sounds, yea, he knoweth his Creator in the presence of everything under the sun. And he is happy. 4. Another seeth not Jehovih, nor knoweth him. Nay, he beneath there is any all person in the universe. He is not happy. 5. One man distinguisheth the harmony of sounds, and he is delighted. 6. Another man cannot distinguish the harmony, and he findeth no delight therein. 7. So, of the words of thy God, one man can distinguish, and another cannot. 8. The revelations of thy God portray the harmony and glory of Jehovah's creations, and of the organic heavens of his holy angels. 9. Whether thyself, or thy brother, or thy neighbor, shall profess to reveal the words of thy God, it is well. 10. Strive thou in this, and thou shalt improve thyself thereby. 11. In the preservation of my words for thousands of years resteth the recognition of my authority. 12. I call all people unto me and my kingdom. Happiness proclaim I as a result of right doing and good works, whoever do these are one with me in the framing of words. 13. To be one with Jehovih, this is godliness, to be one with thy God, the way is open to all men. 14. To be organic for love and good works, this is like the fraternities in heaven. 15. Whoever striveth for this hath my authority already, his words in time shall become one with me and my works. 16. To improve thyself in these holy things is to discipline thyself to become a glory to thy Creator. 17. Let any who will, say, Thus saith God, or Thus saith Jehovih, or Thus say I, truth expounded shall never die. The discrepancy from truth is short-lived. 18. Improve thyself, O man, to be sincere in thyself and in all thou doest, and, when thou hast attained this, thy words shall be with power. 19. Remember thy Creator and seek to discover him in the best perfections, remembering that darkness knoweth him not, but light proclaimeth him forever. 20. For on the foundation of an all-person, and believing in him, lie the beginning in the way of everlasting resurrection. Without him none have risen. 21. These are the words and discipline. In such direction shapeth thy God the thoughts of millions. The twain are the authority vested in me, thine elder brother, by Jehovih, Creator, Ruler and Dispenser, worlds without end. Amen. End of Book of Discipline. End of Oahspe.